not logged into their league yet.
That's not a lot, is it?
We're live, guys. We're live.
All right.
Welcome back over to stream number 2 of the SFB Podathon with the numbers of climbing. Thank you for coming over. We already have people excited to see John Laub, and we already started to get a little background conversation with John.
Yeah, you could have done a video when you started it up, man. I got to teach you how to do that.
You know what? It all wasn't loaded in it, so it just popped up.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah. Blame Bob in the background. I see how it is.
Dang it, Bob.
I blame Bob in the forefront. It don't matter to me where Bob's at. I blame him. I think he gave me the finger, too. I'm pretty sure I just saw him down in a shady area giving me the finger. But
yeah,
the important thing is the people here that they're filing in. And even more importantly than that is everybody's favorite John Laub is here. What is up, John?
Well, thank you for that intro. I appreciate it. I don't think I'm everyone's favorite, but I'll take a decent percentage. That's for sure about that. I got a nice shirt on just for the Scott Fish Bowl this year, and I showered. I didn't shave yet today, so I got to do that. So I apologize, but really the whole segment is about fantasy cares, the children. My favorite time of the year is when do you do it? Around Thanksgiving, Scott? You start posting those videos.
That's about, yeah.
And all
some
the
of us start
pictures.
shopping the day after Thanksgiving, and then for the next 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, and I just love that. I mean, to see you guys and all the people who volunteer and to get those presents and then distribute them to children across the country, it's just amazing. And that's what we're here for in July. So if you get a chance, go to Fantasy Cares and, donate anything you can. That's the most important. Unfortunately, there are children who don't have resources for whatever reason, and their families really need something under the tree or something at the holiday season. And this is what we do at Fantasy Care. Scott, really, I just got a half-hour knucklehead on the show. I just come on and talk. Scott does all the work and all the volunteers, so I'm just here for that. But I did want to remind everyone, so we got Fantasy Cares out of the way. Please go ahead and volunteer. Hit the link, smash, anything counts. But Scott and Eric Froton have been working like crazy for those who don't know yet. It's the first ever Tadfish Bowl. And that is a college fantasy football league Scott Fish version. I can't believe it's finally here. I mean, it is really a dream come true. I mean, to get 420 people, Scott just told me there's already 420 signups. Now, it does begin a week after, right? We're July 14th, I think, right?
Yep.
So it's July 14th. It's the same scoring system from what I understand. Am I correct or no defense, right? I know we got
I don't actually know the scoring system for it. Eric made it because I haven't played college fantasy football with college players for years. Yeah. So I didn't feel it was my I didn't feel it was my spot to take. I felt it was Eric should set it up the way he likes to play college fantasy football or what he thought would be good for it.
Yeah, I know we have special teams, and I know that's interesting because it's been making me go deeper. Who is returning kicks and punts for Ohio State or Michigan or Alabama for that matter? And college football can be very tricky with that because they change so much on the rosters and everything, so you just never really know. So there's going to always be players available. And I know I've been in Scott Fish Bowl, I think since Scott Fish Bowl 5. My old man brain kind of forgets now. I forget as the years go by. But in college football, the waiver wire is going to most likely be more active. When you're in the Scott Fish Bowl, it can be tough in week 6 or 7. You lose your starting running back and you're looking for someone, even though I think the flex positions will help us a lot this year, maybe when you're looking for injury replacements. But the college Tadpole Bowl, there's 64 teams, right? We have 12-team leagues. So there is going to be more activity on the waiver wire. And if you haven't played college fantasy football, I can't recommend it enough. I mean, I've been doing college fantasy football for Fantrax 12 years now.
Wow.
And I've seen the industry grow like crazy. And I'll say this is anecdotal, just those who reach out to me, but anyone who's ever played college fantasy football, they always enjoy it. They always enjoy it. Now, sometimes you get busy in life. I understand you have a family. You have a work, and sometimes you don't want to do a whole weekend to fantasy football. I mean, I just love Saturdays and Sundays back to back. It's the dream come true. But give it a shot. Play in the best ball league if you don't want to do that. It's incredible, everyone. You will enjoy it. I know you will enjoy it. And the thing that I've seen over the industry, observing people on X and Facebook and now Blue Sky and everything, when you play college fantasy football, you get better at Devy. You get better at Dynasty. I can't believe the number of people who I saw 10 years ago started in college fantasy football, and now they're doing Dynasty, or vice versa. They were doing draft rankings, and now they're playing college fantasy football. There is such an intersection. You learn the player pool so much better. I mean, I joke all the time. One thing that I love is when I hear people are like, oh, this Tutoria McMillan in Arizona is pretty good. And they're like, oh, I broke down some film in February. I'm like, oh, I've been watching him for 3 years. Yeah, he's pretty good, everyone. I mean, it's just like it. There's this, the player pool so much better in advance by the time December comes around than everyone else.
One of my favorite parts about the John Laub appearance every year is I don't have to say much. Like you put John to go, but John, I got to interrupt and say one thing. I don't know if you've heard about Game Blazers, but Game Blazers is sponsoring all 24 hours of the Scott Fishbowl Podathon, and the action doesn't stop at the final whistle with Game Blazers. Rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today, and maybe John, you could reach out to them about doing a college Game Blazers in the future, because with your intensity, people will sign up immediately.
I mean, I got to look into it because I've been listening all day. Actually, probably like 5 of the first 6 hours. I do have to do once in a while driving, buy the family food, do other things in life. But I've listened for about 5 hours, and I never heard of Blazers, so now I got to go check it out.
Yeah. People, please. I'm not sure I don't think the contests are live yet. That there will be an SFB 15 or Fantasy Cares Scott Fishbowl Conference for week 1, but do go sign up. Code SFB 15. Make sure you do that so that they know that you're coming from us.
John, Jamie's asking who your favorite rookie is to target in SFB 15, and why is it Ashton Genty?
Well, I'm not even going to go the big names. I'm telling you, I've done 3 drafts in preparation for this, and then I did the SiriusXM Independence Bowl, and I did one of the Eliminator challenges. The guy I'm getting late in every draft is Kyle Williams, the rookie out of New England, the receiver. I'm getting him in. I think I got him in round 15 the other day in the SiriusXM in my Eliminator League. I think that's 16 rounds. I got him in the last round again. Look, there's a lot of risk because the outcome is wide ranging for Kyle Williams playing in New England. But there's a reality, a multiverse where he leads the Patriots in targets. I loved his tape at Washington State. When I said before the Senior Bowl, I said Kyle Williams was my biggest sleeper. Even my teammate Matt Hicks on the rookie big board was like, who the heck, what? You're crazy. I'm like, Matt, I'm telling you, man. It was on the show. I'm like, he's my favorite under-the-radar wide receiver. And when the Patriots took him in the 3rd round, I almost fell out of my seat. I was so happy. And everyone, check out that Patriots depth chart. Tell me who you're afraid of at wide receiver on that Patriots depth chart. And here's what I really like about Kyle Williams if you break it down. If you watch the film, he plays on the X a lot at Washington State. Now, they have a lot of funky formations in college football because you have wider hash marks. So you have a lot more room on the wide side of the field. What I loved about Kyle Williams' tape, they would put him out wide alone, and the other 4 or 3 receivers would be on the other side of the field. And it was Kyle Williams one-on-one against the cornerback, and he won it all the time. Like, he always won that matchup, and he also can play in the slot. So he's my favorite rookie, and he's not costing you. Hey, look, if he doesn't get snaps by week 5, it's a rookie wide receiver. You move on. Pick number 14.
Nice. And I did mention Ashton Jeanty, and I seen him going in first round a lot in Scott Fishbowl. I mean, what are your feelings on him coming into the NFL? He's obviously going to a team that, and I'm a Raiders fan, a team that has a coach who's run first, but an offensive coordinator who likes to throw the ball with Chip Kelly, right? Up-tempo offense, and what can we expect? Are the expectations too high for a kid like that in year one, or do you expect him to come in and be exactly what people are thinking it will be?
I don't think expectations are too high at all. In the SiriusXM Independence Day draft, I took him at pick number 4. I am as bullish on him as you can. I'm a Chip Kelly guy when he coordinates. I don't necessarily love Chip Kelly as a coach, and I think he has some personality challenges, and that's part of the reason he left the NFL. So leave that aside. When Chip Kelly is in charge of the offense and he can create space for his running backs, he's incredible. And look at his coach. What is Pete Carroll going to say? Chip, run the ball. Chip, run the ball. Chip, run the ball. I mean, Chris Carson, Marshawn Lynch. He drafted Rashad Penny, even though it never worked out. Why am I missing? He drafted Kenneth Walker, right? Pete Carroll is going to demand the running game, and I don't think you can feed enough touches to Ashton Jeanty. I could make the argument that he's a second player drafted overall in the Scott Fishbowl. I do like Bijan at number 1, but I think you can make a reasonable argument at Ashton Jeanty number 2.
Yeah, and Bijan has been born out to be the number 1 at the live drafts I've been to. I've seen 15, 16 drafts so far, and that seems about the way it's going.
I'm taking Jeanty. I've talked about it already.
Yeah, you did. You're taking him number 1, you said, right?
Yeah. I almost went to Boise State. I love Boise. It reminded me most of my home state of Minnesota, where you walk down the street and people are saying hi and stuff, and it felt so friendly and it felt so at home. I didn't end up going there, but I loved everything about it. Even when Jay Ajayi came out, you might remember how big I was on him.
Oh yeah, Jay Ajayi. I wish those knees had just stuck around a little bit more.
I know. I mean, he had three 200-yard games within his first 2 years. I mean, 4, I think, actually.
The Jay Ajayi love was real back in the day for Scott. Rick Brucelis. I don't think I say Rick's name right, but he wants to know about Jack Beck, also another Las Vegas Raider. What do you think about him? And this may be self-fulfilling for me since I'm a Raiders fan.
Jack Beck has fallen down a little bit since the training camp news that we got. I do like him as a talent, but the way the Raiders system, they're going to have Jacoby Myers and Brock Bowers, right? They're the studs at the top of the pecking order. They're each going to get well over 100 targets. Jeanty should get 75 targets out of the backfield in Chip Kelly's offense. So then you're looking at a 4th receiver. Why Dante Thornton to me is interesting. It's the skill set. I don't think Dante Thornton is a great receiver, but what he's going to do with his big body and speed, he's going to challenge the safeties deep. He might only get 3 targets, 4 targets a game, but you've got to have a guy like Thornton on that offense to clear out for Myers, Bowers, and Jeanty, right? So basically, Thornton's going to get a lot of carb workout. You know, he's going to go out there and he's going to cardiovascular, I should say, right? And he's going to get his deep shots. Jack Beck doesn't do that. Jack Beck is a Jacoby Meyer, Brock Bowers clone who I think has dynasty value down the road. But as long as Myers and Bowers are on that team right now, I just don't see him having any opportunity.
I was leaving that door open for you, Zach.
Sorry. So did we get John what division you're playing in and what pick you have, just to kind of give me a frame of reference where we're coming from.
I'm in the Yukon Huskies. My daughter graduated from Yukon 3 years ago now. Getting old. I'm obviously a big Yukon fan living in the state of Connecticut. Not a Yukon graduate, but I obviously like Yukon basketball, and I have season tickets to the Huskies football. Even though they're better, they've been getting better under Jim Mora. But I have the 4th pick overall. I'll say if anyone's watching and they take them, that's fine. I want to give the viewers. I'm hoping for Ashton Genty. I've given up on Bijan Robinson. I got him in my first 2 drafts this year at number 4. I don't think Bijan, the way the scoring system came out, and Sal just mentioned that people are taking Bijan number 1. There's no way he drops the number 4 anymore. I'm hoping Ashton Genty does. If he doesn't slip, I'm going to have to evaluate like a Jamar Chase versus Lamar Jackson. I'm going to have to. I would go Jackson because of the rushing upside, right? And isn't there volume for rushing carries and stuff like that? Yep. So I haven't really plugged the numbers totally, but I think the quarterback at 4 with Jackson's upside would be where I want to go.
Makes sense. All the guys you're listing are top 5 players. Chase is routinely the 1 or the 2 with Bijan. And then it's Barkley, Gibbs, Jackson is really where it plays out in almost every draft. So that's probably the 5 you're looking at anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the way I looked at the scoring and what I think the present. Now, I just like Genty, and so I might just take him. I mean, I know. Hey, my best friend went out to Boise like 3 years ago, and he loved it, and he said he got in to see the blue carpet, and that is one of my dream spots in college football, to see a live game like on an October night on the blue carpet.
Well, not that, but I was gonna say I did, but I was
did?
Yeah, but this was many years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I would love to see it out there. I heard he loved it. He says Boise's awesome too.
It is. It's so awesome.
Is John admitting to being a Bengals homer? I mean, he's always said he's no longer a Bengals fan, but
yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm actually a Denver Broncos fan. Nice. But obviously, I think Sal and Scott and all of us here, I think we can say over the years when you play fantasy for as long as we have, you kind of changes your fandom, right? You're more into the players and your team.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I love watching the Broncos with my son. It's one of the things that he's going to be 21 in August. It's one of the things we get to do together, and I actually enjoyed a Super Bowl victory with them. That was just amazing to enjoy a Super Bowl victory with your son. If you haven't been able to do that, it's just a day you'll never forget.
You guys.
It was awesome.
Minnesota fan. I mean, I would settle for any sport at this point.
Wait,
our women crushed though.
When the Twins won it.
Yeah, I was 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the last championship Minnesota? Oh my, what's that,
91? But our women's basketball won 4 out of 7. Okay. And they were in the championship last year. Our women's professional hockey league has won 2 in a row. Our women's professional soccer team went undefeated. They're in the playoffs. They were in the championship game 2 years ago. Like, our women crush.
Yeah, and isn't the hockey team pretty good? Isn't the Golden Gophers good at hockey, or were they good?
Oh yeah, the Gophers are always either in the Frozen Four or just on the outskirts of it. In fact, we usually have either Duluth or Minnesota State Mankato Mavericks routinely jump up there too. I mean, the Mavericks were in the final 4 years ago? Yeah. So we have good teams. We just never win. We never over the hump. The women do. The women in Minnesota crush though.
I got to enjoy a Yankee World Series championship with my son in 2008.
That's awesome.
But I will never get to enjoy a football championship for 2 reasons. The first reason is we both root for a different team. And the second reason is we both root for really bad teams. I'm the Raiders and he's the Jets. So there's no – I wasn't even alive the last time the Jets won a Super Bowl.
My son, the Jets haven't even been in the playoffs in Ian's entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, my best friend's a Jet fan, so I guess I never thought about how long. You're right. When was it? 2008? Has it been like that long since they were in the playoffs or something?
Yeah.
I mean,
Ian was born in 2013, and it was before that.
oh my God, they're so bad.
Yep.
I feel that's why I get so nervous drafting Jets players. Like it just everything goes wrong. It's so frustrating. And I live in the tri-state area, so you hear about the Jets all the time up here. But yeah, they're just so bad as a fantasy. Yeah, once in a while you get a player you like. They're okay, right? But they never do what you hope.
On your Genty thing, and just with this tournament, this is the ultimate of take the guy you like tournament. Like the odds of winning are like 1 in 5,000. So just have fun and enjoy. It's any slight edge you think you're gonna get is probably washed out by A, just regular fantasy variants, and B, having 5,003 other teams playing.
Hey, and I'm at the age, I try to limit it to 12 drafts a year. It just, I tried one year, 30 drafts, and the waiver wire just became like, I can't do it. I can't be up till midnight doing waiver wire picks anymore. So I like my 12. But, if I have Genty, let's say I get lucky enough to get him on 3 or 4 teams. One of the favorite parts of the day, sitting down at that 4 o'clock game, down by like 10 points, and you have like a player and the other team. I mean, it is just such an awesome way to spend a 4 to 7 o'clock window rooting. And the Raiders are going to be in that 4 o'clock window often, right? So I love that when you get the players. How many years have I had a 49er, trying to, before we had all these other games, when that 4 o'clock window used to be incredible about 15, 20 years ago. Sometimes now I'm like, you have 1 or 2 games? Come on, people. That's a different story for a different day. But like when you used to have like 4 games in the 4 o'clock window, 5 games, and you had a player like Jerry Rice, for those of us who are old, when you had Jerry Rice on your team, man, that was one of the best times you could possibly
Tell me about it.
Especially since back then you didn't get to watch a red zone or every game. You would get your local team and then whatever the national game was at 4 o'clock. Except for in New York, where we got the Giants at 1 and the Jets at 4. And you never got a good national game. And it's like, oh my God, they can't play something. And finally, when both teams started to be terrible, they would play them both at 1 o'clock. That never used to happen. They would never put them both on TV at the same time in New York. And now they do it. So
it's not bad.
Yeah, TV has dictated for sure.
You know what's interesting? I never thought I'd use this skill, but I probably spent more hours in a bar on Sundays in the 90s when they first got DirecTV and you could go to the bar and just sit there it might have been the greatest feeling, even though I like Red Zone and everything. But when you were in a bar for like 7 hours and you could just have some beers and a dinner and you had all these games, like Sal, I was from the tri-state area. There were years when I just watched Giants and Jets back to back. That was all we could watch. All of a sudden, I could watch the 49ers. I could watch the Vikings all day long and watch your fantasy teams in the 90s. That was just unbelievable back in the day.
I spent my Sundays at a place called Crawdaddy's, and it was dollar drafts and 10-cent wings, and it was the high life, John. It was the best. You're 100% right. You'll never go back to that because you could get everything at home now. Everything. I mean, there are bars. You've been to New York City. There are team bars. You can go there. There's a Raider bar. There's a bar for every team in the NFL in New York City. So you could go find your people on a Sunday, but I'm too lazy for that. I just want to drink something.
You know what the one thing that the kids are never going to understand that we lived through, which I feel like old man now, but is
welcome to the club, Scott.
Watching, I know I'm an old man. I'm 45, man.
I wish I was 45.
I know, but watching football Sunday for 6 hours and the sound of that, like playing fantasy, the sound of the thing that would pop up, it was like, what did I get? Did I get any touchdowns? What's going on? Like, it was the ultimate of excitement because you could finally see the scores because you didn't have something to look up what's going on in your fantasy games. You waited for those or the break-in or whatever. or halftime.
Well, I heard Sal talk about your 1994 draft. Is that the first year you
That
played?
was the first year, yeah, I drafted.
92 was mine, yeah.
Okay, so I played in 1989.
Yeah.
And I swear, I think this is why I love this so much, this game. Back then, you had to wait. You didn't know who scored touchdowns.
Yep.
Sometimes there'd be one or two unaccounted for touchdowns. And I had to have to get up. It's Monday morning to get the paper. And in my championship game, absolutely. I was down by like 8 points. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had one unaccounted for touchdown. And I had a player named Mark Carrier at wide receiver. Vinny Testaverde's the quarterback. Oh my God, may I swear? I shit my pants. I opened up the paper and Mark Carrier caught a 45-yard touchdown from Vinny Testaverde, and I won my first ever championship game. And I cannot forget that feeling of opening the newspaper, because you would watch Sports Center, you would watch the tickers,
and you'd miss touchdowns. Absolutely.
And you would miss touchdowns.
I remember that very well too. Like my first fantasy league was actually a fantasy Big Ten basketball league.
Ooh.
And we started playing that. And my dad had been doing it for like a decade, but I started in like 88, 89, like you. But yeah, 92 was my first ever draft pick with Steve Young because it was touchdown only.
Yeah.
Yep. So I remember those days well. They were, yeah. And your kids too. At least I was a kid, so we were outside playing, and we'd miss lots of touchdowns. So
all the time when
wait for the paper. Yep.
Oh yeah, the newspaper was, and this. I don't know if it happened at least in the Northeast. There would be games that finished before or did not finish before the newspaper went to print.
Yes.
And you would have to wait till Tuesday.
Right. You get the early edition, and you did not have that. When I talked about that league earlier, John, the New York Daily News was our official paper.
Yeah.
You had to take the scores from there. Absolutely nowhere else, and it was pen and paper till 2020. The George Michael Sports Machine.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday night. Oh, yes.
I love
Sunday
the
night on NBC. That was you know what? I love everything. I don't want to be that guy because I love everything we have. I love the technology. But there's something that's missing from that struggle back then.
I think because I'm a history teacher for those who don't know. And yeah, I love the way the game has evolved and how, I couldn't play in 12 leagues by hand and paper. And you wouldn't even know enough people. It was hard to find fantasy fans back in the 90s. So the internet has allowed us to meet. I have 3 great friends on the screen right now because of the internet, basically. But there is something I would never exchange for growing up in a pen and paper world where their TV and the game box scores were everything. It's just not part of the way the game is played, right? I sometimes try to think about my grandfather used to talk about listening to Yale football on the radio. And when I was watching TV in the 80s, I'm like, you listen to football on the radio? I think my son says the same thing when I'm like, yeah, I used to watch football at a bar with 70 people. Like, what? Because he's just used to watching Red Zone and having your computer and doing whatever you want.
John, we're up against it. I'm going to bring Joey in a little soon because Joey is part of the Fantasy Cares family. You put your hand down and you be quiet for a second. He's part of the Fantasy Cares family, so I'm bringing him in like another host right now because this is what we want. Now, all right, Joey doesn't want to be. I'm going to get rid of him. That's it. He's out.
John Laub, have you seen what I do for my home league?
No, maybe, but I don't remember if I did.
Oh, okay. We get a draft board the size of my garage.
Oh,
and we put it on my garage. The stickers are they're like 4 times the size of a dollar bill.
Okay.
Because we're all old. But we rent a mobile pub.
Really?
It parks in our driveway, and it's got a full bar and stuff and lounge seating and stuff. And we put that in the driveway with the giant draft board on the thing. And this year, we're talking about getting a food truck.
Oh, really? Like a pizza, or they we have in the Northeast, it's pizza trucks.
Yeah,
that's kind of the popular thing out here.
Yeah, there's lots of food trucks, but I'm a regular at a place that just got their first food truck this year, and they're not that busy yet for their food trucks. And I'm like,
that is cool as heck, my friend.
Yeah.
All right, John, I do have to bring Joey in, so we're going to ask you to say your farewells and tell everybody where they can find your stuff and everything you're doing.
Well, thanks for having me on. I think I've been on every year since 2018. It's been a long time now. You can follow me on the X Machine at Gridiron Skull 91. I couldn't afford the A and the R when I signed up over 10 years ago. And please, this is all about Fantasy Cares and helping the children get some gifts in their hands at the holiday season, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, John. You have been on with us every single year. 2018 was when we started, and that's when I first got to meet you. I met you in person at the Expo last year.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And you're as big a joy in person as you are on this show every year. I thank you for coming back. I tell you this all the time, and he is listening. My coworker and good friend Josh says I'm only here for Laub. I'm here for Laub all the time. So all the best for you and the success and everything you do, both in your professional life and in your fantasy football professional life. Be well.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Awesome. We need to, hold on just a second. Sal or Zach, what do you think if we need to replace Sal someday?
Oh, absolutely, Laub. Absolutely. I said in the last segment because Sal ordered food right before Laub came on. I said that's such a pro move because he knows Laub can just carry the whole segment.
Yeah. So, all right, we got our replacement. We'll look into it for next year. Hey, Sal, sorry, I don't know what happened. Technical glitch there.
What are you guys talking about there? Were you able
just
to
a glitch. Just a weird glitch. Look at this. I can move people around with my finger on the.
Thank God Joe Wright's here. Oh, Jesus.
Sorry.
Whoa.
Got me a little sick.
I am nauseous. Hi, Joseph.
John was incredible. I sat back here and listened the whole time. That's why I was shaking my head like, nobody wants to hear from me. I'm on this channel once a week.
He's so good every year.
So
and the guy
good.
that follows him up, I feel bad for every time.
Yeah. How's it going, boys? I've been enjoying the Podathon all day.
Yeah,
you were you're missing someone.
Yeah, so Jay, the power went out. He has no internet and he has COVID. So Jay just 3 strikes against him.
Wow.
He did ask me. He just got the gig with QB List. He's their head analyst now over there. His first article drops tomorrow, so everyone go check that out. I told Jay I would plug him.
Very cool.
Nice.
Very cool.
But
so I gotta say, I mentioned this to you guys on a trip. So Jack, you're drafting with my son, who is also Sal Leto.
The better Sal, though.
He is the better Sal Leto. My son is drafting live in New York City. I am not drafting live in New York City, but I will be in attendance along with Scott Fish, who's coming for the first time to the New York City live draft. So you will have a bigger challenge going against my son. He knows way more in his 23 years on this earth than I do.
I'm mostly going to hang out with James Rodriguez. It's less you, Sal. It's more James.
No, you've seen me a lot already this year, and in the last 2 years, you're probably sick and tired of it. But
no, I can't see enough of you, Sal. Hence, and by the way, just to let you know, I did mail your pants and shirt back to you earlier this week.
I had the worst.
Completely unrelated.
Greatest time in Chicago and the absolute worst commute home. And when I got home, I went, oh, goddamn, I left pants and a shirt in the hotel room. And I made Scott go around the corner to my hotel and pick it up.
Yep. So what's Joey doing here? Is he doing our favorite thing? By the way, Joey, my graphic design skills are they're through the roof these days.
I actually pulled one of your I just pulled your new design for one of my if I do trivia tonight. Yeah, one of the questions I pulled that picture. It's beautiful.
Is amazing.
I'm just so happy with how the scissors came out because I drew it by hand on his hand, and I didn't want it to like really stick out, but I wanted it to be there, you know?
Mm-hmm. Actually, I bought Sal the shirt he's wearing in that photo.
That is true. I owe you some money. Oh, hey!
All right. Are we doing this?
Well, before we do it, since Joey likes my retransition so much in the last segment, let me remind everybody that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS, rip packs, collect items, level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, get a BOGO offer with Scott Fishbowl packs. Buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Start playing today.
Yep, and I was half right, half wrong. The SFB, the Fishbowl Fantasy Cares contest isn't open yet. That's for week 1, but people can, do the roster upgrade challenge. They can play the battle pass. They can open packs, complete challenges, get more packs, claim rewards, all of that stuff. It's just that SFB contest for week 1 isn't open yet. But when it does, go do it because that's good for us.
We'll be reminding you all over the Fantasy Cares social media and this here YouTube page. And without further ado, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, we wanted to give Sal a little bit of a break, even though he just ate a sandwich, I think. Let's play some trivia, guys. What do you say? If you've never joined us for trivia before, I'm going to make this easy for you. Go to kahoot.it and enter the code 519-3287. It's there on the screen. So go to kahoot.it. You'll enter that code and you'll get to play along with us. And the winner tonight of trivia, is this Podathon trivia? We should have, Scott, where's the graphic for it? Is there not one?
I don't know that I have one. Do I have one?
It's okay. No, next year we can work on it. The winner tonight will have a $50 donation and their name donated to Fantasy Cares. So you're actually not going to win anything, but the kids are going to win something. That's what's important. So it'll be a $50 donation.
I tell you what, if the winner tonight, or if if person lands top 3 tonight, I will put you on the shortest of short lists for replacements for SFB 15.
Perfect.
We are probably going to have some replacing to do over the next 24 hours. So if you're not in SFB and you land in the top 3 in this, let me know so I can get your name on the list.
Awesome sauce. Cool. And tonight's theme is Podathon trivia, or Scott Fishbowl trivia, I should say. 6 questions. Real easy tonight. Yeah, it's not tonight. Is it tonight? It is tonight. Everybody have a good 4th?
Had a very good 4th. It was a really enjoyable time. We went down to the in-laws. I got to do the grilling this year. My father-in-law always does the grilling, and I did the grilling this year. Did the parade, came home. We found a new place to watch the fireworks, which was such a chill, really cool environment of people playing catch and just hanging out and nice wide open space. It was a good time. How about you?
I moved away from a team. I've always been team go see fireworks, and I've got 2 beautiful little girls, 2 daughters, and we've never set off fireworks before. So we got some of the kiddie packs, and I think I'm confidently on team set off your own fireworks now. We had so much fun, and we had the safe stuff, the kiddie stuff, but the kids had such a blast yesterday. It was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Hey, Joey.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to scroll down to all the names that are on the page?
It only shows me. Oh, there is.
Look at O Career to Sal. That's what I'm rooting for. O Career to Sal is in the chat, and you're welcome. You're welcome for your career, whoever you are.
I mean, you got me in my start, Sal. So, I mean, so many of us owe our starts to you.
So many.
Mm-hmm.
I just posted it on a couple social medias to get into this trivia. So, yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm excited for tomorrow. I know the next 2 days are going to be really, 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 really busy, but I'm excited, Joey. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I finished my draft today. Made my 22nd pick about an hour before I came on tonight.
And it was?
Oh, I had to get a glue guy. I had to go out and get a glue guy, somebody that I don't need to play on my team this year, but just needs to be on the bench, hyping my team up. Samaje P. Ryan, welcome to the team.
Sure.
I got my guy.
Makes sense. Do I smell tacos? Are you making tacos? Made tacos. Oh, they're done.
I looked around for tacos when I had.
Did he make enough for the whole Podathon?
You got some for these people? No, I'm getting ignored now. Did you make some for the guys on the show?
Yeah, they come over.
If you come over, you can have some.
Perfect.
All right.
I fly, but I probably won't be there till tomorrow based on the current status of flying in America.
I will tell you, Scott, it came up 2 or 3 times over the course of this weekend, coming to Minnesota to do the Minnesota State Fair and the Mall of America. Your name came up repeatedly. Yeah, so like that could potentially
our live draft. The State Fair is the day before our live draft.
See that it could be in the works. So, yeah,
let's go.
There's a movement to get me out to the Scott Fish home league draft.
That's what we're talking about, man. It's worth it. I think it's worth it.
What will you be auctioning at the Scott Fish Bowl home draft?
I will find stuff. If people are coming out and want to, I will find something. I have so many. I have so many pieces of clothing that I was just going to throw away on a trip that I can auction off.
I'm going to auction this, but it's going to be signed by me, not Scott.
Is that that's a staycation then? If you can just give away, the clothes, right?
Paul Charchian chiming in, Minnesota State Fair, live FW. You can go watch a live show and heckle me. You can heckle me from the crowd. I'll allow it.
Can we throw pies? Usually you could throw pies at the State Fair, can't you?
I could throw one of these in. Check out the sweet signature right there.
Ooh. We finally found a silver Sharpie.
She's pretty.
She is pretty. By the way, it's backwards, but it says SFB 15 right there.
That's the right way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's not on my camera.
It's a mirror for you.
No, it's.
I understand that.
Know. Yeah, does it show up that way or?
It shows up. It mirrors it back, Sal.
It mirrors it back to me.
We see it correctly, but you're seeing yourself in
exactly.
A
yeah.
Sweet.
Awesome. You guys want to kick this off?
I don't know if you saw this.
Nice.
On the
Awesome live draft T-shirts that you get if you come out to the. All right, Joey, take it away.
Yeah, let's take it
quick,
away.
I'm gonna
33.
Oh, I've only got 6 questions. I'm gonna plug the shop, the Fantasy Care shop.
Nice.
Okay, I bought a shirt. It's the Liverpool one. All right, let's get this started. Good. What's up, Sal?
Nothing. I was just doing a bad impersonation of somebody from Liverpool.
I'm gonna go get some tacos. I'll be right back.
There you go. It's been a rough weekend for Liverpool. Diogo Jota passed away. Terrible stuff. So I saw somebody in the chat mention that, and it's been a bad weekend. So, all right, let's get some good trivia going here. Kahoot at work. Let's get going, folks. Podathon trivia. In 3, 2, 1. First question out the gate. Before being known as the Scott Fish Bowl, what was the original name of the tournament? Was it the FF Pro Amped, the FF Oasis Invitational, Commission Impossible Bowl, or Scott's Tots Bowl? What was the original name of the Scott Fish Bowl?
Ooh.
I will say, if you paid attention to the show and you've been watching, I've heard a lot of the answers to my trivia questions said today.
Was it called Sal Started This Bowl?
It was actually, that was the original name. Yes, FF Oasis Invitational.
It was called Thank You, Sal.
Let's look at the leaderboard. Career to Sal. In first place. And Chalupa Batman in second. Smitty up on the board.
That's my boy or girl, whichever.
Dan R.
I appreciate you, Sal.
Oh, I like this answer right here. The salvitational.
Salvitational. You were salivating to get into it in that first year. All right, next question. Not including SFB 15, how many teams have competed across the previous 14 bowls? Is it 15,256, 16,256, 17,256, or 18,256?
I know part of what number is correct.
Yeah.
Which one that has 256 in it.
Mm-hmm. So not including this year. I did not add this year's numbers into it. And shout out to scottfishbowl.com, where I got the answers to pretty much all these questions. It's actually 17,256 individual teams. I'm sure there's been, multiple repeat managers, but as far as teams, that's how many teams that competed over all 14 bowls. How about that?
That's a big number.
Mm-hmm. And this year it'll probably go north of 22,000.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So I think there's about 5,000 teams this year. So that's awesome. All right. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. Up. Career to Sal. Doesn't win to Sal because he's out of first place.
Well,
Jets fan are up in first place.
They don't win
Rocky.
much, Jet fans, so.
Johnny Main, Corey, and Dame Not Dalla in here. Mauricio, excited to see Gary. Let's go. All right. Next question. What famous person has never appeared on the SFB Podathon? Tom Everett Scott, James Roday, Shane Battier, or The Miz? Which one of those four people has never appeared on the SFB Podathon? I did have to run this one by Scott earlier.
I'm sorry.
I
I know
sure.
this one. Yeah.
Yeah. And to the person that hasn't, we're just waiting for you to come on. Yeah, The Miz has never been on. There's been rumors of him possibly popping on here one of these years.
And that's why he does not owe me anything for his career. Shane Battier, you're welcome on those championships. James Roday, Million Little Things. I know you thought the career was taking a turn there, but got you another big show. You're welcome, buddy.
So, yeah, Scott was saying he wasn't sure if James had ever appeared on the Podathon, but I remember pretty clearly him being on the Podathon one year. And Tom Everett Scott, I remember his.
Tom's been on a couple of times. I miss Tom.
Yeah. All right. Let's look at that leaderboard. Oh, I'm loving this leaderboard. People falling and rising. This is exciting. Johnny Main up in first place. Corey H. rocking in second. Rocky in third. Go Blue in fourth. And Dame Not Dollar just hanging that fifth place. Just real comfortable there. Jamie, we can't put your comment up, just so you know. But that's good to know.
You're looking for the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah, that's Fantasy Cares After Dark. All right, next question. In the first segment of the show today, Scott was wearing an SFB shirt. What SFB number was his shirt from? 8, 9, 10, or 11? And there is a clue in the picture there.
By the way, my favorite SFB shirt of all time, and I have two of them. So they're still in heavy rotation for me.
Excellent. Yeah, it was SFB 9. I think that's one of Scott's favorite ones as well. He wears that one quite a bit.
Just the best.
I wonder how many he has of it. Is it just one? Is it a one of one? Or does he have like 12?
He's like,
is he like Doug?
Yeah.
Do you want to guess how many of them I have?
I'm going to say 5.
Does the chat know? How many I have that actually fit me? How many, chat? I'll give you a hint. No, I won't give you a hint.
Of just SFB 9 shirt?
Just the SFB 9 shirt.
I'm going to go 5. I feel confident in 5.
Do you know this number?
I'll go 4. Yeah.
She's going to go count.
No, just this shirt, honey.
Only that shirt.
Yeah.
There were more SFB 9 shirts than that.
We have a ton of SFB 9 shirts.
Just that shirt.
It is 3. 1 has never been worn, and 2 I rotate a lot.
Okay.
I rotate too. So
and then I have a much smaller one that is unworn too.
Put it on. Let's see it.
The medium or whatever it is.
It's medium. Kenny from RotoWear, who made those shirts, who's in my SFB division this year, which is the New Jersey Devils. He randomly sent me that year after it was over a package, and when I opened it up, there was multiple of that shirt and the Mario one, the Scott Fish Mario one. He just sent me like 10 shirts, and a lot of them were way too big, and I shared them with other people around the fantasy community, but I kept.
That's the way to do it. That's why we're an awesome fantasy community is we do things like that. When we get something like that, you're like, all right, I'm going to give others something. All right, back to tacos. By the way, I got the tortilla on the bottom so that as the tacos break, you have a last.
Yeah.
Always got
Pro move.
More tips from Scott.
Yep.
All right, let's look at that leaderboard. Corey H moving up to this top spot. Rocky, Dame Not Dalla, Jordan, and then Career to Sal is trying to make a comeback. We got 2 questions left. All right, 5th question. Who has never won the Scott Fish Bowl? Mike Clay, Chris Charles, Gary Haddo, or Sal Leto? Which one of those people has never won the Scott Fish Bowl?
What a shirt. That's the best ever.
Oh, that's my favorite trivia question. Full stop. All like the 10 weeks, 11 weeks, 12 weeks of trivia. This is the best one, Joey.
Yeah.
You've outdone yourself.
Mike Clay actually won the very first one. It was Fantasy Football Oasis. He won the very first one.
Big Noggin, you're a little too excited about the fact that I've never won.
This was originally Jay Felicio, and I had a really embarrassing photo of Jay, but because he's not here, the joke wouldn't land as well. And then Scott sent me that beautiful, beautiful image, and so I had to run with that. All right, let's look at that leaderboard. Everybody, I think, got that one right, except for a couple people. Yeah, look at that. It's a very tight game, though. On the leaderboard, anyone can win at this point. You can score. Yep, nobody is out of it at this point. All right, let's move to the last question. All right, and this is a multi-select. Any answer will do. If you wanted to donate, what website would you visit? FantasyCares.org, 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 or FantasyCares.org. Where would you donate if you wanted to?
Even I can get this
website.
Right.
Yep. All right. Somebody's frozen.
Let it go.
Let it go. All right. Oh, is this one? Oh, the whole game's frozen.
Oh.
This has never happened.
Is it because
Wait,
somebody
there we go. It just popped back up.
No.
Huh.
That's most
weird.
likely because you took a shot at me.
I don't know. All right. Yeah. Lots of answers there. All of them were correct. Let's see who our winner was today. And $50 will be donated in your honor. Oh, Peter Sal, third place.
Woo!
Jordan in second. And in first place,
We take top three.
Dame Not Darla. Congratulations. You are the winner of Podathon Trivia today. So exciting. I believe that is Dame. So, Dame, I will put a $50 donation into Fantasy Cares in your name probably later tonight. Awesome. Cool. That's it.
You know, Joey, we still have a few minutes.
We do.
Before you go, and you're one of the few people who could tell us that you already drafted. I was there in Vegas when you drafted live, and who'd you get in the first round, and how did you like the way your draft turned out?
I got Genty at 109, and I've heard a lot of people saying they would take him 101. He went 101, I think, in one of the Vegas drafts. So I was really excited to get him at the 109. After that, I got Derrick Henry, and I got Quinshon Judkins, not in this order. Kenneth Walker, my quarterbacks. I got Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, I love my squad a lot. I think we're going to do good this year. It's got to be different to bring it home. So I went pretty heavy at running back in the beginning, then grabbed some wide receivers. I had one bad pick, Sal. I got to be honest. It wasn't a bad pick at the time. But when Jonnu Smith went to the Steelers, my Pat Freiermuth in the 10th pick didn't look as good.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Good.
It's part of the fun of playing in the Scott Fish Bowl is you're going to have guys cut. You're going to have guys possibly traded. You're going to have guys injured, and you just can't tell. So you have to prepare for those things with some later picks. And we've talked about that first week of waiver runs is the most important week in Scott Fish Bowl. I mean, very rarely beyond that are you going to get a surprise player that you didn't expect to come out. But you'll have guys that step up in training camp or injuries where a guy steps into a role. And, how many people drafted Darren Waller in your draft?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that'll probably be a guy somebody's going to drop a pretty hefty dollar amount on in week one because we know what he's capable of doing. He's still young enough to go back out there and do it. And he's got a year of maybe getting, whether he was dealing with some mental health issues or some physical issues, whatever he was dealing with, he's got those in a better place now, and we can expect that he's going to go out there and be a part of that offense.
Yeah,
I got to follow up to that, Joey, because there are always Scott Fish Bowl is never the draft never goes the way you think it's going to go. What was there something that was a big surprise in your draft that just kind of came out of nowhere, or?
Yeah, when I was going to take Kenneth Walker, and there's a video of it. You can find it. I'm not going to tell you where to find it. Laquan Jones thought it'd be funny to take Baker Mayfield, knowing that's exactly where I was going. So to Laquan Jones, yeah. He knows what I think of him.
Yes,
Both of those players are targets of Ian's this year. Ian loves Baker and Kenneth Walker this year.
No.
Ian was going over Kubiak's stats with running backs earlier.
It was a nice fallback when I got Kenneth Walker instead of Baker. It was probably the right pick. I probably should have taken Walker over Baker, but only one team's going to win. And you might as well have fun trying to get there. So I wanted my boy, but that's okay.
It's good to see Ian. It's a shame we're going to have to bump Shane and Mike now for Ian since he showed up in the next segment. What's up, bud? How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Oh, I'm delightful. Thanks for asking. Tell us more about Kubiak and his running backs.
Well, Kenneth Walker, he's going to be great this year with Clint Kubiak. For example, Clint Kubiak helped Dalvin Cook. The first running back, Dalvin Cook, absolutely phenomenal season in 2020. Clint Kubiak was there. Who was it?
Kamara, I think, was there.
Yeah, he had Alvin Kamara in his first Alvin Kamara in his best career year. And then in 2023 he had Christian McCaffrey, who had the best season of his career too, which made him the first pick in almost every fantasy league the next year.
You ever get worried about putting all this information out there and then people are going to snipe you in your drafts?
Life of an
I was
analyst.
worrying about that.
He almost didn't want to say it.
Well, listen, you're already smarter than your dad when it comes to fantasy football. So we know you got a real future here. So you're going to have to just take that with the role as you grow older and you'll have success as a fantasy analyst. It sounds like that's something you might want to do for your future. Is that that's something you want to do in the future?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. Well, Uncle Charch might be able to help you out there. I don't know about you.
A lot of very kind comments in the chat.
Yes.
Move over, Hutch.
We're gonna finish dinner though, so I'm gonna hop back out. It's nice seeing you, Joey.
Good seeing you, Scott.
I'll see the rest of you later, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. All right, Joey. As always, you are free to stick around. You don't need to go anywhere. You're part of this team, but if you have stuff to do, you can.
I do have stuff to do. I need to go hang with the little ones.
Yeah.
Oh man, I wish I could stay around now. Maybe I'll pop on later. Maybe I'll sneak on later, do some garage trivia. I don't know. I'm not gonna do that, but maybe I'll sneak on later.
You got this link until midnight. This link is up till midnight. Then we have some other ones. But if you want to jump on, you're always.
I have full access to the Fantasy Cares StreamYard. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
That's what I was talking to.
I want to plug two things before I head out. First thing, go to an SFB live event. I spent 2 weekends in a row with Sal. We went to a fire match. We went down Fremont Street. Sal and I had a blast. We peed at the same time many, many times, which people thought was odd, but it really brought Sal and I together. So everybody, go to your SFB live event, whatever's close to you. Hey, hop on a plane, go somewhere, maybe go to New York, go see a Broadway show, and then go do an SFB draft. SFB lives are super fun. And second, if you want to find any of my work, go to Football Guys. Awesome. That's it.
Yeah, and I gotta join in with Joey and say we had an amazing time, and I second all that stuff. And as I've labeled it, Joey and I were live streaming in the bathroom together. So appreciate you, brother. I look forward to seeing you soon. Be well.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Yeah, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, where else can you live stream with your friends? We did it multiple times in different cities. You know what I mean?
Goals, bucket list.
So here's what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do you have the reads by any chance, Al?
I do. Do you want me to do one?
I'm going to have you do the next one because before this next guy gets on and nobody gets to speak, you might as well do it now. I think we're up to number 4. Number 2.
I thought we just did 2.
That's what I said,
No?
3. 3.
3, yeah. It's collecting, gaming, and DFS all in one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase that you make. And don't forget to check out the special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free. Sal invented that. And every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today.
That was a professional read, even with a Boston Red Sox shirt on.
That's what we do, Sal.
And let's bring in, I feel like it's been forever since I've spoken with Shane.
I got to hug Shane. I haven't seen Shane in forever.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a while. And my Long Island boy himself, Mike Hoff. What is up, gentlemen? Welcome back. Is Shane muted?
It's muted.
I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you guys. I think since the Zach, since the Expo Sal, the Expo 7 years ago. I think it was something like that. Yeah, it's been a while.
Well, I went to the Expo last year for the first time.
So last year it was definitely last year. Then yeah. Hey, Mike.
What's going on? Yeah, that was Expo last year. Was my first time last year too, which was awesome. Really was. Social media ran a little low, but it was great.
Everybody in the industry, everybody that plays, you should go at least once, right? It's kind of like prison. You do it just to say you did it, or because you're legally obligated to. But either way, you should do it at least like once, just once at least.
It's funny, Mike, you say the social media runs low, because I think it's the dirty little secret of a lot of the podcasters is we put ourselves out there, but really we're introverts. And so being in a social setting where there are tons of people, it's great. Like we get to see all our friends, but also it's way out of comfort zone. And so like you got to take breaks. I know Russ Fisher, and he won't mind me saying this, but like I kind of anchor him. He goes out and he floats around and he does this butterfly thing, and then he comes back. And it's like, because he knows I'm going to be there. And so it's a beautiful thing. And it's not just analysts, Shane. You said analysts, like it's amazing. It's the whole community. Fans. It's awesome. Yeah. It's so much fun.
There's fans. I meet people all the time that are excited to meet me for reasons unknown. And it's weird. I don't know how to handle that because you talk about being introverts. Yeah. We're all socially awkward, every one of us. And when we get around each other, it's fun because we're socially awkward around each other, giving hugs that feel weird, and then the conversation's stilted, and then you get some alcohol flowing, and then it's it's blackout drunk time, so I don't really remember a lot of what happens after like 9 o'clock. But after that, it's fun. Yeah,
I don't identify with the introvert part, but I'm here to hug my brothers. I've just always been. I'm a friggin' Leo. I'm a true Leo. We like that attention and being in the center. But all great guys, all great people. If you ever need a hug, I'm in the corner waiting for you, or out in the middle of the dance floor, maybe.
Good to know for future reference.
You guys want to talk about last year at the our local Long Island draft where I tried to wingman Mike, or I was trying to help?
Yeah.
I tried, Mike. I tried, but I had to catch that train. He's like, "Where are you going?"
I had no business trying to attempt that anyway. I was 3 sheets to the wind. I was happy about my team, but I had no business doing that.
Mike, so are you another old bachelor?
Well, I am a happily divorced man. So
same difference. An old bachelor, right? We're all old bachelors here except for Zach.
Tried it, didn't work out, and I'm just floating around in the pond.
The Nautical Mile in Freeport, I would presume that we're asking about. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was actually invited to Tropics last night on the Nautical Mile. But I didn't go because I was preparing to be on for 24 hours here. So I did not attend that. But yes, it's still out there.
I actually went to Bull Smith's Tavern out in Smithtown yesterday. So
that's my good friend who runs that business. So you saw Dwight Gooden?
No, Darryl Strawberry.
Oh, Darryl Strawberry. Sorry.
But that's funny. We should talk about that because we should talk about that some other time because my brother-in-law is good friends with the guy who runs it.
So Coach's Collectibles is let me grab this helmet over here. One of my good friends, Domenico. By the way, him and his wife had the table at Tropics. That's who invited me.
Okay. By the way, as Sal's walking, I will just say Darryl Strawberry, great guy, nice guy.
This is from Domenico for me to take to the New York draft, and it's signed by Kayvon Thibodeau and Dexter Lawrence.
So you're auctioning that?
Auctioning that at the
auctioning.
Yeah.
There. He's given me stuff in the past for so Coach's Collectibles. If you want to go check them out, they do the best personalized autographs. He does everything in person. It's all authenticated. And prices are good. The quality is good. If I think if you pay a little extra to get a personalized a caption from the person, they will actually write that on there for you. He's one of the few people that's getting that done. So, and I know Domenico, very long time. Great guy.
Yeah, nice guy.
So my chair is getting a lot of FaceTime. We didn't have the Podathon chair this year. Steve backed out, And I told him, Steve, just put your camera on and put the chair. We don't need you. Nobody's ever needed Steve.
By the way, I was watching earlier. You guys have done a great job, but when they were talking about you having the bouncing head, that kind of annoyed me because then I couldn't not see it. So every time I put it on the screen, you just look like it, But yeah,
that's why I changed my shirt. Shane, if you didn't see earlier, I was in a black shirt with the black curtain, and it just looked like my head was
the great and powerful Sal.
The floating Sal head. That's what you want. That big
I appreciate that.
Around.
Yeah.
It's bad enough that it's big and bald,
It is. Yeah. Your head would look smaller if you zoom back, and then your head will look normal sized.
There you go.
I
don't know. That might not work either. I don't know.
What was the Beetlejuice guy's name?
Little head.
If you've not seen Beetlejuice, there's multiple of them in a new one. It's like a dozen. Well, what the hell are you guys doing these days, Shane? What are you actually doing in the fantasy space these days?
I'm with DD Fantasy Football. Do a show every Wednesday, Mannequin Chill. Do a show every Friday, Dynasty Deal Show. I think that's it. And Shane Says. So I do 3 or so shows a week. No writing. Got away from writing. But we have AI that can do that now anyway. So who needs us to write? Yeah. People don't like to read. They like to be spoken to and spoken at and yelled at and things like that. If that's your kink. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I don't know about you guys. What are you doing lately? I know we'll get the mic in a sec, but what are you doing? Yeah. What are you doing?
So I work for a hospital. I don't do anything really in the fantasy space anymore, except for the Podathon, and I go to a lot of the live drafts. I was in the live draft in Vegas. I was at the live draft in Chicago last week, doing New York City, and I'm coming to Philly. So I better see you.
Oh, what? You are?
And I think Hoffs might do the same thing. He might try to do New York City and Philly this weekend.
Yeah, well, my initial plan was because I'm doing stuff with First Read Fantasy, me and Pete Nova, who Pete Nova, if you follow along, he's one of those guys in that first year where he was doing fantasy content, really just kind of took off, got a big following. He was going to be there live drafting. Then he, priorities came up and he's got a honeymoon. So he's not going to be there live, but I'm still debating going because it's a quick Amtrak ride. And I was going to go last year. So I'm still kicking around the idea, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Come to Philly. Philly's it's in a fun area, right? Our buddy, we have a mutual friend, obviously, besides knowing each other here through this, but Mike Bowers. Mike Bowers is from Allentown, which is, about an hour and 20 minutes north of Philly. So you can rep Philly, but you're not really Philly. So I'll just put him on blast. He texts me and he goes, what's this neighborhood like? Like am I going to get robbed and killed and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, no, dude, I said that it's a hipster. It's a gentrified neighborhood, right? It's about 6 minutes from where I work, which is also like, you go 6 minutes this way, it's sketch. You go 6 minutes this way, there's $3 million homes. You go 5 minutes that way, you could, it's one of those neighborhoods. So yeah, he hit me up asking, and I'm like, bro, it's fine. Come have fun. It's a decent neighborhood. It's a cool bar. It's a really cool bar. I don't know.
Okay.
Has any of you been there?
Is it the same one that was last year?
Yeah, I know Pete loved garage. It. Yeah, it's a really cool bar. The food's good. Drinks are reasonable. They got some red frozen drink stuff, which is always up my alley. Frozen red drinks, blue drinks, whatever. It's a really cool spot. It was a good time, man. The worst part about last year was we had some brutal storms. So you had to get out of there ASAP to get home, like when your draft was done or when it was closing up shop, getting us out. And ended up getting stuck on 95 because the rain was that bad. You just pulled over because you're like, I can't do this. But no, it's an awesome spot.
Do you guys realize that one of you is in the Phillies division and the other one is in the Mets division?
I mean, I know that now.
We have that New York, Philadelphia. That is a great rivalry.
Listen, in terms of the Phillies, I like some of the players on the team, but listen, nobody's perfect. So if you're in the division, it's all good. It's all good.
Who's in first place today?
Phillies.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not one of those crazy fans that goes at other fan bases, but I am going to dick punch Mike when I see him. Being a Mets fan. But I mean, outside of that, though, I mean, we're gonna have a great time. Hug it out. But yeah, Phillies are in first. Somehow only had 2 All-Stars. Not really sure how that happened. But 2 All-Stars as of
not looking forward to the dick punch, but yeah, okay, cool.
I'll be there to record it.
Yeah. I'll get it out of the way quick,
But
right?
you will.
Like just quick, quick. Wait, if you go to the head, maybe I'll just follow you in, and then boom, get it over with.
Just buy me a soundtrack after.
If anybody cares, there's a good chance the United States just took a 1-0 lead over Mexico on a set piece header. They're probably going to review it, but they're celebrating. So watch this, not that. I'll give you updates on the Gold Cup CONCACAF final right here.
What does America win if they win this? Is this just the North America, like the not really good soccer teams?
CONCACAF is only the North American teams.
So no one cares about this.
Yeah, it's like a junior varsity tournament. Is that what we're doing?
Right. It's like the minor leagues of the G League. I got you, right?
Can we sell tickets for the punch? I guess so.
I think you should. Dick punches should be something that are auctioned off. So matter of fact, tonight, I'm just going to auction off dick punches. If that's your thing, let me know.
Not all of them are going to me, though. Not all of them are going to me, to be clear.
No. I mean, you can't get me to physically assault someone else. Like, I go to jail for that. And
Thank you.
I'm not going to make out.
I definitely knew we should have put Shane on the after hours, after dark version of this. Listen,
I know Scott's kid's not watching, right? Because they were going to eat dinner.
They're having tacos, yep.
So as soon as they said that he's going to eat dinner, I knew that there weren't going to be children here, and I knew that it was probably going to go this way, unfortunately.
It's a throwback, Shane. We always used to come on the pod to get like the first few years. It was always, you and Sipes and Kyle and I would come on and have our old home week. And the last couple of years, I haven't. We've missed each other because I've had odd times that I could be on. But this is nice. It's nice to see. I actually specifically chose this window to be able to get on again and see you.
No, man, you get old and the schedules don't line up like they used to. You don't have as much free time as you thought you would somehow. Your kids get older, you have less free time, which is not how I thought it would go. But, look, it's good to catch up. Since we're being serious, on a serious note, always reach out to your people, man. Like, take 2 seconds. I feel bad because I'm terrible at this. So anyone I have your number, just expect like a random text message over the next week because now I said it. But, every once in a while, just checking in on your people, make sure that they're good. Doesn't hurt to tell people, hey, I miss you. I miss talking to you.
I couldn't say it better myself. And, we talked earlier, Mike, and we lost Mike's great friend and good partner, Anthony Servino, a few weeks back. And I was really shocked when Steve actually was the one who had seen it and reached out to me. Steve Marcus, my former podcast co-host. And, Mike, I don't think anybody could say better words about Anthony than you. So I'll turn it over to you to say something real quick. And I got to meet him for the first time in person a couple of years ago at the SFB Live, and dealing with you guys over the years and the mental health podathon that you guys did. Yeah. You guys did great work together, and I look forward to seeing you carry on Anthony's spirit and who he was. But I just want to give you a minute to speak about it.
I thought about this a little bit. I would just simply say the message I would give to people watching, fantasy football people, if you're in the community, if you're thinking about getting in, it's funny, we play a game that's about a game, but you build these bonds with these people. I've gone from going to Pete's wedding to, Pete's getting married to I'm giving a eulogy at Anthony's funeral and I'm his pallbearer. There, so you build bonds in this community. They are very real. I talk to Anthony just about every single day. There were times where I couldn't be on the podcast. There were times where I was there. We always spoke. I missed the guy every single day. I would say he loved coming on here. He truly did. He loved going to SFB, the live draft in the city, which, so we'll honor him there. And, Sal, the funny thing was when I had seen him a couple months ago, we had hung out and he told me, he was like, this year, man, I'm doing the expo. I finally got him. I finally reeled him in, and I'll just also say that the only thing I wish upon, obviously, that he was still with us is that I wish he could see the outpouring of love and donations that came the way of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Anthony. Absolutely incredible. I think he would have been blown away. I think he always shortchanged himself. But he was truly incredible. I didn't see many people grind the way he did, but yeah, I feel like I lost a brother. Every day is getting a little bit better, but again, the silver lining of it is this fantasy football community can bring you some great joys if you just sit back and enjoy it. We're going to argue about ADPs and air yards and RB0, but man, some of these bonds you make with people, if it's not for fantasy football, you might never meet these people. So, but yeah, Anthony, great guy. And as big as he was in fantasy, he was an even better husband and a father and helped out his family as much as he could. So, miss the hell out of him every single day.
I'll just add to that, and I had said this when I had heard about his passing, is that Anthony was very raw and honest about his own struggles and the stuff that he had gone through. And,
Yes.
and when you could do those things, that's how you help other people. And I thank him every day for his friendship. And I thank you, Mike and Shane, and of course, Zach, for your friendship. And we'll steer this back into a more fun thing now, because that is 100% what Anthony would have wanted us to do.
Yes.
And there's no way with this group that we won't be able to do that. But
he would have told us, let's be serious now.
Yeah.
Let's be serious.
Just real quick, it's so true, right? Some of your best friends that you have in life are from this, right? Like I was just talking about Mike. I literally just drove up to Allentown last weekend because he had a little memorial thing for his mom who passed away. And then my buddy Scott, we do Manic and Chill together. We've been together for years, and that's one of my closest friends, and yeah, I get to see him once a year, but he's still like one of the closest people in my life that, like, if a day goes by, I don't talk to him, I feel weird. And it's like, I just have to text him and say something, you know what I mean? And if it's fantasy football related, just to spark a conversation, because, I'm still a dude and I'm still awkward, but you know what I mean? Like I'll still, just to make sure that we reach out and talk to each other. So
Sure.
that's what's good about the community. I think a lot of us have been in it for a while, right? And we all kind of found our tribe early in this community. And we were lucky that way, because I don't know, because I found my people and then stuck to them. I don't know if the bonds are like that now for the newbies. I don't know. You know what I mean? And I'm probably just an old guy. Yeah. You're an old guy. You always assume that things are better when you were young, but we were never young when this started.
I identify with being old.
You are old. We are all old. Yeah.
I mean, I'm old too.
So, Sal, are you 50?
I'm not as old as Sal, but I'm
Yeah,
old.
I turned 50 last August. I'll actually be 51 one day before I arrive at the expo this year. So,
yeah. Well, there you go. So, but you don't drink.
So maybe you get a birthday dick punch instead.
Did you say I don't drink?
You don't drink, right?
I drink. I reduced it a lot. I spoke earlier about getting really healthy. The last 2 years, I was an avid beer drinker. I never was a person who had a drinking problem, but I like to drink my beer on the weekends with my buddies, and that beer would always keep me bloated and stuff. And I moved to Brooklyn. I'm in Brooklyn now 3 years this August. And 2 years ago, I was like, you know what? I have the time now to take care of me, and I made health a number one focus. And cutting back alcohol was just a big part of that. If I'm going to go out with my friends and I'm going to enjoy a good night, I'm going to have some drinks. I switched to gin mostly now. I like gin.
Okay.
I have a buddy who's a bodybuilder who told me find a clear alcohol and find something that doesn't have sugar in it and drink that. And that's kind of what I did. Well, I have a beer every once in a while if that's what's available, sure. But I eat my weekday eating. I eat from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I eat 200 grams of protein. I eat nothing after 4 o'clock in the afternoon every single day till 8 o'clock the next morning. I do occasional weekend 24-hour fasts, and I'm consistent with my exercise. And like I said earlier, for people like me, people like the guys in this group, as you're getting older, put some kind of a stretching routine every single day into your regimen. Even if you're not going to lift, walk, stretch, and eat well, and you'll last longer. You'll feel better. Your body being inactive is an enemy to yourself. So you owe it to yourself to do those things every day. I still get pains. I still hurt, but they're a lot less than they were when I started this journey 2 years ago. And I'll give that advice to anybody. You want to reach out to me, ask me what have I done for me. Not the same thing works for everybody, but just having somebody you could lean on, same thing, motivate you to do things. And as older single guys, Shane, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt the dating. Being in better shape does not hurt you dating. I'll tell you.
No. I was at the pool today with my son, the community pool, and I saw a couple MILFs checking me out, and it's unfortunately their husbands were there with them, and that's awkward. But whatever.
Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them.
Whatever.
That's fine.
Yeah, man. Look, trust me. I hit the 4 to 7 days a week. Depends on the week. It really does. I'm at the gym, and it's just cardio, right? You know what I mean? But just cardio is fine because I'd rather my heart stay strong. Especially, it's funny at this age, like talking about it. It's not like a joke anymore. You know what I mean? Like when you're young, you're like, oh, I'll live forever. You get to be this age. Jesus, I can't believe I'm saying this. You get to this age, and now you start thinking like, oh crap, like I'm that age. So like, yeah, I have to take better care of myself.
We're getting there.
I
Yeah.
have to. Yeah. And I will say that all goes out the window when I go to the expo and I drink like a fish. And what makes it worse is I don't drink any other time. Like I'll drink a beer here and there watching football games. That's it. You know what I mean? It's not like when I was younger. Then I go to the expo and I drink everything in sight and drink it as quickly as I can. And I'm just out of my mind. So
like
early,
it's an episode of Supermarket Sweep. You just
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you limit it to stuff like that, Shane, right? And the rest of the year you're living a different that's the thing to do, right? Like I take coming into the new year every year, I don't just do January. I try to do basically the first 3 months of the year to just kind of cleanse that, because I know as the warmer weather comes and we have these get-togethers and these gatherings, I'm going to want to have, a drink or two more. And vacations, I take more trips now than I ever have in my entire life because I didn't travel when I was younger. And to your point, I mean, 50 is not a death sentence. When we were 15 and 20, 50 looked like old, and it was, and it's just not the same thing anymore. But that is really kind of up to you and how you live your life.
You brought up a good point there, though. So I have, and this isn't a brag, right? I have 52 weeks of time at work. 52 weeks. I could take off a year. Thank God I haven't. And this is when I've been there forever. I took off a month, or was it 2 months? I don't know. I took the full time you could take as a dad when the kid is born for both my kids. I have so much time because I didn't use it when I should have. You know what I mean? I should have taken more vacations. I should have gone, you know what? Let's go down the shore this weekend and just Friday and Monday take it off. So anyone that's young, like if you're at a job, use your time, because literally, not to be all dark, but no one has ever been in a funeral and go, dude, you know how much time he had left? That's really awesome. Like, no.
That's true. That's a good point.
Life's all about experiences. Like, go have experiences. Work is going to be there, especially if you have a job that gives you that time. You start a job and they give you 3 weeks vacation or whatever. Use it. They gave it to you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that's.
Yeah, I think you work at places that make you feel bad for taking your days.
Yeah, and you know what? I manage people, which is weird to people that just know me from this world. I tell them all the time, I'm like, use your time. Like, that's what it's for. Like, if the company doesn't want you to take off, well, then they shouldn't give you that time. Don't take more time than you actually have, but the time you have, take it, man.
So I'm moving to Scotland.
Yep, I will. Well, I'll have to see if my Long Island Railroad pension can transfer to Scotland. If it can, then I'm in. We'll see.
So Mike, you're drafting live, right?
Drafting live in New York. What's that? July 19th. So looking forward to that. Be a good time. I am. I commented earlier when you guys were talking, and I will say actually, I haven't been as into the preparation early on. I'm starting to get into it, but watching today, I really got a better perspective of what people are thinking about in that 101. I mean, I know it's not like a definitive pick, but but like a kid touching the stove, I always just take the 101 or 102 and like I forget about the third round reversal. Like, let's just do it. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. That's always a great time. You get to, meet people. Sal, I've met you. Yeah, obviously I've met you plenty, but I always see you there. You always see the regulars. It's cool. Scott will be there this year. So looking forward to that. And then the expo, again, I'll just quickly say, if you think the SFB live draft is cool, go to the expo because that shit's on steroids. I could say shit, right? That's fine. Yeah, because that shit's on steroids. It's fantastic. It's awesome, though. It really, truly is. You get to meet so many people you've talked to for years and never saw them in person. Now you get to sit down and have a conversation with them. It's absolutely awesome. Like Jody Smith. I love that guy. I finally got to meet him at the expo, and it was one of my favorite parts of the whole trip. So, yeah, definitely do it.
Shane, you're drafting live in Philly?
Yeah. Beautiful Fishtown. I guess I call that Fishtown. I don't know what it's actually, man. Whatever.
Very
it's got
safe neighborhood.
Cool nickname that it has nothing to do with what it used to be called. I'm old enough. But yeah, drafting live. I love drafting live. You know what I mean? Again, it's an experience. Like, it's fine drafting not live. You know what I mean? But if you can get live, do it, man. Like I said, you get to go hang out with a bunch of other analysts. You get to hang out with a bunch of other fans. You know what I mean? And it's all your people, right? It's all like local people. So that not that there's anything wrong with people say like Zach from Maine. But you know what I mean? Like, it's your crowd. It's a good time, man. It's a lot more fun. I'll say that when doing the draft live as opposed to just doing it, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Not live. There you go. I was about to say by email, but this isn't Fantrack, so.
No, MFL though.
Yeah, it could be my email.
Yeah. Sleeper. So I was so happy a couple years ago. Was it maybe last year? I don't know. When Scott added Sleeper to it, I was like,
last year, maybe.
Thank you, sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah,
like,
MFL is antiquated.
There was a lot of belief.
I would not trash anyone on Podathon. I'm going to say everything is awesome. It's just Sleeper happens to be more awesome.
Yeah, I just did it. It just happened.
Love both of you guys. We're up against 7:30 right now. I can't thank you enough for your friendship, your continued friendship, and coming on every year. And I'll be seeing both of you very shortly, so I'm excited for that, man. Love you both. Be well. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday night.
You too, bro.
You too. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. Zach Ray.
What's up?
Oh, a lot going on there. All right. Well, while I have you here, I'm going to make you do another live read.
All right. So we're on 4 now, Sal. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Build your squad, choose your lineups, and win cash. At Game Blazers, you can enter free weekly contests to win huge prizes with your inventory, plus earn more rewards with roster upgrade challenges and mini games. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today.
Man, you're cruising, and we're cruising right along. We've built our audience back up from the first stream. We did the first 6 hours, and now we're into the second hour here on this stream. We're approaching 8 hours of the 24, so I think that means I'm a third of the way home. For those of you who don't realize, I will be sitting here for the full 24 hours. I may not be alive for the last few, but I'll be in the chair. And if you see that, please call someone and tell them to look for me. My address is out there. You could get it from all the stuff that I purchased from Fantasy Cares over the years. I want to bring in these next two guys now. As I start to feel the voice, I can feel it going a little bit. But Johnny coming into the SFB Podathon. What's up, fellas? Thanks for joining us tonight.
What up, man? What up? Thanks for having us, man.
Yeah, excellent. So have you been following along today?
Been listening all day long, man, doing yard work, doing some chores around the house for the wife. Been listening all day long. We got a couple things in common, man. 2002 prom king right here, baby, for WCAJ. Let's go.
It was 10 years after me, but yes, sir.
Oh,
wow. Wow. Is that how we kick this segment off? Okay.
I've been waiting for it all day, man.
Okay.
Nick, you got anything? You got anything good like that? You better have something.
No, I can't. No, not on this one. I've been running around like my head's been cut off. Honestly, so I've been here and there, dabbling here and there. So I listened to Heath, I listened to Liz for a little while, but other than that, I've just been all over the place doing Sunday man stuff.
I was in Vegas with Liz Loza. I mean, with a lot of people, but Liz was there, and she's terrific. I mean, if you ever get a chance to hang with Liz Loza at a live draft, it's a good time. And I recommend everybody come to any SFB live, but the Vegas one, chef's kiss. But I'm going to start with Nick. Tell everybody, tell us about you, what you're doing, and where they can follow what it is that you are doing.
Cool. So, yeah, myself, I've been freelancing, been around the fantasy football circles for quite some time. For people that haven't heard my name, but I'm not as high profile. I'm not as, oh my gosh, did you see this? Do you see this? Do you see what I'm doing here? No. But for myself, just a little bit about me. I'm a Jets fan. Just love the sports, love the community, big wrestling fan. Just a guy that just loves sports, love being community, love motivation speaking. Just a little bit about myself. So as far as fantasy football goes, like me and John got together a few years back, and we've been unstoppable ever since. So we got a chance to finally do our own thing and just showcase what we do in terms of how we bring entertainment to the space, but also very factual and informational knowledge to the space as well.
Yeah, you got more in common with my son, who's the other Sal Leto than me, because he's a Jets fan and he loves wrestling. So you could relate to him a little bit. Are you a New York guy?
Yankees fan. Yep. I don't rep a basketball team, just because every players change every 2 years. Different.
Yeah, I'm a Yankees fan as well. I am not a Knicks fan. I'm a Jordan era Bulls fan. Michael Jordan's my favorite athlete of all time. Bar none, sport, anything. I wanted to be like Mike. I wish I could be like Mike. I'll never be like Mike. But I could never root for the Knicks based on the fact that era was those Knicks and Bulls teams. So I'm just kind of ambivalent, right? I watched the Knicks run. My son was excited. The city was a buzz. I chuckled a little when it ended. I'm just saying I'm not a big fan. But John, you had said that we have a couple of things in common. You got our prom king. Is there something else I should know about?
Well, I don't know if you remember more than a few things, actually. I don't know if you remember the Boston draft, but you dropped this line on me when we were in the bathroom. That was a pretty good one. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Wait a second. What is it with Sal in bathrooms and meeting people? I mean, this is
I noticed the thing with that over the day. I noticed the thing with that. So there was that piece of it. Then obviously, man, seeing you at the expo too. And then apparently, man, hooking up with you in this space here leads to success. So I'm hoping that you can duplicate that for Nick and I. That would be awesome. And you can claim us, man, for sure.
I do my best work in the bathroom. And guys, we're going to be at the expo this year. I'll meet you guys in the bathroom. And we'll get this.
Terrible.
Yeah, no, we both Nick and I will definitely both be there again this year for sure. So we're definitely looking forward to that for sure. Obviously had the chance to meet all you guys, man, at the Boston events. Boston events have been awesome. Bob, I'm repping your shirt right here for you, baby.
That's why I popped on. That's why I popped on, because That has been a very popular shirt.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. And then obviously, man, someone else from Maine represent. Man, what part of Maine are you from now? Are you living in?
I'm in Bath.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
So the Brunswick area.
Yeah.
Coastal.
Okay. All right. So about 30, 40 minutes from me. But
where are you at?
I'm in Oakland, Maine.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
We get some good Maine talk here, Sal. I'm taking care of you.
And he's got a new Xbox too. So.
Oh yeah, well, man, listen, I hadn't even got my bag yet, man. Fantasy cares, man. Y'all are always doing some great stuff. Got an Xbox here, man. My kids love everything about Scott Fishbowl, man. We get dripped up every year, man. We got shirts, hoodies to get the wife going and everything, man. My Scott Fishbowl teams have sucked over the last 2 years, but I've had a hell of a time for sure, man.
Looking at an FFB 13 semifinalist.
Yes, sir.
Right. Johnny, take notes.
Tell you about a guy who made it to the semifinals. Nobody remembers you.
That's it, baby.
Right.
That's it.
That's
it.
I expected this to age awkwardly. That's why I said it. You think if you have not watched me on 8 years of this Podathon and don't think I say things purposely to sound effed up? Don't know me. I was the guy who during the meat segment a couple of years ago said, I know I've had this taste in my mouth before. Yes, I'm very comfortable with who I am. So I say messed up stuff because it gets people's attention. Like I knew very early on I wasn't analytical and I didn't like doing all the data stuff. So I decided to make people laugh. Like when we used to do the Falafel House, which eventually became Fantasy Football Funhouse podcast, I would get a kick every week out of what I would say that Steve and Kevin did not expect to be coming. And it was oftentimes very awkward silence. And awkward silence is podcast gold. I'll tell you that right now. So you want to laugh, we'll have a good time. I'm all about my things are making you laugh and staying up for 24 hours. That's what I bring to the table.
And that was one of the things you actually did tell me in the bathroom was that was one of your specialties was staying up for 24 hours. So
how long do you remember all that? That is fantastic. Oh man. So this is
salad.
So awesome.
We're gonna have a shirt with Salazams on it. I'll go back and catch every Podathon and just like pull the best one from each year.
Oh man, no, but no, like I know you would ask about Nick, man. I'll tell you guys a little bit about me. Actually, Nick and I actually met at Scott Fishbowl 13. We met there, just kind of started chopping it up a little bit, and we ended up talking for quite a long time. And Nick had kind of told me about some of the things he did in different spaces, and I was like, you know what, man? I was like, I think I want to get involved and I want to do something. A season passed, and yeah, man, for sure.
Both of us, Kayla.
Yeah,
both of us.
yeah. And I was like, I think I want to do some stuff, and I started just popping a couple shorts out on Twitter. One of the very first shorts I popped out was Saquon Barkley, actually, in that he very well could return top 5 value. And obviously he did. Started doing that. We went to the expo, man, met a lot of awesome people, man. Dustin, who's going to be on here a little bit later on, I think, for you guys as well. We met Joe Frick. We met obviously Coop, man. Coop has been like super awesome, man, just overall, man. After I won that Xbox, he had like just kind of DM'd me and was like, hey, man, like you want an Xbox, and we kind of started talking, and he came on, and I was able to ask him some questions and stuff. And man, like just to be in a space like this with people that love fantasy football and just overall, man, I think just like really good people just in a world that we all know can be really crazy. It's definitely been awesome, man. So, we do a show. We're doing one tomorrow, but we do one typically every Sunday and Monday during the season and stuff like that right there. So you can follow us, man. I'm at Johnny Main 37185 on X. He's at Nick Wilcox _25, I believe. And
very
then
close. Very close.
And then we had the fantasy football show. For everybody, man. But it's just been awesome, man. And everybody like in the fantasy care space has been past the point of amazing, past the point of good people, man. Scott at the expo, man. My kids obviously know who he is and stuff. So I ran into him like 50,000 times after he photobombed me at the gala last year. And I was FaceTiming my kids and they seen him and I was like, look at this right here. And they're like, oh my God. So it's just, man, it's a great time, man. Great people. And like, I don't have enough positive things to say about this. And like, I can attribute me kind of taking getting out of my comfort zone and stepping into, trying to create content at a C+ level. Really, man, the Scott Fish Bowl. And obviously, man, Nick's been here with me as well. So it's been really awesome, man.
Push John outside his comfort zone sometimes, get in the deep water, but
you need that, right? You need somebody that's going to push you outside your comfort zone. That's what creates good content and actually grows that friendship, makes you guys stronger. So you guys are crushing it. And so let's go back to SFB 13 and all that wonderful success. And let's talk about, what was your strategy that year? Did you have a strategy? Is this damn thing just luck? And who were the star players that carried you that far in a tournament this size?
Man, I tell you, SFB 13 was definitely an interesting league that I drafted in, because the quarterback that was supposed to carry me to the promised land, Anthony Richardson, got hurt. So literally, it was Austin Eckler. It was literally Jonathan Taylor. Those guys at that roster, like the running backs from my team that year, they were able to carry me. And then I think a strategy that it's simple, but it's something that you have to manage throughout the year. Like, obviously, there's still people you could potentially pick up on waivers later, but you can't always bank on that because of how these things go. The best strategy that worked for me is that you just get my running backs early. Like, I want my running backs early because there's a drop-off, especially this year. There's a big drop-off. I think after Brian Robinson, there's a big drop-off of, like, starting caliber running backs that you would want on your teams. And we got a debate about that. But I do think that having even with this format of hey, we can start whoever you want outside the quarterback, I think definitely comes into play. And that's going to vary depending on what draft room and what league you're in. Because, for example, I can go in, I'm the 9th pick. I can go in thinking I want to go running back. But, hey, CeeDee Lamb came to me at 9. Like, maybe. Jalen Hurts maybe at 9. Possible. But, again, I think having running backs and then surrounding those with your Superflex QBs, I think that's a viable strategy. Obviously, though, everything goes out the window in a live draft when you got to pivot and you got to edit. So I tell people you have to move like water in these things. So you have to pivot. You have to have a strategy that you think you have in your mind, your head. If it starts to pan out that way, cool. If not, make sure that you are maneuvering in the room. Like if me and John are drafting and somebody else, if John's drafting before me and then someone else drafting, I draft and someone else drafts right after, it's looking at their rosters because they're literally kind of going about the same range in the draft. Like, okay, if this person's going this way, okay, well, maybe that stack I was thinking about, I don't probably want to do anymore. Maybe I should pivot my overall strategy to be like, okay, all right, if this guy went tight end early, then I ain't going to worry about tight end for a while. I'm going to go and get value later on in position later on. And then where your draft capital is being put through. So, for example, if I go running back early in these things, I really don't have to worry about running back until later on, maybe take a couple of long shot stabs later on. But I don't want to put too much capital in my running back room. Versus where, all right, I got my running backs. Now it's like, all right, quarterback, receiver, whatever. Like in my draft capital in other places so I don't overstock one position versus another. Because I think it's also important to try to stay balanced in these things as best you can.
Yeah, this year, I'm sorry, Zach, go ahead.
No, I was going to say this year is going to be wild too. I don't know how because it's almost positionless fantasy football. Where Scott has given you the ability to, you can only play two quarterbacks, but you don't have to start any number of any position. It's going to be such an interesting, I don't think that, especially with the live drafts, but ADP is kind of out the window. And I don't think there are going to be drafts, this draft and the next draft aren't going to look anything like each other. Sal was saying that he saw live drafts in Vegas where, Genty went 1 and then a draft where Genty went 9. And it's so wild, so much fun. For me, I think with that be water, and like what you said, be water and be able to pivot, be able to figure out where you're going. So
the wild thing for me was when somebody put Brock Bowers up 101, because for years in the Scott Fish Bowl, we debated about would you take Kelsey number 1, and Kelsey was doing it consistently year after year, and Brock Bowers had one season. I'm a Raider fan. He had one season, and we do know he's probably the best receiver on that team. Jalen Jacoby had a nice season last year, and he was great for me down the stretch once they moved Adams where I did have him. But, one season and he went 101, and he's being consistently drafted. The going for 2 ADP has him at 7 overall right now. So people invested quickly. I think like maybe they felt like they waited too long back in the day on Kelsey, but 3.5 points for a reception.
That's part of it.
Yeah,
that's part of it though.
I think there's a couple things too. Just the tight end space, just specifically, right? Like again, SFB 13 was a tight end super tight end premium league that year, and then like I went it was my first year, and I'm like, okay, like I got this figured out, like I know what's going on, and so like I go and draft Darren Waller. Yeah. Then I go
about your guy Doug.
Dallas Goedert, man, like nothing, man, like and so I think like the other part of it for me, man, is like just the rookies in general. Like I think there was a lot of rookies last year that played over their head, especially like a lot of rookie pass catchers, and I think one of the guys like I look at this year that I like him this year. And like we talked about it last week, man, is Marvin Harrison Jr. Like the thing is just last year, man, he was overdrafted. And like, I don't think he's going to get worse. Like, I just think like, hey, like we have to temper our expectations. And like a lot of the players that actually come through for you, their values. When you think about guys like T. Higgins last year, it's because he had a terrible year the year before that and was hurt, and Joey B was hurt and all that stuff. So I think like when you look at like, to talk about Bowers and just to talk about tight ends just in general, for me, like Brock Bowers is a dog for sure, but I think I'm probably going to temper my expectations as far as like what his ceiling looks like, and like can he go out and duplicate another year like that? I don't know, man. We'll find out. We'll find out.
You got Ashton Genty in the backfield who's going to catch some balls.
Yeah.
We got a rookie wide receiver there. We talked earlier is not off to a great start in the camps that they've been having, but you do got a guy who likes to throw the ball downfield. So you might be looking for those deeper targets than the tight end. So it's going to be interesting in Oakland, Los Angeles, Las Vegas this year to see where it goes. I'm never optimistic when it comes to my team, unlike Jet fans who get optimistic every year no matter what and still realize at the end, Nick, that it don't matter who you put back there.
It don't matter.
By the way,
We'll see.
last update, it's 1-1 Mexico USA right now. So
okay,
I have an update.
All right, dig that.
Back to the American football.
Dig that.
So you guys both doing live drafts this year again?
Yeah, we're both. We're both in Boston.
Boston.
I think. What do you say? You're at what, like 1-9 this year? Is that where you're picking?
1-9, yeah.
1-9. I took the 101. I said, man, listen, I've been so snake bitten, man. I've been so snake bitten, man. Like his 13 team, like I had Herbert, which he got hurt that year. Like he hurt his finger or whatever. So he hurt his finger. I had JT. And JT was on the 6-game, hiatus. So like that didn't do anything. I told you about all the busts I drafted at tight end. My only claim to fame that year was I drafted Jordan Love. I think I had Romeo Doubs and Jaden Reed like later on that year. So that was really it. And last year I drafted Anthony Richardson, which I knew better. But like again, man, like in a tournament this big, like you got to take some upside. And then that was kind of crappy. But then I took Jaden Daniels in the second, so that worked out pretty well for me. And then like I had like Devontae Adams, I had George Pickens, I had Calvin Ridley, who's a guy that I really love a lot this year, for sure. So hopefully nobody that's drafting against me is watching. Hopefully. But yeah, just a lot of bad luck, man, just overall the last couple years. So just now, like being at 101, and now to your point, man, like this is actually not because it's the most recent or going to be the most recent Scott Fish Bowl, but just the positionless football, man. Like I think that's just like a really great concept. And it was cool last year, like that he had that space in there where you only had to start like one player. So Scott taking it like a step further and just making it that way for everybody else, I thought was really cool. But like Bijan is probably my guy. 80% Bijan, 20% Saquon, because like I said, like I'm definitely a big Saquon fan, and coming back around the second round, hopefully there should still be some kind of a running back there. If not, then, to Nick's point, man, you kind of have to pivot and you have to become water at that point. And if it ends up being an upper echelon wide receiver that's there, then I will absolutely, I'll definitely make the move for sure. But I think overall, I'm looking to smash running back pretty heavy, man. This year is what I'm shooting for. And I got really excited when they were like, oh, no third round reversal. I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is actually going to work out for me. But even with the third round reversal, I still feel pretty good about having the 101.
I don't know if you were listening earlier when, and I had the 12, when we were in Vegas and it was literally like 30 to 45 minutes before the drafts were kicking off, the very first drafts. And I actually tried to convince Scott to go live on Twitter to tell everybody he was not doing third round reversal, just for the chaos of what it would have created. And he was close. He was
so man.
People would have burned it down. People would have forgot it was about charity.
Yeah.
People would have forgot it was for charity.
I would have loved it. I would have loved it. I love chaos like that, man. I love it, bro.
You could have done another shirt though. You could have done a draw 2, coming back around that 2-3 turn draw 2.
Oh man.
Yeah, I would have ended up with a skip somehow. You're picking 12 and they change third round reversal. It's basically the skip card. So.
Oh man, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Uno does not get enough love.
No, man. No, me and my kids, man, we get busy on that game all the time, man. Oh man, listen, that
feelings get hurt during that game now.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
Man, like there's grown-ups, man, that get hurt on that one, man.
I'm telling you, like,
grown-ups that get hurt, bro.
It's just like dominoes sometimes. Feelings get hurt.
Yeah.
My youngest likes to take, if he's got 2 or 3 cards left, he likes to take them and put them so it looks like he's only got one.
Yeah.
So somebody calls out the Uno, and it's like,
Well, in the one-on-one games, man, I found a new plan. Like I'll have like either like a skip and a reverse, and then like the other card. So like they try to get me now. Like if they see the one card, so I just throw all the cards down and say Uno, and then that's it, man. It's over with.
What about the game of life? You guys still play that with the kids?
I haven't played the game of life, man. We're a big Uno family. We play like a lot of like really like random games. Like there's a game that like you put the card on your head and like you have to kind of like guess like who did. Yeah, it's something like that. So we play a lot of that. We play a lot of Uno, and then like they see like a lot of random games like online or whatever that they're like, oh, like let's do this. So we'll do that for sure.
Well, I'm happy to hear that family game night is still going strong. Like I said, my youngest is 20. I got a 20, a 23, and a 25 now as I move into that next phase of my life. And we do get together with them. My daughter, my 25-year-old lives out in California, and obviously we're from New York. So when she does come back, we always do play games. I still, I go back out to the house. My ex-wife and I get along. We could do game night with the kids still. In the house, which is a real positive. And to anybody out there, if you're married, and if it ends, whatever goes on, I think people should normalize speaking well about their ex, especially their ex-wife, especially the mother of your children.
Yeah.
Just because it didn't work out with the two of you does not mean you should destroy a relationship with your kids or your family or whatever that stuff. So every once in a while on a Podathon, I'll talk about some emotional stuff. And
it's all good.
The best thing I ever did was make it about my children first and kids first. So I love when I hear families and playing board games and stuff like that. And sometimes you do the games online. I get it, but the old school board games with the family is nothing better.
I've even drug my two girls. They I don't know, the battle of the sexes. Like we kind of like they're doing that now, man. And like I told them, I said, yeah, man. I said you guys can use you guys can use my rankings, man. And so like it's just like just something, man. Just to kind of keep everybody in that space, because I know you guys all know, man. We all know, like your friends, your family, your loved ones. I remember telling my wife when we first met, I was like, listen, Sundays, like you need to know, like Sundays are a thing. And she's like, yeah. She's like, what? I'm like, no, like you don't understand. Like football and fantasy football is Sunday, and like You know, she's like she's.
Don't ask me to do no chores. That's Saturday. That's Saturday. I'm so tuned into college football. Don't ask me to do no chores on Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday, yeah, man. So it's
better be before the 1 o'clock games.
That's it.
I used to strategize so much for Sundays because my ex did not like that I spent all Sunday, and I was an original 1998 DirecTV. When
yes, sir.
The first house I moved into,
I
got that package immediately. I would bring out the bedroom TV, and I'm talking back when the TV's weighed 200 pounds. I would bring it out to the living room,
carrying up 3 flights.
Yes. And she would look at me like, "What is wrong with you?" And I was like, "If I had the ability to invest in fantasy football, if it was a stock, I would have been rich." But you know, my daughter, that same oldest daughter, who never would get involved with football. She's now out there. She met somebody, a great, her boyfriend is a great kid, Matt. They've been together over 2 years, and he's from Cleveland. They're both out there. And now she watches sports and football and loves all of it. And she's in the thing, and she's like, I'm stressed out over the stuff. I never thought, I'm like, where were you 15 years ago?
Right, like for real, man.
You could have spoken to your mother. You could have stood up for me. But I love it. I was out in California with them in November. And actually, Marcus Grant will be on later. Matt and I got to go do a tour of NFL Network with Marcus Grant, which was
guy.
Yeah, Marcus is a good dude too, man. We met him out at the expo too, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like him, like
Chris Allen.
Chris, I was about to say, yeah, man. Like, you know, there's a
Rich Rebar. Like,
there's a lot of people, man.
Your
like
guy, Rich Rebar, right, John?
Yeah.
Terrible. We got stories for that. What? John, tell him the story. Tell him the story about Rich Rebar. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
So like Nick and I, like we consume our content differently. And I'm a big Sirius XM guy. And so like I was unaware of who Rich was. And like we started talking to him and he's like, you don't even follow me. I was like, I listen to Class Kids, I listen to Coop, I listen to a lot of the stuff that's on Sirius XM, man. But again, like everybody's always been so nice and so cool, man. That again, like if you are even on the fence about going to the expo or going to an SFB live, man, like just pull the trigger and just do it. It'll change the way that like you look at like your favorite analyst, and it'll change the way that you look at fantasy football, man, because I know it's definitely done that for me for sure.
So Lord Reeves put you in your place. Okay.
He did.
Yeah.
Then you tell me about the Konami code. No.
Yes. Like, no, he definitely. He put me in my place. The mobile quarterbacks. Yes. Like, and like now I am a religious follower. Like, big respects, man.
Well, guys, that time went very quickly because we had a lot of good laughs, and we're up against 8 o'clock here. We got the Unwind ladies coming up next. So just one more time, tell everybody exactly where they can find you and what you're doing, and take it out.
At Nick_Wilcox25 on the X. Just every once in a while I post up chats every once in a while. But as the season gets along, you'll be seeing more. You'll be seeing more from us in general. The Fantasy Football Show on YouTube. DA Fantasy Football Show on YouTube. Me and my guy John, 8 p.m. Mondays, and on Sundays, probably like 11:30, 12 before kickoff when the season starts.
Yeah, and at Johnny Main, JONYMAINE 37185 on X, on Blue Sky, on TikTok, on YouTube. It's all the same. All fantasy football related stuff, man, for sure. Check us out, man. Give us some support. Follow us, man. And looking forward to this year. And be ready, man, because we're gonna have a lot of stuff up here in the next coming weeks, man.
Also, shout out to the chat. Gary, Rachel, or my guy Jamie, I'm saying, out there, Kayles, who showed love because we were in the same league last year. We saw Bob Harris, who we met out obviously last year too, and Expo. Like, ton of love from everybody here in the circle, and we love it. So
we'll see you at the Expo in about a month.
Sounds good, bro.
All right, fellas. Zach, how much longer do I have you with me?
I think I'm here for at least one more. I'd have to look at the schedule. I'm at least one more, maybe two.
Oh, I got you for the next two.
Okay.
Yeah, the next two. So I am gonna tell you that you're on to number 5.
Make your contest lineups even stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers. Play mini games, complete roster upgrade challenges, and level up your battle pass for boosts, contract extensions, and franchise tags that'll make your items even better. And when you sign up in Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack that you purchase. Plus, you can get a special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. So download the Game Blazers app today.
Have you ever met Scott Frankel?
I don't think I have.
You know Scott. So Scott's originally from Brooklyn. He's out in Vegas now, and he runs a chat. He's not a young man, I'll tell you. And when Scott says he took a nap for both of us, that means he fell asleep in his chair watching the Podathon. That was not a scheduled. That was not a scheduled nap. That was an old man, I'm asleep now nap. So, yeah, Scott. He's a good man, though. He is a good man, and
that was nice of him, though, to do that for your benefit as well as his.
If it only could translate, but of course, Rachel's never short on wearing the SFB Podathon shirt, and as I bring the rest of the crew, I feel like, are we supposed to have one more?
She couldn't make it tonight, so it's 3 of us.
All right. Well, this is fantastic. How lovely to see these faces back with us again. Unwind going strong. Is it year 2 or year 3 of Unwind?
It started October of 2023.
Yeah, so you're in year 2.
Yes,
you're up to 1.5.
Yes.
And tell everybody about. Well, first of all, introduce each one of yourselves. Start with Rachel.
I'm Rachel. I'm at Tootsie Pop 6 on Twitter. I live in Minnesota. I love fantasy football.
Keep going around a circle. Next up.
I'm Karen, also known as Wild Rosie, and Rachel is our fearless leader of Unwind, and she's brought just the best, biggest joy to my life, and you guys too today. You guys too, and I love Hema. You're up, girl.
Hi, I'm Hema Martinez from Mexico. I'm living in Mexicali, and I'm a fantasy content generator in NFL Fantasy en Español and Estudio Fantasy, Football Girls. And I love being here for a second time. Thank you very much.
We love having you here. And you know that I have so much love for Mauricio. And he was here with us. I don't know that he was on year 1, but I know he was definitely on year 2. So he's been on since like 2019 with us. And he does a great job. You're so much better. But you know, I don't that I said that. But I had the joy of joining you on Unwind last year, and Rachel has tried to get me to come back on. I took a little bit of a hiatus from social media for a while there. I had all my notifications turned off, so by the time I saw certain things, the time had passed. But I love that that's still going, and you're building that strong community. With not just ladies, you know, it's a lady-driven community, but you invite plenty of men to come on and join in. And
that's the extended version, the Huddle Up is what I call that one. Our core Unwind is women only, but yeah, Huddle Up is the one when I invite men along.
Yeah, Tootsie Pop is something I call people. Like I've used that phrase like my entire life. I just randomly will call people Tootsie Pops. Pork chop is another one, but Tootsie Pop is just something. In fact, I brought this young man up a couple of times. Jeremy Ruckert, the tight end for the Jets, who I know since he's 6 years old. I used to call him Pork Chop all the time. When I used to coach him, I used to call him Pork Chop. So I don't know. I like weird sayings and phrases. So not that you're weird.
I was just like, wait, what are we going here?
But he's totally a Pork Chop guy. So what's happening these days?
We're going to have a couple more Zooms this month. I have one this Wednesday, July 9th at 8:30 Eastern. So any women out there that would like to join us for a hangout session, reach out to me or at UnwindFF on Twitter. And then also we have a very special one later in the month, July 20th, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. We're going to invite the young girls in our community. Addison, Steffi, Rowan, and Maisie. So some of the in our broader community, we've got the younger girls that play in Battle of the Sexes and then play in Scott Fishbowl. So I'm extending Unwind to the younger girls and showing them what we're all about and what women in fantasy is all about.
Now, McGungle has asked, where's the 12-hour lady-hosted portion of the Podathon? I'll tell you right now. I'll go to sleep right now. If you guys want to take this for the next 12 hours, I will go to bed right now. The yawning has started. I've been on here for 8+ hours at this point, and I'm only a third of the way home. So raise your hand if you'd like to stay for the next 12 hours.
All right, we will. Goodbye. No.
we got this, right?
We got it. I tell you, Rachel can handle anything. She's got this. I'll be right alongside her, too. I got her back. Sal, I had to go in and out because I was my family was throwing me a birthday party today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It was the 4th. It was the 4th of July, but we had schedule and things. So it was today, and I had a wonderful time. But did you ever get your cannolis?
I did not get any cannolis. Zach is the one who ordered he went and got cannolis because when he heard me speak, it got him very excited for cannolis. So no, I did order a grilled chicken Caesar sandwich, and I did eat that at the end of the 6th hour. I shoved it in my face as we were closing out. So, and aside from that, this is my 3rd giant cup of water that I've had over the last 8 hours. So I'm staying well hydrated.
Okay, and you're snipped and stripped, and so we've got all that covered. This is quite entertaining. I love it.
Yes, that has been the there's actually shirts available.
Yes. We need stripped under there and stripped
now
with no shirt.
I'm stripped t-shirt, which it's fun for the whole family, really.
It's got to be, please, it's got to be in the merch shop by now, right?
That is a Bob Gilchrist question. Bob is always in the background. Yeah, but who wouldn't want to wear those to the expo? I mean,
I would. I totally would. I think it'd be great. I think
by the way, I got
everybody
to
ought to
see
do it.
all of you at the expo last year.
Yeah, that was fun.
Great pictures, great time. I think did I play beer pong with you?
Erica, right?
Yeah,
it wasn't Erica.
Yeah, we
Somebody.
had an amazing time. I lost. We're so close, so close.
So you're gonna redeem yourself this year?
Probably not. No, probably not.
But you'll be a year older, though.
I am, and none the wiser. Yes.
You are going to have your birthday on the expo this year too?
My birthday's the day before I get there. So my birthday is Wednesday the 6th. I fly in on Thursday the 7th. So I think next year, as the years go on, we're getting closer, unless they just flip it back a week. I don't know.
Well, do like me. Make it last a week. Mine lasted a week. It started last Sunday and ended today.
Yeah.
Well, you got a birthday window, not necessarily a day.
That's right. July 4th kind of is everybody gets excited and starts celebrating for a week.
Yeah, maybe we can celebrate you, Salt, and Ryan Hallam too, because I think that his birthday is in one of those days.
That's my guy.
We can make a big party.
Yes.
I don't argue with anybody celebrating me. So, yes.
So sorry.
Guys, I was saying, we celebrate Sal every day in my house.
Well, as it's come out today, I've had the fortune to give a lot of people a career in the fantasy industry. So it's only fair that I get celebrated for my accomplishments.
You know what? My longtime boyfriend or husband, he might as well be my husband. He's in it for the first year. He finished the satellite last year. That's Scott Fishbowl satellite on Underdog. Please play. He finished way in the playoffs and really good there. And he's in it for the first time. And I'm real excited for him. He's real excited to start tomorrow because he's heard me just run my mouth about it for 2 years. And now he gets to play in it. So I'm excited. Go ahead, Zach. Interrupted
Oh no,
you.
I was going to say I'm being derelict in my duty because I need to ask what divisions you're drafting in and what spot you're drafting from.
Oh, I'm in the DC Live draft, and I'm in the Washington Spirit. Go Spirit, and I'm in slot number 7. Lucky 7. And this is my favorite format ever, so please do it every year. It doesn't look like you screwed up a pick. If you whoever you pick, it'll be like, oh, she's got a strategy going on.
Just think that the strategy is yours. Scott changes the rules the next year.
Oh, I love this. This year is like the best for me.
And Rachel, you already drafted.
Yes, so I went to the Madison Live last weekend. So I'm in
nice.
Wisconsin Badgers, I think it's called. I'm not from Wisconsin, so I don't know these teams. I'm in Minnesota, but the date was a conflict, so I switched it up and went to Madison. It's fun to go somewhere different. Sal, you're talking about all the ones that you went to. So I want to keep doing that. I want to go somewhere else next year. It's fun to meet and collaborate with different people.
Yeah, you meet so many of the people that you interact with in person, and it's just, like I'm in Vegas and Jorge Martin's got a high school reunion down the block. So he goes up with the Scott Fish. He's in town for a high school reunion, and he ends up at the draft. He wasn't supposed to be there. So that was like amazing. And like I mentioned earlier, I've interviewed Liz since 2016 and never been in the same room as her. And I got to spend like 2 days with her, which was just great. Liz is a great ambassador for Fantasy Cares. She's on the board of Fantasy Cares. So to have her there was wonderful. And I think Shane said it in our segment a little bit earlier. If you're still with us after Shane was on, thank you. Is that people come up and they want to meet me and shake my hand and take a picture with me and Rachel, you want to take a picture, and that always amazes me, right? Because the fantasy football community is just full of regular people. Some of us who get to work full time in it, some of us who do it part time and give of our time, and a lot of us just go to regular jobs on Monday. So when I go to places and someone like Jamie says, I'll buy you a shot when I get to the expo, it's just a great community. I love meeting the people. So go to as many fantasy events. It could be SFB events, the expo, any stuff that you see in your town, or create your own thing. That'd be amazing. So Hema, what I think you're in a Springfield Isotopes. Do you even
you're in my division?
We're together. I'm in the 5 spot, and I think Mauricio and I weren't able to attend any live draft this year, but we hopefully next year we go to Las Vegas. And I know, all this Podathon, I heard about stories of you, Sal, and another person's making like something in a bar or something like that, like with Liz Loza and all the stuff. We are not jealous, but oh my God, we supposed to be there, but we weren't, and we miss that kind of things, right? But I'm in the Springfield Isotopes. I think it is. In Spanish is isotopos. In English, I think it is isotopos. And I'm very happy to how amazing is growing this fantasy community. I think that this is the first year that they are making in Spain a draft, and also in Mexico we have We have 2 divisions this next weekend in Mexico City. They are organized by Mariana Sanchez and Luis Alfonso Labuelo. And I love that how the community in Spanish speaking is growing, because even Mauricio or I or Rene or another kind of people that generate content in Spanish are growing this community. And even though we don't we can go to Mexico City next weekend, they are making that Scott Fishbowl over there. And also, I think 2 weeks ago was in Monterrey. It was organized by Pac Tames and Steffi. And I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy to how fantasy is growing around the world, and Scott Fish make it happen. And and Fantasy Cares and all of you guys. But it's amazing, this thing. I'm very excited to see all these things that are happening in the community.
Yeah, you mentioned Scott making it happen, and listen, it started with Scott and a vision and an idea, but to your point, there are so many people in the background. Some you don't hear about that are doing the work. Each live coordinator in every city that gets what they get done is doing impressive work. I joke, I kid Bob Gilchrist, but Bob Gilchrist lives this like it's a full-time job, and he has a full-time job, but he is the backbone to Fantasy Cares, a lot of what's done there. But Russ and Zach and Joey Wright and John Bosch. I don't want to leave anybody out because just great human beings doing that work. And you get people on the board like Heath and Liz, and our own Zach just was elected to be a board member recently. So congratulations to Zach on being a board member now.
Yeah.
They did a background check on me. I didn't qualify. But I have a few aliases. I'm going to try again.
You're going to follow Scott into the bathroom.
But Sal, this is your what, 8, 7 Podathon?
This is the 8th Podathon, that we've done. Yes.
Let's make up why Sal didn't qualify in the comments. Tell us why Sal didn't qualify on the board. He didn't pass the background check. Go.
Please listen to what Wild Rosie said, which was all the reasons. It was a misunderstanding. All the reasons you think I didn't pass the background check to be on the board of Fantasy.
But
it's very interesting.
It's funny, Sal, though, because you mentioned specific people, but it's so much bigger than that. Like, so I just did I always do 'Twas the Night Before Fishbowl. So every year tonight I do, and I always miss people because it's such a huge community and such a great community. And to Hema's point, like, it's growing so exponentially, and it's because there are so many people who love fantasy football, but also love being able to do good and give back. And it's just amazing. And to see, things pop up every year. It's amazing.
Yeah. Donate. It's the best people, the best community, the best cause, the best live streams. When y'all just get up on a random Wednesday night, y'all just talk bullshit, and it's so fun. Excuse me, kids. So funny.
The Night Before Christmas thing used to appear on the wonderful Falafel Fantasy Football Funhouse Festivus episode every year. So credit to me for getting Zach started.
Thanks, Sal.
Zach owes it to me for even being inspired for that. Somebody claimed I crashed a boat into the statue.
No, I'm reading these.
Yeah.
Bathroom incident seems to be the biggie, Sal. You got snipped and you made people feel uncomfortable.
Not the first time I've heard that.
There we go. I love that keeps coming up.
The crazy thing is I don't think it's before Zach that put it up. So that's Bob Gilchrist in the background.
Oh God.
Oh boy, I tell you. So I just to update everybody, we have started the second half. It is USA 1. It is Mexico 1. Oftentimes, these Gold Cup finals have come down to penalty kicks. So we'll see if we get there tonight. I'll be giving a live PK play
Mexico
if we get there, and I can't even argue with Emma because that's who she should be rooting for.
Yeah.
So,
and actually, I don't know if you saw the goal that Raul Jimenez dedicated to Diego Jota.
I did not.
No? Okay. It was very sentimental thing.
Emotional.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, as I mentioned, my children have some Mexican heritage. My ex-wife was part Mexican. Her grandfather was 100% Mexican. So if the United States can't win, then
let it be Mexico.
They will win.
Let's go North America.
Yeah.
We made it real interesting for hosting that World Cup next year, in this country. But we'll keep politics out of the SFB Podathon.
Got quiet.
So Unwind was created because of Hema. That's a fun story. Because I met Hema at the expo, and then a couple months later, I was just missing her. I'm like, when am I going to see Hema again? It's going to be a whole year till the expo. So like, what about virtual? So I created the Zoom hangs at Unwind, all because I missed Hema. So that's how Unwind started. Now we're greater than 100 women that have been involved with the Zoom hangs or in our best ball leagues. So there's a lot of women that have come together with Unwind. Thanks to Hema for being my bestie.
She missed.
You.
Yeah, she missed Hema, but she got all of us.
Yeah,
along with it.
And actually, I remember when I present me to you, Rachel. We were making a draft, and I remember that Wyatt, I'm a woman here. I think that we were 4 women over there in the overnight
draft night out.
Night out, yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw you, and I remember that you were your Vikings jersey, and I'm a Packer fan, and I said, who cares? Hi, I'm Hema. Where are you from? And all this stuff. And I love that because even Scott Fishball or the Expo, we can even we speak another language. We love the same. We are very passionate about fantasy and football, and that's why I think that we can know a very good people. Fantasy Care, I think that is one of the amazing association for. It's an association, right, in English? Correct? Yeah. That you can donate and help other people, and it's so cool. Then when you see all the very cool things that they make, and you can see the pictures and say, oh my God, I contribute to that. And it's so great. And I think, Rachel, you are one of the most powerful women in the industry because you connect all these 100 amazing women and to hang out. We're talking about fantasy, about life, about, I don't know, music, birthdays, and a lot of things that we can share together. And I think that is so beautiful. And I love too that you make the huddle up because we can catch with them with men's, and because I think that right now I love that or I would like to make more like plural things to make more inclusions together, like women and men's. And I'm so happy that you make that we are here, that I know a lot of women because of you too, because we can talk with another person of 2 girls in the UK, and it's so amazing.
Yeah, guys, we're here. We're not going anywhere.
So we're glad.
We're so happy.
We need you.
We're taking over.
Rachel is far too humble of a person to probably even acknowledge what was just said about her. So I don't think you do get enough credit. So I'm not going to say another word other than I second everything that Hema said. Yeah. And you should feel really good about that. Should. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. Now I want to take a picture with you at the expo.
Okay. Deal. That's a deal. We can wear an SFB Podathon shirt.
You wear Podathon, I'll wear Unwind. Where can I get an Unwind t-shirt?
Oh, there's a link on the Unwind Twitter page. We do have a t-shirt store.
I'll buy one. I'll have it at the expo, and we'll take a picture wearing each other's shirt.
And
that's great. I love that, Sal. Go ahead, Hema.
Last year, Rachel organized something I can never imagine, dinner, all women dinner, and it was so funny. It was so great because we can meet each other, because we know about us in Twitter, but to put a face or take a hand or hug, or it was so cool that.
I cried when I met Rachel.
Hopefully
it made me cry.
I cried. I was like, oh my God, finally get to meet you. Yeah, I
Yeah, so
loved it.
there'll be another unwind dinner this year at the expo. So all the unwind girls will be there. We'll have another dinner.
Yeah, I was so sad I was left out of that, but I understand.
That's huddle, Sal.
Yeah.
That we can make that on the Friday party.
It's no snipped people at unwind dinner. I'm sorry. Or stripped.
I'm out of it. I've heard it. Yeah, Battle of Sexes. Actually, I was going to play this year, but it was full.
Oh.
It was full when I said I would play. So we'll see.
Maybe they can throw another one together. Is Michael or Wendy watching? Hello.
I think Michael reached out to me and said that if they do put another one, if they get enough people for another one, he'll put me in. So I have not played in that yet. So I'll be more than happy to play, especially best ball. Like I'm not taking on any new leagues unless it's best ball because that's just nice and neat and tidy. I'm done. One day I'm done. I could come back in 17 weeks and find out I didn't win.
And it's fun. The different strategies with best ball you can do. You can do different upsides, different directions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ladies, there are 3 of you, and we have 4 minutes left before it's 8:30. So I want everybody to go around the horn. We'll start with Wild Rosie and tell them what you got going on and, where they can follow you.
Thanks for having me on. I'm join Unwind Fantasy Football Ladies, and I'm Wild One Rosie on Twitter, and Wild Rosie on Blue Sky, if you prefer that. So I'm in the fantasy football charity leagues. Please donate to Fantasy Cares. We love it. It's the best community, the best place to donate your money, and donate lots of it so we can help a lot of people. They need it.
I will say that one of my daughters has checked in and let me know that I look tired. So thank you, Carly.
I think you look good, Sal.
The other
You
daughter,
look good. You look good, Sal.
The other daughter checked in and let me know she chose USA Mexico over watching.
You're doing a really good job. Keep doing it.
And my son is working. He'll watch afterwards. Thank you very much for the kind words. Emma.
Love you, Rachel.
Love you.
What are your parting shots?
Bye, Emma.
We can stay for a little bit more. What do you got, Emma? Say your parting shots.
Well, you can find me on X like _ Hannah Martinez. And right now we are making a lot of content in Spanish, in NFL Fantasy in Espanol. And also in Estadio Fantasy, if you want to buy the draft kit, today and tomorrow, I think that Mauricio said that he will donate all the sales to Fantasy Cares. And if you want to buy it, you can do it. It's all we are, I think, 5 analysts. Sorry, we have 5 analysis that are making articles over there if you want to read it. And also, you can find my rankings in Estadio Fantasy. And in Football Girls, I contribute with fantasy content too. And this year, we are making the 5th edition of the Football Girls Fantasy Ball. It's a ball for only women that speaking language. But we can open whatever. If Rachel, if Rose, if somebody else wants to come, you can play it.
Awesome.
Close us out, Rachel.
So I'm Rachel. I'm at Tootsie Pop 6 over on Twitter, also at UnwindFF on Twitter. And then if you also want to get involved with Unwind, but you're not on social media, it's unwindff@gmail.com. You could reach out to me there and I can get you connected with our Zoom hangs. We have one this Wednesday, July 9th at 8:30 Eastern. That's for the adult ladies. And then July 20th, we're inviting some of the younger girls from our community. If there's other younger girls out there that play Scott Fishbowl or Battle of Sexes and want to join us, reach out to me because I would love all the young girls to meet the Unwind ladies. We can get to meet the next generation.
Always a great segment. All 3 of you. I look forward to having you back every year. And I look forward to seeing you in about 1 month.
Yeah, hopefully.
Celebrate me.
Your birthday. Yeah.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Zach, there's a real fine art to managing to bring every segment back to me.
You're doing so well, though.
It's the latest check-in from my son is better get some coffee in you, Chief. We're not even at the halfway point.
He's not wrong.
For those of you who don't know, my son, he does draft live at the New York City Live Draft. So if you're coming out to the NYC Live Draft, you'll get to meet both of us this year. But if you look in your draft, it's the New York Yankees draft, and you see Sal Leto, you are drafting against him, not against me. I am in the New Jersey Devils draft, and I draft online starting tomorrow if I'm still awake enough to do it.
I tell you what, you take a quick nap. I'll hit this read, and then we'll roll it again. Sell high, buy low, and stack your squad with the perfect pieces for your weekly lineups in the Game Blazers marketplace. And use your inventory to win cash prizes in free contests every week. Download Game Blazers now and sign up with promo code SFB15. And when you do, Fantasy Cares gets a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, check out the special Scott Fishbowl BOGO pack. You'll get 2 packs for the price of 1, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. So download Game Blazers today.
Yeah, I don't. So they want to know if my son has a lush head of hair. I don't know if you can see that picture there, but that's him on the side with all the hair. Those are all 3 of my kids and me. The screen went off, but luckily for my daughters, they also have full heads of hair, which is good. You know, they used to call him Segway Sal back in the day. So we're gonna bring on one of the 2 guests because I saw Tyler pop up in the back and disappear. Herms is in the house. What is up, my good man? How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. I'm just mostly excited to be here and just to be part of this awesome thing that we get to do every year, raising money for Fantasy Cares for all the things that we do, and Scott Fishbowl Podathon, baby.
Wonderful. And Herms goes back a few years with us. The year we did music, and he created some awesome musical pieces for that year, as well as Zach did. And Tyler as well has been around for a while now. It's great to see both of you gents here with us tonight. I see somebody creeping. Tyler, don't move. There's somebody on your stairs.
The wife, I'm kicking her out. She knows. She's like, you always jump on podcasts. You're not going live right away. I'm like, this is live right away. I'm sorry, babe. You gotta get up there. She's used to me and Herms going back and forth, and she's like, you just tell me when you go live. I'm like, it's not like that this time. You got to go up the stairs. You go.
I tell you keep her around. She might get a Scott Fishbowl spot. I mean, there's still a couple kind of sneaking. You never know.
I've invited her for years to play a fantasy football with me. She has no interest. It's like a clear divide in the relationship where there's just like no football, no sports. I do my thing, she does hers. I mean, she might if she knew it was for charity, but at the same time, I've been striking out for years to try to get her to play.
Does she know that I've started a lot of people's careers in the fantasy industry? Maybe she's not aware of that, and she's not sure that I can help jumpstart her career.
I'll let her know. I'm gonna text her right now and say, "Hey, are you interested? We can start right now to get you into the industry. We'll get you on the Podathon. There's just like probably 1 or 2 people listening. Don't even worry about it. No one will see you. We'll see how this goes."
Star building. That's what I do. Yet somehow I've not become a star. So it's like being an empath. Like I give everybody. It's just how I do it. So. Tyler, why don't you tell everybody what it is that you normally do when you do get to go live on your own? Tell us about the work that you're doing.
Yeah, so this is my first year over at FTN, formerly of JWB. FTN picked me up right around March time, so been doing all my content over at FTN. Herms and I get to do a Crossing Routes podcast. We've been doing that multiple times a week. My articles are over there. The ranks are over there. We've got shorts now. That's a new thing for me. I'm in the game. We were doing TikToks now. That's definitely a thing that I've had to adjust to in terms of figuring out how to do all that fun stuff. But yeah, I mean, everything's over at FTN. The content is flowing right now. Me and Herms are doing a lot.
Awesome. Well, Herms, tell us about the role you're playing over there.
Yeah, they let me write stuff, and they put it on the website sometimes over there at ftnfantasy.com. But when I'm not doing that, the Crossing Routes podcast featuring one of the top analysts in the entire fantasy industry and Herms coming at you every single week, multiple times a week. It's a great show. You guys can find it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Just look for Crossing Routes podcast. You should find it. It's all there. And then when I'm not doing that, I do a lot of behind the scenes work over at Fantasy Points. I do a lot of podcast producing for them, doing some different stuff, but that doesn't really get, that's more background credit type stuff. But yeah, as far as like the forward facing stuff, all there at FTN.
Yeah. I mean, who could have possibly maybe aside from the one divine creator? So we'll just leave it at that. And Tyler, of course, #1 ranker. Tell people all about that.
I mean, that was it's a labor of love. It's a lot of time in the spreadsheets and not a lot of time watching football. I always like to say, was in the accuracy contest. Was really trying to hone my craft for about 5 years. Every year, trying to just like climb up the ranks. And this last year was able to take home the in-season rankings over at Fantasy Pros. There's obviously a little luck involved, but I like to think I poured a lot of hours into that. A lot of Sunday mornings, like everyone thinks like, oh, football starts at 1, but when you're deep in the ranking streets, I mean, football started for me at 9 a.m. and I'm just adjusting until 1, and then when lock hits at 1, that's when I can breathe. It's funny how that kind of works when you're deep with the ranks. Like 1 o'clock's when you can actually like relax. So huge win. Was so happy he took it down. I mean, I was in there with a couple guys all the way to the end. Joe Bond being one of them. I think we're like 4.1 points separated us out of 18,000. So it was incredibly down to the wire there. So shout out to Bond for being a great competition there. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. Got a little lucky, but put a lot of work into it. Was happy to kind of take down the. Can I show you guys the trophy? Can I pull up the trophy right now?
Let's do it. Yes,
let's do it, dude. Hold on, let me see. See if I can get it.
I wanted it to be right next to him because he just knew. Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah,
it's like any time that I could put this up there. I will tell you this. We talk all the time. We had on the former champion. It's beautiful. We had the recent champion of last year's Scott Fishbowl. And to win any of these things, it's luck. But I will tell you that there's a lot less luck, I believe, in being a #1 ranker, being a top ranker. I mean, you could pick a player that randomly has success, but to do it every week over the course of a season, Tyler, there's a lot less luck in there. It's very impressive. It's something I will never be good at. So that's why I tell jokes about being in the bathroom and getting snipped.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, shout out Trophy Smack, Fantasy Pros. I mean, didn't have to pay for that trophy. It's nice to have. My wife won't let me put it on the mantle. I think she gave me like 2 weeks, and now it's over here by my desk. But yeah, it's cool. I appreciate the shout out there. I mean, it was a lot of work, but glad to take it down. Got to get back at it this season.
I'll say run it back and you have a man cave. You got to start doing that.
I know. I'm trying my best right now. We're like the projections have already begun. I'm starting to move things along. It's never ending.
You said something really funny. Something that made me think of something funny is that you did not have to pay for that trophy. Is how many people do you think buy trophies from Trophy Smack and for least they didn't play in just so they could pretend they won trophy? Like, you think there's a group of people like in their basement in their man cave, as Zach said, that are just like, yeah, I won this league last year. I was, I was all 12 teams, but it was tough. The 12-teamer, running the 12-teamer when you're the one guy of all 12 teams. Sometimes just trades are pretty tough,
Got some sick deals done, It's a lot of back and forth, but we're able to lock it in. Yeah, there's people out there that probably do that. I'm not gonna lie, that would not surprise me.
A few times I had to block myself, but I unblocked and we got the deal done.
Hope this one doesn't get vetoed.
Well, let's talk about past possible Scott Fishbowl success. Have either one of you guys had success in the Scott Fishbowl? And by success, let's talk about winning a division. I would consider that success in the Scott Fishbowl, and then making a run in the playoffs, whether it be quarterfinals, semifinals.
I mean, I've made the playoffs most of the time, and I've made it through at least one round a couple times. So as far as I'm concerned, I call that success. I've done okay.
Yeah, it's success.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've done extremely well. I don't even think I'm going to lie about that one. My first year with Scott Fishbowl 10 did not do well, but every year since I've made the playoffs, I'm still chasing a finals appearance, but I think I've made the semis multiple times. I got multiple like divisional wins. I think I won it last year. I think I won it 2 years ago. So I've had a lot of success. I think part of it's just like being analytical at the spreadsheets. I'm like, all right, let's just put the scoring in and see what kind of plugs itself out. And I don't think a lot of people do that. Like I think there's just a level of prep with the Scott Fish Bowl with all the crazy scoring that if you spend the time to really just be like, all right, well, this is not like your everyday league. I should actually kind of like, look under the hood, kind of see what differentiates things. And then because it does, like I'm looking at my spreadsheets right now of the Scott Fish Bowl because I was kind of getting things ready to go. And it's, it's interesting every single year. So I've had a lot of success, but also spent a lot of time preparing to be successful, I'd say.
I'm concerned. I'm not drafting live this year. I've chosen to go back online. I've done live in New York City the last 2 years. There's a lot of people that say they like the live draft. I like going and attending the live draft. I don't like drafting. So I love the atmosphere. And now that I do a lot of work with fantasy carers, I'd rather let other people get that spot. And so I'm concerned that the drafts start at 11 a.m. tomorrow and the Podathon ends at 12 p.m. tomorrow. And I may be dead by the time that my pick comes around. And I'm the 12th spot, which means they got to wait like 16 hours. There you go. They'll have to wait about 16 hours to make a pick should I fall asleep before I actually pick. And listen, 24 hours live, plus I've been up since 7:30 a.m. So I'm really going to be up about 28 and a half hours straight time this thing ends. And I try to sleep and nap an hour before. But, where are you drafting at this year? Are you guys doing lives? Have you drafted already? Because some people have drafted already. And we'll start with you, Tyler. Where are you drafting and what is your strategy?
Yeah, so this is my second year. I'll be doing it live in Philadelphia. So last year was the first time I'd ever done it live in Philly, and then doing it again this year in Philadelphia. Got some of the FTN people there. They're going to be there. I think Jeff Ratcliffe's going to be there as well. So it'll be nice to kind of connect with them. But it was good. Met some cool people last year. It was really fun doing a live draft. I mean, who doesn't like a live draft? So pretty stoked to I think I'm from the 7 spot. I kind of just took like whatever spot was open. I feel like in the past I've always kind of like stressed over, what spot's best, but like God knows what people are going to do in the Scott Fish Bowl, right? Stop trying to predict what the first round's going to look like. So I just kind of grabbed an open spot. My strategy is essentially like with all the flex spots, like it's pretty much just, kind of like an all flex roster for those folks who might not be aware. I just basically like in a fun way of like all of my players just ranked like 1 to like 200, whoever I think is going to score the most points. I'm just going to go straight down that list. Like I usually don't draft like as linear. When we have positions to worry about, like I'll watch the quarterbacks, the running backs, the wide receivers, the tight ends, kind of see like where there's maybe some value. Is the room going too heavy on tight ends early? Yada, yada, yada. But for me, it's basically like, hey, I got a player next to their name is how many points they're going to score. I can pretty much start all of them as long as I'm not drafting a lot of QBs, and I probably won't. I'm just going to go straight down this list. Mark them off with a pencil. I mean, it should be pretty fun. I don't get a draft like that very often. So I think for me, it's going to be a lot of fun just going down this list of who's going to be scoring the most points, going down. Here we go. So that's basically how it's going down because you can start. There's so much flexibility with how things are run this year. It's going to be really interesting to see how people attack it.
There's the other Sal Leto, my son with his head of hair, as people ask, checking in. And he was fortunate enough to be born before I got snipped. So congratulations to him on making it through to being born. And if you guys think that that I don't joke the same way in front of my children, you are wrong. They put up with this their entire life. I will say things that will make them uncomfortable because it's funny as hell. For me, Tyler, you're at 107, as you said. We've talked multiple times today about Brock Bowers. I've seen him go at 101. I've seen him go at 112 and everywhere in between the first round. His ADP is 7 right now on going for 2. So is that somewhere you would, if he falls to you, would you go in that direction? Is a tight end viable for you in the first round?
I think absolutely a tight end's viable for me in this format. I think Trey McBride and Bowers are both good to be first round picks in my opinion, just with the volume that they're seeing. And then there's just a major drop off, right? I think those are 2 guys on their teams that are proven to be the alpha pass catcher that get the volume that would suggest that they can go in the first round. And then everything else after that, I mean, I got Kittle down in like the 4th or 5th round. So for me, it's like these are two dudes that I feel comfortable taking, frankly, in the top 5. I think that might be a little bit of a reach on McBride because you might not have to take him that early. But man, I would be stoked to have Bowers sitting there at 107. Man, the scoring is so. I mean, it's volume driven, and then you add in the tight end component. I would have no problem taking Bowers. I mean, I think there's a lot going on for him this year. They didn't really add anything to the wide receiver room. I'm sure they're going to run decently with Gene, but at the same time, man, I think Geno is an absolute upgrade. I think he slept on a little bit for how good of a quarterback he is in the NFL. So for me, it's Brock Bowers, and I've said this multiple times with Herms, actually, on the shows. I really think Brock Bowers has the ability to kind of break fantasy football this year, particularly in any type of tight end premium setting. So 107, I'd be clicking it. I'd be clicking that button as fast as I can. As they say, smash. I'd be smashing the draft button if he's at 107.
Two updates to Ann Dunn. One of us is one prom king. The other one's my son. So I'll leave it at that. And Mexico is up 2-1 on the United States with a diving header goal that got in. Goalie signal for offside. We'll see. I don't know that it's going to be overturned. But Herms, you are in the Washington Capitals, I believe. And are you the 8th pick in the Washington Capitals?
I mean, I figure, with Ovi breaking all the records this year, it's the best thing to do to channel my inner goat and try to go for this thing. So, yeah, definitely. As soon as I saw that it was the theme of just sports teams this year, I was like, Washington Capitals, number 8. Have to do it. Have to go there.
Why, has something special happened in this year with a number 8 in Washington? I don't.
Yeah, a couple different things. I don't know. You may have heard a few hashtags went around for a few months there. It was pretty fun.
So, my son is. I tried to put that up, and I think we both tried to hold on to that prom king accomplishment for dear life.
I just need Bob in the background to put on Glory Days, just long enough so we
ask you back, Glory Days.
Just long enough so we don't get hit for the copyright infringement, but long enough so we know.
By the way, I have pictures of that. You think I don't have pictures of that? Come on, stop. There was somebody that I can't find the comment now, but how much for Tyler's list, Tyler? So people will want to pay directly for that list.
Don't pay for it. Donate to Fantasy Cares. That's the answer. If you let me know you donated, you find me on Twitter at FFTylero. I will send you that list. Simple as that. I'll also probably drop it in FTN's Discord. So if you're already an FTN subscriber, it'll be in there for you. But if you're interested in getting the list, just make a donation. Let me know you donated. Find me on Twitter. I'll be more than happy to send you that list.
So just, getting back to Ovechkin, right? So, oh wait, that was not what I meant to press. I meant to press this one here. Some guy might have become the best goal scorer ever. So, as you know, that game was played on Long Island, right? They played the Islanders in UBS Arena, and I have a vendor at work that they have 5 premium seats behind the glass where Islanders shoot twice. And I've sat in a seat before. It comes with the Verizon suite included. And I tried to kind of like backdoor my way in. I was like, oh, there's a chance. I asked 2 weeks before. I was like, there's a chance he might break the record that day. And somebody had already claimed the tickets, and man, I was disappointed. Oh. So I watched that in some bar having brunch on Staten Island. So not as exciting, but kudos to Ovechkin. Now he only needs like 1,900 more assists to catch Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, that one's definitely not happening for sure. But actually, funny enough that you mentioned that, though, there is a even younger version of Herms in my family, and he got tickets to attend that game and got to see it live. So at least somebody from my family got to be there. So that was actually pretty cool that he gets to have that story forever.
That is pretty awesome, and it's always great to be alive and be aware of big moments in sports like that. Like that was a great moment. Like. I was in an actual Rangers bar where they were playing an Islander game, and every TV was on the game for that reason. It wasn't because of the Islanders, obviously, but big sport moments are what we live for. Sure, we have kids and all that great stuff, but sports,
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Wait a second. So Jamie's saying I peaked in high school. Dude, I run the SFB Podathon. I'm peaking right now. Right.
There you go.
This is peak life. Plus, I met Herms in person last summer, and that was also peak life. So, shush.
And people who are looking for an opportunity to meet Herms in person, coming up, the expo just around the corner. I will be there. And if you ask nicely enough, I will give you a hug. That is 100% guarantee straight from Herms. I will give hugs to anyone who politely asks.
Herms
Herms hugs
are good hugs.
I was going to say top shelf.
Tyler, I'm going to meet you in Philadelphia. I am coming to
Let's go.
Philly Live on the Scott Fish train. Me, Scott, and Russ Fisher will be heading from New York City Live.
Amazing. I feel like there's a lot of folks coming up for that. I feel like I've spoke to so many people who may not be drafting, but are going to be there. The venue is called the Garage. So I feel like the Garage is going to be absolutely packed to the gills in the best way. Can't wait for it. It's going to be great. Can't wait to see you and meet you in person.
You know, this guy, he was not scheduled to be on for a few more minutes, but he's very demanding. He's like, let me in! Let me in!
What's up, boys? How we doing?
What's up,
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Fiala himself hanging with the D. Is there a thought behind your head?
That's the logo that Bob Gilchrist made.
Yeah,
I don't know how to get out of its way.
Daddy, of course. And Mike, who has for years done a phenomenal job helping us book talent for this show, has always played a fantastic role in building the SFB Podathon with us over the years, and has been busy all day, and now has made his way into the room. What's up, Mike?
What's up, guys? How we doing? I've been kind of watching here and there while I wasn't driving up 89 or 93 because, you know, don't want to get killed, but had to pop in and say hi to these guys. You know, two of my favorites, original happy hour folks. You know, couldn't wait to get here and have been loving the chat, man. I saw the chat's been blowing up. Zach's the night before Fishbowl came out. Like, it's been a good day. It has been a really good day, and I just love this day.
Yeah, the show has flowed so well today, and that's no doubt a thank you to not just the co-hosts, but the guests that have come on. Everybody has carried the show really well. It's been a real team effort, and I like the fact that we went back to 24 hours. Those were our roots. The original years of 24 hours. After 4 years, some lunatic named John Bosch reached out to me. He's like, "You got to make it 36." I was like, "All right." And last year they were trying to push it to 48, and I think Mike almost had a coronary because he's like, "You know how hard it's going to be to book 48 hours of guests. I have a life. I have a real job. I have a family." And I was like, "Mike, I agree with you. Let's go back to 24 because it's just neat and tidy." And what I think is that with all the live drafts now, we have so much of that camaraderie out there, and we meet so many people out there. I think the honey spot for the SFB Podathon is this 24 hours, and the people are what make it, and the chat is what makes it. So.
Yeah, so I do want to say, in case it hasn't been said enough yet, shout out to Russ Fisher. I was in Ireland for about 9 days a couple weeks ago, and Russ put together almost all the lineup, to be honest, including these guys. Tyler actually didn't sign up. He just got a DM from me saying you're going on at 8:30 with Herms. So shout out to Tyler for not following directions and still getting here, which was impressive in its own right. But yeah, not Scamper, stop it. I literally will make you sit on here on camera for 46 of those hours and do it yourself, buddy. 91 is nuts. But yeah, no, this has been just an absolute great lineup, and it was really good to see that we spanned time zones too. I saw that Mike Wright showed up on Central Time, which was great. So we've had some really good cross sections now. So
yeah, 24 hours of streaming over the course of 36 hours. That's my type of show. When we did the 36, I still did 27 to 28 hours of those streams. I would just get a little bit of sleep and come right back on. But it's out of fear of people forgetting who I am, right? If I don't put my face out there enough, people would be like, "Who was that again? Sal? He was here."
Well, we talked about that setup, doing the a few hours off, taking a break and doing the 36. It's just, I did find a little, John, just a little bit. Luckily enough, I got there when each bar had like one bottle left, and I was able to drink it, which was fascinating, to be honest. I was shocked each time. It's like, we have a little bit left. I'm like, oh, sick, I'll take it.
Well, Mike, I want to let Herms and Tyler do a little farewell here as we come up against the 9 o'clock hour. We got 5 minutes left, and I'd be shortchanging them if I didn't let them. Herms promoted hugs in Canton, but let's talk again one more time about FTN and what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I don't know. FTNfantasy.com is where you can find all of my articles and stuff. That's where you can find all sorts of fun things in season, like Tyler's rankings are going to be there. You're definitely going to want that as a resource. And check out the Crossing Routes podcast on all of the major podcast streaming platforms, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Subscribe. Listening to every episode is a fun time. Being able to podcast with one of my best friends in the industry every single week. It's a real hoot.
Sweet.
Yeah, not tough to deviate too much from that. I mean, all the ranks are up there. I mean, if you're looking for underdog best ball ranks, if you're looking for DraftKings best ball ranks, redraft, PPR, standard, half, dynasty, rookie, whatever you got, all my ranks are up there over at FTN. Pushing out articles now. Even FTN got me. I think I took a 3-year break from writing articles, but FTN turns out when they pay you, it makes you write articles again. So articles are out, articles are up every single week. And the pot is flowing. Herms, we're going 3 times a week this week, aren't we? We're booting it up.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Yes, if you thought you weren't getting enough of Herms and Tyler O, well, then I have news for you folks. It is only going to increase.
Now, is it back to audio only? Because honestly, I've had a few jump scares with some of the video you guys have put out. So
they tricked us with this. So let me just give this little context here. So they tell us the podcast is audio only, right? So I don't have my right now. I got my stuff set up. I got my nice camera, but we were just recording. And I'm like, oh, this doesn't matter. They were going into our recordings on StreamYard and clipping them for YouTube, and I had no idea. People were making fun of me because I'm recording on a potato, and I just had no idea. I mean, they didn't do us too dirty with the clipping, but we were told it was audio only. Shout out for who was that? Who was doing it? Do you know who's doing that to us, Herms?
I believe that was our good friend Jay Felicio.
Well, they were good clips. Could have been way worse, but I'm sure he saw some things. The guy
that was supposed to be here at 6 o'clock or 6:30 and couldn't make it. That guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Could be him. Could be him.
All right, fellas. Well, always great to have you back with us and talk to you. And congrats again, Tyler, on the number 1 ranker and defending that title. I think it's more likely you win that than Chris Charles wins the fish bowl again. But nonetheless, a very tough feat. We'll see you guys. Tyler, you're going to be at the expo?
I'm still on the fence. I have 2 weddings right before and after, and I'm still trying to work it out. I'm hoping I can go, but we'll see. But I want to go because I think I've been every year since 2021. I still have my Expo 2021 magnet bottle opener on the fridge, so it'd be a shame to miss it in 2025. But we'll see. Still
recommendation. I got recommendation for you guys, you younger guys who friends are still getting married and stuff. Is 2 things. 1, be a dick to them so they don't invite you, or just give a really bad gift to the next one. That word gets around, and you will not have to go to these weddings anymore. So that's a tip from Uncle Sal, and we'll see.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Zach, I know you're getting ready to head out, but don't leave yet because I want you to see the before and the after. This is a man with all the hair possible and a man with none available right here joining us. I didn't want you to miss out on that. I know we're both bald men, Zach, but Jesus, look at these 2 side by side.
Oh, man.
Well, Zach,
you don't want to see under the hat, guys.
No, I might have seen that. Did I see that? Did you have the hat off at the expo last year?
Hat never comes off.
That never comes off.
He charges extra for that.
I know what my plan is this year at the expo, Gary.
Don't you dare.
So, no, I wouldn't do that at all. Plus, I'm a little scared of what might be under there. Zach, I think you went 3 hours strong for us. We want to let you get back to your life. I want to tell you how much I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go have a bowl of ramen, a cannoli, and I'll be back at 10:30.
Is that when you're back with us?
Bailing
Cannolis?
on me, Zach.
As a guest, though, right?
As a
You're coming
guest.
back as a guest.
As a guest, yeah.
It's going to be a different square. You got to go. Down
No,
the
Bob.
bottom
So,
one.
Bob, I signed up for spots, and then Mike kicked me out of being the guest host.
I
here,
signed a writer with Fiala saying that he had to not be on when I was on. I don't know what's going on here.
I do not take orders from Bob.
There's
I
no
just
green
show up when I
M&Ms,
feel like it.
no Fiala.
I got the word from Mike today that it was going
Extra
down.
fish.
I know something that'll make everybody feel better, and that is me telling you that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. The action doesn't stop at the final whistle. With Game Blazers, rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free. Every dollar will go to Fantasy Cares. So sign up today. And we've joked a lot about me creating BOGO and starting a lot of people's careers. I will not take credit for either one of your guys' careers because that will age me. So I'm proud of you two for doing it on your own all these years.
I remember the day you were born. It was a great day. It was like nearly 51 years ago, I'm told, by you. And regularly, probably more to come tonight. No, it's been a great long run for both Gary and I. We're joined at the hip, but it's been a longer run for Gary and Scott Fish.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It has been a minute. We've been tied together for a long time, Gary, you and I. And I'm just glad we're both still around and kicking and in the same fantasy space. It's,
Your oasis of fantasy knowledge.
A callback. I heard the callback.
Nice.
The oasis, the fantasy oasis.
Yeah, Gary's played in every one of these. He mentioned that earlier in the chat, and his success has never been successful.
Also, unlike me, he cares how he finishes. So, this is a charitable event. It's a tournament. I like to give my money. I like to leverage the scoring system like crazy. Works better in the Fantasy Cares Eliminators than it does in the Fishbowl, I'm just going to say, because I'm always horrible. But, that's the fun. It's like a huge lottery ticket in a big tournament. And I'm hoping one year that my crazy draft vibes will pay off. But even if they don't, I don't really care. I just like playing.
No problem. We all know you don't care how you finish. We've seen where you finished. We can tell Gary's putting in more effort than you, and that's evident. So
I'm not obsessed. I would just like to not suck one year. I literally go on Twitter and post my picks as I make them so that people know who not to take. And now Fish has me half talked into, because I have the first overall pick.
Yeah.
He's got me half talked into taking Janty now. And if I do, it's going to wreck us both. We're both dead.
Goodness.
Oh yeah, don't do that. I'm taking Genty. Don't do that, Gary.
As a Raider fan, I beg you not to. I just want to point out Rick's comment. His bucket list was to meet Bob Harris at the Dallas Live Draft, and he did that. He says, "You're not just the smartest, but also the nicest." And I got to say, Bob, you're wearing it now, but for me to see you at the expo wearing
That's why I wore it.
Shirt was a thrill for me, right? It's a show that I came to Scott about 8 years ago, and he blessed it, and so to that extent, Scott did help to start me.
It's like going to a concert. You don't go to a concert. I don't, because I'm way cooler than that. And buy the merch and then put it on over your shirt. Oh, look at it. No, you wear something from the previous concert you saw, so everyone knows you're OG. That's the deal.
Wow,
exactly.
That's smart. That's some thickens.
I'm on here with the guys who literally, I would not be a writer were it not for Scott Fish and Bob Harris.
Uh-oh.
Scott and I started Oasis together, and he gave me a platform to write on. That got me noticed by Bob and Emil, and they offered me actual cash money to write an article. And I was like, wait, this pays money?
I'm gonna suggest Gary was probably gonna be a writer no matter what. He's
Yeah, I think so.
And I just had the good fortune of realizing that, hey, probably I could coerce him with this thing he calls money to write for me. And it's paid off.
I bet I could
handsomely for
coerce
both
him to
of
go away. What?
Rumor has it nobody would have been a writer if Bob didn't move everybody off of stone tablets onto pen and paper. So we thank Bob.
It's true
for inventing paper.
Yeah, we do appreciate that. Etching in stone all those years, man. That was people talk about the paper and pencil days of fantasy football, man.
I want to announce congratulations to Mexico. They did win the Gold Cup 2-1. Not USA's year.
Is that some other sport? What?
That is the CONCACAF Soccer Gold Cup final. And now back to American football.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, because the U.S. men's national team, what's the word I'm looking for? Sucks.
I think you nailed it, actually. I'm not sure why you had to look so far.
It's the kicking one. I see you out there, scampers, causing trouble.
Yes, you have support.
So let's dial in our Scott Fish strategies. Can I do that? I want to just talk about how I'm leveraging this scoring system.
Let's hear it. And can you tell me who your sleeper tight end is so I can draft his teammate? That has worked for me well over the years.
It's Mike Gesicki.
It's always Mike Gesicki.
I thought I heard you say fish missile.
Fire the fish missile. Always happy to do that. I didn't do it in this draft. I think every year, I want to just what's the scoring system? I want to not accept it and embrace it. I want to drive a bulldozer through it. So I think I have mostly running backs. Volume seems like the key this year. So I tried to go after volume. Can't always get that at tight end, Mike Fiala. You'll be surprised to learn. Sometimes you have to take some chances at the end of your draft. But that's, that was kind of my approach this year was heavy on the running backs and the tight ends, even the tight ends that some people have never heard of, Mike.
So who'd you end up with, Bob? What spot you get and where'd you land?
Drafted out of the 11th spot, as I always do. Did it, and then the whole third round reversal thing happened. Scott, I wasn't mad. I didn't care.
I wish she'd have done it. Oh my God, I wish. I just wanted Twitter to burn.
I like when people.
I felt like the Joker during Batman, just burn it all.
I didn't really care, but I'm glad it worked out okay. Henry Achane drafting from the 11th spot, George Kittle in round 3, DeAndre Swift round 4, Aaron Jones in round 5. Some of those guys, older fellas like me, have to hold up a little better. Evan Ingram in round 6, Brock Purdy in round 7, Pat Freiermuth the day before Jonnu Smith was acquired by the Steelers in round 8, J.K. Dobbins, who Cecil Lammy, my colleague at Football Guys, tells me is likely to be the 1A with Harvey, his 1B in Denver. And then I got Goff, Trevor Lawrence, Michael Pittman threw in there. You're getting down to the dregs. Austin Eckler down to the dregs. But the dude did score double-digit PPR points in every game he played last year. Adam Thielen, because I'm addicted to him. Cedric Tillman, a possible wide receiver 1 in that offense. We saw the narrow band last year. Don't know how it'll play out. Depends on the quarterback. Oronde Gadsden. There you go, Mike Fiala. Go ahead.
Love that. Love that. I liked his dad. I don't know how good he's going to play, but
I've met his dad and interviewed his dad. And this is always great to get the sons of players you've interviewed. Nick Chubb, in case Joe Mixon's walking boot never goes away. Tyler Shuck, just because I wanted an extra quarterback to be snotty. Cole Kmet, Michael Meyer, Austin Hooper, and Julian Hill, in case Darren Waller doesn't somehow pan out in Miami.
Wow. Yeah. So I honestly think that the run you've been on in the fishbowl is going to continue.
I think
I think that's great for you to be consistent like that.
I like to go with the Andy Bears line. Bob Harris for leaning into the unusual no good player strategy. Zero good player is where I go.
Oh, come on. No one's going to hate on the Henry Achane start. I mean,
that's true.
That's a hell of a start. Now, a little off the rails at times, but that's what you do. Honestly, drafting the wrong Patriots tight end 12th year in a row, I'm proud of you.
If I could have gotten Henry, I would have. You realize I'm not drafting alone. There are other people in this draft, and perhaps all the players I wanted weren't available to me when I thought they might be. That's just.
Gary, are you going in the slow draft, or did you draft already?
Slow draft.
All right. So
I would love to get to a live. One of these years, I got to get to a live draft. But
they can't beat it. I'm actually going. So I went for the past 2 years. This time I'm going, but not drafting, because I found it was hard for me to enjoy it and look at the board. Boston's a pretty big one. I think we have 8 drafts going on in Boston at one time. Last year was the gala. So this year I'm slow drafting and then hanging out in Boston, which I would highly recommend. Even if you're not drafting in a live draft, just go.
Don't you hang out there anyway?
I do, but this time I don't have to actually work, which I love. Okay. All right, so Gary, what spot do you have, and who you hope is going to be there?
I'm picking first, so everyone's going to be there.
Perfect. And did they sell you on Jan 2? You still think if Bijan, you have a third option?
He was on my short list anyway. The problem with so many of the high-end running backs is there's something about them that makes me nervous. Barkley's workload last year was crazy. Never mind he had 2,000 yards, and he led the league in rushing, and the cover of Madden, he's doomed, obviously. Bijan Robinson had 365 touches, which granted, that don't put you in curse 370 territory, but even 350 touches in a season doesn't necessarily pay off. The odds of regression are better. So I was leaning between Janty and Robinson. I don't really know yet. Honestly, after I get off here, I'm probably going to head over to Sleeper and get my queue set so that when the draft starts, I don't hold things up and pitchforks and torches don't come out.
Gotta love that. You gotta love the guys who are popping the on the clock notifications 4 minutes into the clock.
Oh, look, Sal was gone. Who knew?
So it's funny. What I was surprised by, Gary, and throughout the Podathon, I'm hearing this. I came into having the number 3 pick, thinking that 90% of the number 1s were going to go Lamar Jackson, and I'm hearing very little of that throughout the Podathon, which has me surprised because I had Bijan and Lamar at the top of my list, but I'm picking 3rd. So was thinking I might be looking at the Janty Barkley tier, but now I'm thinking I'm almost locked into Lamar. Was that even a thought when you had number 1, or were you always going running back?
I can't say I didn't consider him because for so many years, quarterbacks were so valuable in the fishbowl. But now that Scott every flexed everything and took the snow globe and just shook the hell out of it. Which is awesome, and I love it. I don't know that you necessarily need to have an elite quarterback. You don't have to start 2 quarterbacks every week, not in this format. So honestly, in the 3 spot, you should have several good options available to you.
Sure it will. I was just shocked that was the one that I thought was going to be the bullet because you're getting a high-end quarterback and high-end running back all kind of built into one.
I'm less worried about slamming that first overall pick and getting the highest scoring player overall and just hitting the home run than I am striking out and having a guy that blows me up. I don't think I can win the draft at round 1, but I can lose it.
Valid.
People trying to hit home runs are going to have a lot of trouble next year when it's draft 8 players, no bench. No bench, just waivers every week. You're flying.
I've almost no doubt I can lose at that as almost as well as I've lost at every other format. So thank you.
Oh my God, people would be having nervous breakdowns every Wednesday. How much fab do I have? How much fab do I have? I only have $14.
The only one who worries about fabs is fabs. Oh, we're talking about money. Okay.
Oh, mine's gone by week 3 anyway. Always.
So you didn't notice I was gone, hey, Bob?
Did you leave?
I kind of did notice, but I just thought I would be a jerk about it when you came back.
I had to get some coffee for those of you guys that don't remember the 2 guys that started this show with me, Steve and Kevin. Here's the Fantasy Football Funhouse mug, the only one in existence because only I would buy that.
I have the electric mug that keeps my coffee hot for many hours. Although it doesn't last that long. I don't know. It's quite convenient, though.
I noticed you were gone, Sal. I was sad.
Well, I noticed because you changed from the black shirt and you don't just look like a head floating on a black cloud. Now you look like a whole human. I thought it was a really cool look when you were just the floating head.
Yeah, the disembodied head.
Right.
I can go back to it. I bought every color of the SFB Podathon shirt that was available this year. I also have the Brooklyn Nets one, which is black. I have the New York Knicks one. I have the New York Yankees one. I'm an avid buyer of Fantasy Cares t-shirts, and you should go check that out. Come to live drafts because rumor has it at live drafts they have this discount code for the day only at the live drafts. So if you're there, you could get some money off. So
I think I like the. I just want to shout out my live draft. Kacey Kasem does a fantastic job of setting those up every year. It's been better. This year was so fantastic. Great crew of people. It was great meeting Rick. Great meeting all the people there. But man, it's a great location. Kacey sets it up nice. The fun and games and festivities, the raffles, the prizes, all of it is fantastic. The camaraderie cannot be beat if you have not gone to a live draft. And I've been to many of them. Been to LA. LA was great, and the Trophy Smack headquarters. Had a super good time there. But the Dallas, the Community Beer. I think there was like an associated animal, kind of a local pet, rescue was doing a charity there too. So we had all the critters were there. The only thing missing was the biggest critter of them all, Brian Quinlan, who I think that's our connection to that place was he worked there. Then he moved to Boston. Who would move there?
Come on now. We're going to have our live draft where all of the best players are going to be hanging out.
Miss Quinlan, man. It was a great deal. He's much larger than his avatar. You guys are going to be very surprised.
I did not realize that Quinlan moved, yet he still made the connections so we could draft at the same place.
Yeah, I think it's all connected up now. I think we're locked in there no matter what because they love us and we're a very good crowd. And Derek Brown buys enough cannabis drinks to keep them in business for 20 years at a time. So
by a very good crowd, you mean they hide you in a corner so that
we have the entire second floor of the entire establishment. It's a 2-story. There's a bar in the second story. And they bring your food. You just do your little QR code order, and boom, food just shows up, and it's nice. Fantastic. Really, really well done. But Kacey does just a fantastic job running the whole affair, getting everything lined up, getting all the stuff there, and making sure everyone is accommodated and feeling comfortable.
I saw the pictures. Derek showed up in his medium shirts as he generally wears, with a button hanging on for dear life,
Oh yeah, I got the guns out. So I try to talk to everyone else. So a little behind the scenes. I went to Matthew Friedman's wedding reception a week or two before, and Dwayne McFarland was there. Moody was there, who's been like a regular. Eric Moody from ESPN has been a regular at these events. He thought he was going to try to make it. He didn't. Friedman and McFarland, way too snooty. I hope they're watching so they can hear that. No, not too snooty, but perhaps snooty. Super snooty. Well, I mean, that goes without saying. McFarland's hair, I talked to his hair separately, and it said it would probably show up on its own, and I was surprised when it didn't.
Friedman texted me the day before of it and said, "Hey, if you're in town," I'm like, "I'm not in Dallas, but no."
It was a good time. Congratulations to our friend Matthew Friedman.
He sent me messages like 2-3 weeks before, or whatever.
Yeah, it was a great time. It was good seeing everybody and good to get a little human contact time with all my friends. So always happy to do that, including Dwayne McFarland.
Moody will be with us tomorrow morning, by the way. He's always joins us every year. And somebody asked me, who would you like to meet in the fantasy industry, like in person? I was on a show. I can't remember who had asked me that. And I was like, I had met so many of the people like Bob. I got to meet you last summer. I met Mike last summer. I've met Scott a handful of times now. And so I added Eric to that list because just a happy guy. The guy gives off such a good vibe. So I hope to be able to give him a good handshake one of these days at one of these events.
Thought that was going a different direction. I'm glad it went where it did. Yeah.
Well, it's a family show.
I thought everything's fair game.
I am snipped, so everybody is safe around me.
I'm a fantasy football national treasure hunter. It's true.
Oh, yeah.
No, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Except for the Scott Fishbowl. Not hunting for that treasure, just happy to lose.
So, Bob, I'm seeing in the chat there's a question of when does the show kick back off? I know that you're changing times now, which makes me happy.
Something doesn't have to stay up past too long past his bedtime. Starts what is today? Sunday? Tomorrow. Monday, July 7th, we go to 5 days a week. Mike Dempsey United Football Diehards are back. 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern, 5 weeknights, every weeknight, Monday through Friday. Once the season starts, we'll throw in the Saturday night NFL radio show for 3 hours. And then I'll jump on with Jeff Mans and we'll do the pregame show from 11 to 1 p.m. Eastern every Sunday. So 7 days a week, you'll have Bob Harris. And I know not all of you want that, but too bad.
I've already started sending emails like, if you need a guest, I'm probably available.
A guest that stays up past 7 p.m. Unlike
every day.
It's not that I can't stay up, Bob. It's that your callers call in and they're like, "Hey, I'm thinking of starting 4 guys. Here's 74 names. Write them all down." And
3 of them are Mike Gesicki.
They're always Mike Gesicki.
On our show, we used to do a bit called Lightning Round, where we said this guy or that guy. Give us 2 options. We'll tell you who. We'll give you reasoning. Any more than that, we'll hang up on you. And we did every time. We're like,
well, Dempsey,
Dempsey.
We have a whole segment it's it's a one question, either or question. And if you don't say the question right, you get 1 question. Like if you pick up the phone and say, "Hey, how's it going?" "Hey, we're great." Boom, he hangs up on them. If they ask for more than 1 player, he hangs up on them. It's probably his favorite thing on earth. Second only to golf, I guess. But he loves hanging up and being mean to people, and that gives him his opportunities.
I just want to say to Jamie that Joe has been on with us multiple times. He's not on the schedule this year, but Joe's great. Love Joe. Met Joe in person. He's been on with us multiple times. We know he's great at what he does, so I don't want to let that go unnoticed. But
he's organizing the DC event. Him and Jeff Lambert.
Joe's great.
You guys could ask the IDP guy about Travis Hunter.
Who?
That guy from Jacksonville.
The IDP guy. My bad. Sorry, man. That was
Travis who?
Yeah, let's hear it. You got a take for us, Gary?
I think he's overvalued in this format, at least. People are going to reach. It's possible that he could be the highest scoring wide receiver in fantasy football if he gets points for the IDP stuff like he does in Scott Fishbowl. But to do that, he's going to have to play a lot more defensive snaps than I expect. I think he's going to be 80+% wide receiver probably. And if that's the case, that 15-20% that he's playing cornerback could actually hurt his numbers as much as it helps.
Okay. What do you think of that IDP scoring in there? Like the actual numbers of it, Gary? Does it look familiar at all? Or
yes, it looks a little. Hey, you showed me the framework. I just made a couple suggestions. I can't believe it didn't dawn on me that was what it was for. It was for Hunter and Scott Fishbowl. I thought maybe you were finally going to play in more than one IDP league a year.
Hey, that's true. The last couple of years, I've only played in one, but we have 10 IDP starters. It's not even like a shallow one. At least it's a legit one.
That it is.
Let's get him into death match.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see the trophy there in the background, Harris.
Yeah, that's right. You do.
Bob,
many trophies in my background.
We had talked at one time about Ian jumping in one of the Football Diehards magazines. Were you watching him earlier when he was talking about Clint Kubiak's offenses and running back years?
Very impressive, man. He's on my list. He's on my list. To tell him there will be no escape. I'm still out here. I haven't gone anywhere. Just like a temporary setback, sir.
He was very smooth in his delivery, precise, knew his stuff, spoke well to his statistics, and I'm a little ashamed of myself. Actually,
we'll have to have a father-son duo on the radio our first time at some point. I have not done that.
He has. I don't think he realizes that. I mean, he's been on the local radio here. He's been on Sirius XM. He's gone on, like the CBS show. He's actually done stuff, and he doesn't realize. He probably was too young to realize how cool that is.
Yeah, if AI doesn't destroy me, it'll be your kid. So thank you. I appreciate it.
So Scott, I will say for Ian, and I appreciate him coming on and giving his take. My kids were listening at that point, and one of them put on their sticky note, Ken Walker in the Ian Fishbowl this year, no matter what. And threw that in his pocket. They've been in Ian's division now, I think, for the past 2 years.
Okay.
So that was on the sticky note. Just let Ian know that there may be a reach over ADP for Ken Walker now because of how well he delivered it. I'm not going to say it's going to happen. But I will say that they learned from their dad about sniping their league mates and trying to throw them off their game. So.
Ian is the Andrew Cooper to your kid.
Can you guys help me decipher this? Does this mean I owe Joe a beer at the expo, or does he owe me a beer? The way that's written, I can't tell who's buying who the beer.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I mean, Gary cleared it up for me right there, and I don't want any other answers, please. That's the one we're going with. Perfect. One beer each. My son is actually old enough where he could actually be a fantasy analyst, and I made him get a real job. So,
I never expected that I would be doing this. When Scott and I started Oasis together, we just wanted somewhere where we could kind of do what we wanted when we wanted.
Yeah.
If you'd have told us that 20 years later we'd be where we are, we'd have suggested that you stop day drinking.
Yeah. Yeah. There was no way this was going to be a career for us.
It was
It really shouldn't have
1993,
been.
and I thought
don't
it
know
was.
what-
I was so sure it was going to be a career that I was too stubborn to quit when I should have quit. Like, again, the tired old joke I say, I'm like about 3 years away from breaking even now. But yeah, like, the whole notion, there was never any doubt in my mind. From the minute I started doing this was what I was going to do no matter what. And that just demonstrates I'm stupid and stubborn. Both those things, very valuable in this industry. So stick with it, kids. You never know what might happen.
No, I love it.
It's an amazing success story, Bob, and I'm proud of you.
I appreciate that, Sal. When's your birthday?
I don't know if you've heard, but it's August 6th. One day before we arrive at the expo, August 7th on Thursday, we'll get there. So I will still be accepting shots and beers from anybody, including Joe Bond, all weekend long.
Didn't we already do that for your 50th? We're doing it again.
We're doing it again.
Hey, once you hit 50
birthdays.
Once you hit 50 years old, they should do it for you every year because you're still above ground, and that is an accomplishment.
Yeah, you never know when it's going to be the last one, Mike. So every year you just celebrate.
The guys are scaring me, man. The first number being a 5 went by the wayside long ago. I'm thinking, man, it's just like sounding terrible here. Come on.
I'm trying to figure out why Mr. Scampers is proud of both of us. Bob's accomplished something. I'm not sure what you're proud of.
Bob's accomplished something, and you accomplished getting him on your show.
That is true. Actually, I didn't even do that. I'm pretty sure Russ booked him. So
I thought I booked Bob. That's one of the few things I did. Russ did the rest of it. Don't give him all the credit. I booked like 3 people. But I will say, I think he was proud of you and Bob for staying above ground. I think that was the proud thing, Sal, that you made it to 51 almost.
Can I just comment on a comment in the chat that I think is a fantastic comment? Rick Rousseau loves my guitars. So do I. They don't get enough love in chats. I don't know why they don't. Maybe because I don't play them enough, but whatever it is, anytime they're noticed, I'm very grateful, very proud of my guitars. They're the 2 things I was able to afford to buy over the course of the many years I've been in this great industry trying to make ends meet.
Oh, you have no idea what I would give to watch you play guitar. That would be
the drums
awesome.
would be better. We'll drive the computer into the other room. That's the real thing.
we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30. The show ends at 12, but we'll see you at 12:30 tomorrow. Guitar and drums in hand.
All of it.
I want you to play them both at the same time, but we are coming up against 9:30. Is it 9:30? And the next group of folks are hiding in the background. So, Gary and Bob, I love that you guys have stood the test of time. I love that you take the jokes in stride. That's what makes you last as long as you can in an industry like this, is having a good sense of humor, but also being really good at what you do. So thank you coming back year after year, and I look forward to seeing you guys in about a month.
We'll do the same. I'm told it's going to be your birthday. I can't verify that, but if it's true, certainly I'll watch people buy you drinks. I won't be one of those people, but I will watch that happen. Also, people, donate your money. Whatever money you are going to spend on Sal's birthday drinks, go to Fantasy Cares.
Fantasy Cares.
I agree with that.
Make your purchases, shirts, all the merch is great. Bob does you guys do fantastic stuff. It's great to even be slightly associated with this. I joke about not caring if I win. I do want to win. I'm not saying I would kill somebody to win, but I want to win really bad. I'm not saying I wouldn't. So there's that. But either way, just being part of it and being allowed to just have a little bit of the fun is fantastic. Thank you all very much.
Yeah,
it's just great to chat with Fish and Harris and all you guys. I can't wait for the expo. That's like my happy place every year, and it's right before the season goes crazy and everything the world falls apart. You get to just take a breath, decompress, and have some fun.
Yeah. Well, thank you, gents, again. See you soon.
I love how throwing up the deuces in the fantasy community now means something completely different.
I just want to let Jamie know that I rarely, if ever, and probably never get wasted, right? Because I know my limits, and I also know that when I'm out in public, I got to be a little bit careful. So I will second what Bob said. I can afford my own drink. So if you were thinking about buying me a drink, I want you to take that money right now and go donate it to Fantasy Cares, or buy a shirt, or any one of the other things that we have up there at Fantasy Cares, hats, and Bob's making, mouse pads and all kinds of stuff out there. Donate, give, and even if you get something back for yourself, that's awesome. I want to remind everybody that the entire 24 hours of the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS. Rip packs, collect items, level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in a Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, get a BOGO offer with Scott Fishbowl packs. Buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Start playing today. I'm getting tired when I start singing the reeds, fellas.
You do what you got to do to get by, man. That's what this is about right now.
So I wonder, like when we get these deep into the show and we have 4 hosts and 1 guest, I wonder who you got to be in life to have a 4-on-1 on the SFB Podathon. What is up, Mr. Murray and Ciao, Arrivederci, all the other good stuff. This man is fresh off a trip to Italy where he big timed me. I was like, I'm taking a flight to Vegas. He's like, I'm going to Italy. I was like, cool. So,
hey, it's a pleasure to be here, guys. And I'm looking at this group, and I'm like, this is impressive. So the 4-on-1, I mean, yeah, I'll take it. It's an honor to be here. Obviously, it's an incredible event. The Podathon is something I remember watching once upon a time, way back in the day, and yeah, it's a privilege to be here for sure. Italy was special; it was amazing. But I mean, it's nice to be home, and it's nice to be with you guys.
It's nice to see somebody wearing another SFB Podathon shirt, back-to-back segments with that shirt, going strong. I'd like to see the statistics year after year of how many Podathon shirts get purchased, because I feel like credit to me for carrying the sales over there at
the merch store. Yeah.
The merch store.
Well, it's funny because the shirt that Scott's wearing right now, I almost brought that on, so that would have been funny.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Scott has 3 of those in his possession. He rotates 2 of them. One of them is brand new, and one of them would fit him like Derek Brown wearing a typical shirt on a Saturday night. So
I love it. Well, yeah, this last week got to spend some time with Scott. We went to a Cubs game with, check that off the bucket list. Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. So Italy, Chicago, Seattle, here we are.
Right, you came into town a day after I left, you dirty rat, and you guys went to a Cubs game. I've been dying to go to Wrigley. They were out of town the weekend, and they come back for Tuesday.
Do you know what's crazy? Do you all know, or maybe people in the chat, do you know who Gab Gowdy is?
Yep.
What's the name?
Gab.
Oh, yeah.
She does mostly baseball. Anyway, Kevin and I walk into Wrigley, and within like 15 feet away, I'm like, Gab! She was just right there. She's in Cleveland. I live in Minnesota. Kevin's in Seattle, and there's Gab Gowdy right there. Said hi, chatted for a few seconds. It was insane. What are the odds you run into someone? You're from a different city, and you run into someone from a different city in a third city. It was crazy.
I think we might have confused Greg with the SFB UFC logo. There'll probably be no MMA talk on this show, but Greg, I am a huge MMA UFC fan. If you ever want to chop that up with me and the socials. I'll talk it with you, no matter what. But we're gonna stick it. I tried to talk soccer a minute ago, and I was threatened by Bob Harris to get back to the football. So,
That's the wrong football.
Yeah.
That's
pretty awesome to run into people in the wild. I was at a Chicago Fire game. I ran into Joey Wright. I also went in the same car to that stadium with Joey Wright, so it wasn't weird that I ran into him.
Yeah.
That was cool. I was at FSGA this past week.
Yeah, it was amazing. FSGA is always a great event. Obviously, lots of cool people there. Lots of interesting people. They're with different perspectives when it comes to the industry. Obviously, it's uniquely different than the expo with all the analysts and. But FSGA is definitely a great event if you can get to it, you can get involved. There's a lot of gateways open for people by going to FSGA. But I personally, I love going to Chicago. I've never been to Chicago before, so it was a great event. We had a good time.
Yeah, it was my first time in Chicago also, and we talked about this earlier. Joe Bryant, he was nice enough to invite me to join him, Scott, and the football guys team at Perquads, which for me, you're not going to find a better pizza place in Chicago. It was outstanding. I am so happy I got the opportunity to go there, and mostly for the pizza, not the company. But the company was good too.
Which location was that?
Pequods.
Pequods. I'm not sure exactly where it was located.
Okay. Yeah, we went somewhere, but we didn't go there. But that Chicago pizza, definitely unique.
It's unique. It's different. We had this conversation earlier, but they're different things. New York style pizza and Chicago pizza. So I say thumbs up to both. I didn't complain. It's all better than Boston. But I did give Boston credit for cannolis. I ate cannolis with Ryan last year and Scott, and those were cream of the crop cannolis.
I'm telling you, you talk about cannolis. I had a cannoli in Cinque Terre, Italy, and it was like, I've never been a huge fan of cannolis, but this was one of the greatest things I've ever experienced. It was amazing. So I'm on board. I'm on board.
Kevin off the top rope trumping me with Italy again.
Now goes to freaking Boston, and Kevin's like, "Yeah, well, I had him in Italy. It's a little different."
That's pretty awesome, Kevin. And you've been at the forefront of the Seattle live drafts for years now. So tell us what's coming up.
Well, yeah, obviously, first year we did the live drafts for SFB. I hosted that. It was a unique experience, kind of a boutique kind of thing where we, I tried to bring in what, I was on the Podathon. I kind of took you through a tour, didn't I, back in the day at that event? But it was, I was trying to bring like my home league experience for SFB, and we had an amazing time. And then it took a couple years off. So we're bringing Seattle back, but this time we're going to be downtown Seattle. It's going to be a fun event. We got a couple leagues going. It's nice to bring it back to the Pacific Northwest. There's a lot of people in this town that have wanted it. And here we are. We're bringing Seattle back. It's on the 20th. It's going to be, that's the final weekend of SFB. So excited to bring it back. I know there's a lot of other events happening around that same time, but SFB Seattle is gonna be fun. We're gonna make it as good as we can. It'll be a little bit different, but it'll be fun.
I remember we went live to that Seattle draft that first year, and we got a full view of absolutely all of your draft room, and it was legitimately, like I told people, if you don't know, Kevin's got the red blazer for a reason. He's the one and only ESPN commissioner of the year, and I was the commissioner of forever. And like you, going to Chicago for the first time, each year I'm trying to go to cities I haven't been to before. So it's on my list for next year to do Seattle. I think Seattle and Arizona will be the new places I go to next year. And always Vegas. That's and of course New York City because I'm here.
Yeah, it sounds like
we're
Vegas.
Actually, not doing the Vegas draft though. We've already talked about this.
Sorry, bud.
It's too magical that we don't want to ruin future years of it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's become the gold standard. So So I'd like to get to Vegas. You know, I think that's special. But the coolest thing about SFB and these live events is every city's different, right? It's a different experience. It's fun for people like Sal, who kind of goes to a bunch of them, to see different, you know, just the different setups. And, you know, there's so many commonalities with the event in that, you know, it's community, it's SFB, it's special, but each location has something special. So it's cool that everyone has kind of a different opportunity to experience, you know, SFB in a unique way. So Vegas, I mean, poolside, and, you know, obviously I've been to Trophy Smacks, you know, the last, you know, couple years, and those are fun, but, you know, every city has something that's desirable. So I'd like to check more off my list for sure.
What is the flight time from Seattle to Las Vegas? Like 16 minutes? What is that?
Seattle to Vegas? I mean, it's like probably 2.5 hours.
It's that far? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy flight. Yeah, 2.5 probably.
Well, you've insulted. Somebody put up that only thing good to come out of Boston is Boston cream, and Mike left. So he's been insulted.
Well,
he's gone.
To be fair, someone said it. You are the one that put it up.
How could you be so sure it was me?
Because I didn't do it.
Damn it, you're a super sleuth. It was me. You're right.
And I mean, one person, one of the 4 people on the screen is just a big old jerk, and it's not me. It's definitely not Kevin. I try and convince people that it's Scott, but they won't believe me for some reason. So
it is absolutely me.
Yeah, he's got built-in protection, but he could be a real bastard. That's what I love about him. I always say that now because he already mailed my pants.
Yep, I mailed you.
Oh yeah, you got your pants. I was part of that experience where Scott was trying to, like, you know, make sure you could get your pants, and so you got your pants.
Scott, I didn't get them yet, but they are in the mail.
Okay, good.
But just knowing that you and Scott both handled my pants makes me very happy. So
we handled it. That is a good way to put it.
So, Kev, tell us what's going on with FF Unlimited.
Well, I mean, it's been a fun year. Obviously, you got the podcast and everything, and you know, it's been a good year. But I've been working on a project, the Commissioner's Playbook. It's a book that's coming out in just, you know, less than that's 2 weeks from Tuesday. So it's just a massive guide for commissioners, anybody that wants to enhance their league experience. I mean, it's in the process of finalizing, you know, the editing process. I mean, we're talking 450 pages, like 60 chapters. It's a thick one, but it's, you know, I just really want to put together just a comprehensive guide for commissioners and fantasy enthusiasts that want to make their league special. And I think we've accomplished that. It's been fun. It's been, you know, grueling to some degree, but it's been a fun process, and I can't wait to get it out there. I think it's, you know, grand scheme of things, it's about just loving this game. You know, if you love fantasy for the experience, for the community aspects, the culture, the league culture, all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is kind of, you know, it's a book that I think you'll really appreciate. So just all kinds of different ideas and ways to enhance engagement, make leagues fun, really.
You know, it's pretty awesome. We touched on the fact that you won that ESPN contest. How many years ago was that now? It's got to be 10 years.
It was 2016. Yeah, it's
almost 10 years ago because I met you. Russ and I met. Russ, were you with me? You were with me at the Ballers, but I met Kevin online. You know, like Kevin, you know, he's got the red jacket on. So I'm like, I think I was like 2019 that I met you in New York City. And, you know, you've been working on your knowledge of being an amazing commissioner for many years. Just the stuff right away when you won that contest, and it became a little more prevalent on social media and the stuff you would post, and it'd be like, wow, I wish I played in a league where the commissioner worked this hard. And for those of you that don't play in leagues where you do a live draft and you go to someone's home or to an event hall or space, and you don't know what that's all about. I played in one of those leagues where my cousin and you know, his cousins, his family rather, his sisters, and they put on such a great hosting event every year. It really makes the league, like that first day, that opening day, cannot be undersold if you're in a home draft. But knowing you did those things for so many years, and you could go back through all of Kevin's social media and see posts from years gone by, when did you decide to write a book like that, and how long does it take? You said it was a long process, but I don't think you started that a year ago. When did you start this idea, and when did you start putting it down?
Well, yeah, great question. My passion for being a commissioner goes back many years. Again, it really is just founded in my own experience with my league, and my leagues. It's friends from elementary school, junior high, high school, college, all coming together. So I've just for all these years really appreciated what fantasy can be. Just beyond the game, just when it comes to keeping people connected and just the fun that we have together. It's just you all know what it's like to play in a fun fantasy league. It's truly special, and so that's just been my passion this whole time. And when I won the contest, the community, I discovered I've been playing fantasy since 95, but I discovered the community. I discovered all these great people that were really supportive of what I was doing and loved what I was doing with my league, and I was blown away because I didn't realize how much beyond just your normal host website there was when it comes to content and all the people. And so that experience really made me think, how can I get involved? Obviously, with a career and everything, it was a slow process, but I just really wanted to do everything I could to make an impact in the industry, because I wanted to, I wanted people to find the love for fantasy that I had and experience what I had when it comes to just the great league experience. So that's the passion. It's something I've been, thinking about for years. Obviously, the on Fantasy Football Unlimited, a lot of that content, is on the commish side and the league side. I'm with football guys on their staff because of some of the commish stuff. So it's been something I've been, working on. It's been my thing for all these years. But putting a book together, it was about a year ago where I started thinking about it, and then end of summer, beginning of September is when I, got on it. So I've been working on it since essentially September of 2024, and it's been it's been a grind, but it's been so fun. Again, it's putting all this stuff together. It just really fuels me when it comes to the commish stuff and league stuff, and doing research here and there. It's I just want people to fall in love with this great game, and I think I put together a great resource to help people just make their leagues better and impact their league members. It's for commissioners, but it's also for the another 11 people in the league. I want them to love the game like I do and experience what I've experienced. So if that answers your question, it's been essentially this last year, but since last September technically.
Yeah, and I think with the iteration of online fantasy, some of that may be lost. It's great that we've all found each other and connected with each other because of the internet and all the stuff that we have there. But that home league experience, maybe this book will help to bring that to that next generation. Scott was 1992, I was 1994, you were 1995. Russ, I don't remember what year, but I know it's been a long time that you've been out there as well. But as my son and his friends now, my son, he commissions leagues now, and he is the one person in his group that holds that home draft league of in their early 20s of carrying that tradition on. And I think that book, maybe I'll definitely buy a copy of the book to support you for sure. But maybe I'll get him a copy or let him take a peek at mine so that he could build that experience. So you said 2 weeks. Where will we be able to get that?
Amazon. Yeah, Amazon on July 22nd is when it drops. There'll be a pre-order link for the ebook. The ebook is going to be super inexpensive, and that'll come out. I think I'll have that link next week. But the hardback I guess the normal version is going to come out the 22nd. So I'll be posting a ton of stuff on this over the next couple of weeks. It's really ramping up next week. Really,
we'll help promote as well. I'm all about, and I need that physical book. I need that in my hands book to turn the pages, and that's awesome, man. Congratulations on that. I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
See, I just need the real book because I like having a trophy. It's like, I finished this. I read this. You belong on a shelf now.
That's good. I like that too.
Also,
again,
blown away,
yeah, just again, I if I can help, a single league, enhance their experience, it's worth it. I had the one cool thing is that there's a bunch of chapters in there with case studies of leagues that I'm aware of. Running the commission contest this last year, got some exposure to some great leagues. Obviously, Scott helped with that, with being on the panel and judging some of these leagues. But I've had the unique privilege to encounter some cool leagues out there, and it's me fun to showcase some of those for people that aren't aware of what these leagues are doing. But so many great leagues, so many every league is different in fantasy, and it's exciting to just help spread the love of this game because it's a great game.
Now, Kevin, if you're going to write a book like this, is there anybody in the industry you would really trust to say write a blurb about that book? Like, is there anybody that comes top of mind that you're like, if I need a blurb written about this book, these are the guys these are the people I have to go to.
Yeah, I mean, I got some blurbs. There's definitely some blurbs. I did go straight to Scott Fish because he's, Scott Fish is one of the greatest commissioners in the history of the game. So I had to get Scott Fish in there. The foreword is written by Phil Yates. I got some blurbs.
I've heard of him. He's a guy.
Yeah, I heard of him, right? Back cover blurbs. We got Matthew Berry. We got Scott Fish. We got the fantasy footballers. We got Liz Loza. We got Joe Bryant. I mean, that's a pretty good list right there.
These are all people I've met in person, and
amazing people.
Help jumpstart their career. So I'm proud of that. Got the opportunity to blurb it up with you guys.
I do appreciate it, Sal. Kevin does mention that in the book. All these blurbs are people that Sal Leto made.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to say, I think what are we into the 4th hour of the second stream, right? We're almost at 10 hours, and our viewer count has gone up steady all day. So power to the people watching. If you got us up on a big screen at home, or if you can't bear to look at us and you just got us on a phone, it doesn't matter. Hanging out in the chat, you've fueled us and you've kept us going. We're approaching the midway point. I'm trying to convince myself of that, even though it's 2 hours away. But thank you to everybody that continues to support us. And
well, it's about to get real fun with Cooter Doodle and Linda. I mean, it's getting going, isn't it?
I can't remember what year it was. It may have been last year that Cooter was in a car and it was so dark and we could barely see her.
That was last year.
Yeah, I'm hoping that she's on solid ground somewhere and we could get the full experience. But yeah, it's gonna get. We're definitely about to turn it up. I mean, after them, we have J Mike and Zach will return as a guest. Well, you're welcome. And if you don't know that I started this back in the rotisserie days, that was me. It was like, guys, rotisseries and chickens, and it just makes sense. And then we got some NFL Network guys coming up. My new great friend Marcus Grant, who gave me a tour of NFL Network back in November, which was super cool for me. And that's the great thing. Like all the people you spoke about, Kevin, you've met over the years. When you're just a regular commish guy and now you're in the business and writing books, and they've remembered that and they've come back to do that. I met Phil Yates, when he was just a young lad before he was married, and after me he got married. So congratulations to the two of them on the nuptials.
The amount of things.
I could go on for days. And as I told Zach early, it's a real fine art of bringing everything back to me every segment. It's not. That should not go unnoticed.
It's not easy, but he does it.
This is a question for next segment. All right, we'll have to get that. Remember that, Mike, as you bring it up to your good friend, Lindellians.
I'm not bringing that up to her. I'm pretending it didn't happen. I'm going to let Scott answer for that one, and I am going to mind my own business.
Well, Scott's gone.
Scott.
Oh, that's good.
I bet you Ian would do it. Is he still awake? Well, yes. It's only 8:53.
Ian would do it.
Right? So,
there
guys,
we go.
an hour behind or 2 hours behind? Oh, he's out.
He's 1 hour behind us.
Yeah, so it's only 8:53 over there in Minnesota.
I heard some chatter about the Ian Fish Bowl. That's always fun to get some of that. I know we had little rivalry there.
After you took, was it Kelsey you guys took in front of us? We had a little Taylor Swift rivalry, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we did for sure. My daughter was first place. It was the goofiest thing. She first place in the regular season, and then she just got destroyed in the playoffs. Like,
so I forget who we made it to. We made it to the semis, and I think by Thursday Night Football it was over. It was one of those like 5 hookups for their quarterback and wide receiver, and the kids got to feel the pain of a true beatdown. It made me really happy to bring them into the fold. No one's ever happy. It ends. It either ends with you winning a trophy or not, but ultimately you're not happy. It's just over, and you get sad for the entire winter. And it was great to introduce them to both, the heartache of a beatdown in the playoffs and seasonal depression in one conversation. It really hit home for us. But I remember the Taylor Swift battle, the name changes. There was a lot. There was a budding rivalry there, which was always
I love it. Lots of excitement ahead for the Ian Fish Bowl. It's just getting going. I hear there's a lot of excitement with kids out there at live drafts, wanting to get involved. So it could be next big thing for sure.
Love it.
I need to get my kids into fantasy football. It's such a ripoff for me that my kids just don't care about it.
So, I will say my kids care when they're winning.
Oh, well.
When they're not winning, it just kind of rolls off their back. And it actually, when I say they were angry, I was angry that they weren't angry.
Gotcha.
I was like, I need you to crash out so I feel normal. And they just wouldn't. They're like, what do we have for dinner? I'm like, you literally just lost the season.
Validate your father. Yeah. Validate your father.
It's always good. It's funny. My daughter's first experience with fantasy. She's 12 now. This was like probably, she was probably 9 or 10. Probably, let's say 10. Let's say 10. I'm like, we got to play together. Let's get in a league together. Let's go to an ESPN public league. And then we'll just both on our devices hit, accept at the same time, and hopefully we'll get in the same league. I didn't know that was a thing, but that's what we did. And it took us like 5 times to finally sync up to the same public league. But every time I got the invite, I declined it, but she accepted it on accident. So it turns out, once we finally got to our league, she had 5 other leagues. So nice. I'm like, well, hey, you can't quit these leagues, you can't quit in fantasy. So first year, 10 years old, you got 5 leagues. And so she managed 5 leagues that first year. And it was a ton of fun. Got her really, in it for sure.
Dive right in. Absolutely.
Dive right in.
Somebody made a comment about, they think that if you give me 3 words, I can tell any story. And I had it up there for a second, and the words were Halifax, Snickers, and breakdancing. And of course I have a story about that. I mean, not a lot of people know that there's a Halifax restaurant in New Jersey, but also they hold breakdancing competitions there. And I'm not good at breakdancing, but I am good at watching. So generally I settle in when I'm not going anywhere for a while with a Snickers, and I watch the breakdancing competitions over there at Halifax, New Jersey. So I'm glad you asked me about those things.
There is no way in hell any of that is real. There is no chance that you are sitting there eating dinner and watching a breakdancing competition at some random ass bar in New Jersey. It's no chance.
Not dinner, Mike. A Snickers. Just a Snickers.
Just you and a Snickers bar being a creepy dude watching breakdance.
And a breakdancing competition. And I had my parachute pants on. I tried to fit in with the crew. But they saw me as an imposter, I could break dance back in the day when I was limber in the 80s,
I believe what you're saying. Is this really true?
No, this is 100% made up. But somebody said I'm a good storyteller, so I made you both. Mike kind of sort of wasn't sure whether he should believe it, and Kevin believed it. So
yeah.
Boom!
Shows how much trust one of us has in you and how little faith.
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to touch this one. Okay, I will not tell you that story, but I have been to the red light district in Amsterdam. I'm just saying, things happen.
He put those 3 words on purpose. He knows that story.
Gary may or may not have been there. I'm just saying. Yeah, this is great. I told a story like this earlier, right? So KJ writes, my daughter never cared about fantasy until she went for college and her friends started the league. Then it was, Dad, you have 2 weeks to teach me everything. And I told this story. My daughter moved to California and met a guy, Matt, who Matt's fantastic. I've met Matt a few times, and if my daughter decides she wants to marry him, I'm good with it. She hasn't said that. Nobody's proposed anybody. I'm saying that. But now this kid, he's a sports guy. He's from Ohio, loves Ohio State, loves Cleveland sports. And now she's like stressed out on the weekends, invested in sports. I'm like, where were you in your childhood when you could have saved me from your mother? Where were you? And it wasn't where I needed her to be. So, but I love that she actually reaches out. And so last year when the Yankees were playing the Guardians in the playoffs, it was a fun time in their house because at least she remained a Yankees fan. Well, dating him. But Kevin, we are up against it, and we do have a cornucopia of wonderful guests coming up. So we don't want to keep them waiting. So just tell everybody one last time all about what you got going on, and we'll speak to you soon.
Well, yeah. Hey, again, Commissioner's Playbook, that's what it's about right now. Got that coming out in a couple of weeks. Stay tuned. Hopefully we'll be able to get a lot of information, a lot of content out there about the book. Again, just want to make this game, the game experience for people better when it comes to just loving their leagues and staying connected. And so if you can support me on this book, I'd really appreciate it. Other than that, so love you guys. Hopefully we'll see you in Canton at the Expo. Tell Cooter Doodle and Linda I said hello, and we'll see you at the Seattle SFB live draft coming up in a couple weeks as well.
Woo! Woo! You got it, buddy. A lot of thank yous out there, and congrats out in the chat, and all deserved, Kev. See you soon, pal.
See you guys. Thanks,
Well, I removed him and put him right back in, and he's out again. Boom.
All right, so just a quick update here. Linda is in Oklahoma, and for the third straight year, they are having some kind of tornado or something rolling in. Her internet's spotty, so we may get her in, may not. We may have a cooter-doodle situation where we kind of half have her in, but we can just talk shit about her when she's not here, and there's really nothing she can do about it having no internet and whatnot. So just an update. We're going to get full cooter-doodle and maybe half Linda.
All right. Who can ask for anything more? I mean, who has the reads in front? Does anybody else like to do a read? I believe Russ, number 3.
I got you. It's collecting, gaming, and DFS all in one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. And don't forget to check out the special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today.
Bada boom.
Nice ending.
Bada bing.
Solid.
And here is Cooter Doodle.
Hello.
Into the living room or wherever that is in your home. Welcome. How have you been?
Better than last year. Yeah, I was in some weird cane field, dark road. There was no lights. I couldn't even. Yeah, it was rough last year. So
it was a scene, but you carried all the way on through. And I was recently in Utah for the first time in my life, and I was there for an actual real work event. I work in facilities for a hospital, and I was there for a thing called Health Spaces. And what was different about this, they set it up like a retreat, not like an actual conference. So it was a little bit more personable with the people. And they reached out to me and said, Sal, you're supposed to meet with this woman tomorrow, and she can't be here. She's going to leave early. So at lunch, we're going to set you up at the same table with her. And I sit down with her, and she turns to me and goes, I don't want to talk to you about what I'm here to sell. I want to talk to you about your fantasy football podcast. And I'm just like, oh, what? I didn't realize that they asked us to give something we were proud of to put into the thing. And it said in the booklet about me, helped be a part of a charity, started the Podathon, which is now a 501c3, and it's something I'm super proud of. And she asks me all this stuff. We talk for like 30 minutes, and she goes, yeah, my husband's a scout with the New Orleans Saints. He's been in the NFL for like 25 years. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
That's some guy who talks fake football with a bunch of clowns, and your husband works in the NFL, and it turns out he did 10 years with Minnesota, and he did 10 years with the Dolphins, and he's in his second year with the New Orleans Saints. Your New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to be good this year? That's the question, you know?
No,
I just
that's not a question. That's why is that a question?
see, Mike, the difference is you're looking with like clear eyes. I'm down here where everyone's still hopeful somehow because we have enough beer flowing, you know, and the heat's got us dehydrated. We can't think straight. So we're like, yeah, Tyler Shuck could be everything we need him to be, you know?
No, he won't. I mean, we can answer the question. That's the best part of questions. They can have answers.
I don't know,
Will the
Mike.
Saints be good? No.
But like, are they going to be worse? You know, I don't know. I have hope. I don't know, Mike. I have hope. I I think we're slated to win 5 games. I think we could push 6. I think we might be able to do it. I know.
That's
Hot
bold.
take.
That is bold.
Well, how did you feel about the coaching hire?
That's fine. Last season, I've been down since we got rid of Jameis. Down before that, since we played Drew hurt that last year. So yeah, I need some hope. We did not renew our season tickets this year because the prices went up. So if that means anything.
I'm proud of the Raiders for finally doing something smart, which was dumping Derek Carr off on you guys. And he had, was he there for 2 seasons? I mean, he really didn't play a lot of them, but wonderful years before he decided to hang it up. So, you know, what are your feelings on the quarterback situation there now and the direction that they're going in? I know you mentioned the rookie, but
yeah, some people are still high on Rattler. They think he'll be the guy. I really don't know. I have no idea.
I've got a dynasty team that's like, hell yeah.
And Brandon Cooks is back, so I'm like, I told my husband, I'm like, go dig in the closet. I know we have to have a jersey in there somewhere.
Did you get the same number?
I don't even think we have the jersey anymore. He couldn't find it, but I was like, I know we had one at some point a decade ago.
So this is a weird question. Like, how many Shaheed jerseys would she need, Zach? I mean, would one not be suffice?
Right.
There's already more than
Just
one.
4, right?
Yeah, I've got 3. Got the 3. But I just need him to score week 1. That would be a beautiful way. Even if we lose, if he scores, I'm happy. So we'll see. I will ask you this, guys. I just today looked at the scoring for this little draft tomorrow, you know? Yeah. And I don't know what I'm going to be doing. So
where are you picking?
108.
Okay, so Shaheed should be there.
Right. I'm not going to do that.
And then what was the year? I'm trying to think of what the year was where you said you were getting
Tannehill.
Tannehill, thank you. Yeah, your first round pick was Ryan Tannehill. No one has to know what year it was to know that was horrible.
Right. It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Great. It was great. That made
4
me
years ago, 3 years ago.
happy.
It was bad.
I remember when you texted me, you're like, I got weird. I'm like, oh, you didn't get weird.
I got weird.
Yeah, you got like off the charts weird.
Yep. I didn't win, Mike. I didn't win.
That was shocking to me. When I saw the Tannehill pick, I literally was penciling you in for the championship spot to open the Podathon the next year because I was like, how do you lose when you take Tannehill that early?
I mean, I was just my team ranking was weighted down by my big balls from that pick, and it just drug me to the bottom. You know,
it'll happen. Now, the only thing that I need this year is I think we went last year without really making enough trash talk videos. So I just need you to really kind of steal someone's soul. I don't care who, preferably someone who doesn't know you and has no inkling of anything. Like maybe someone who got in with like on a contest or something.
Okay.
But I would like you to just bury somebody online this year. I feel like we've been out of practice. COVID went away. You stopped dumping Trulies down the drain. Like I think we have to get back to it.
The only problem is trash talk, and you know this, like that's my love language. So I don't know if I could trash talk with a stranger, you know, like
I mean, we could research some people. We could like go deep into their, you know,
get to know them a little bit.
You know, maybe find their families, like reach out over like the
internet.
Yeah. I mean, we could learn about them first.
Find out their traumas, you know?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Is we can find out really what hurts them and then make a video about it.
It's the only way. I'll figure it out. I'll see. There's a lot of new people. I'm learning people I'm in the average Joes. So I'm learning, you know.
Well, I have Linda at 102 in my draft, so I feel like and Ariel at 101. I think Ryan at like 105, Corey Spalla. I feel like I could make a lot of videos.
You're with the friends. You're with the group. What's your like theme?
We're the East High Wildcats. Come on now.
Oh, okay.
We're all in this together. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that we just have to find out. So who's in? So what do we have? We have Average Joes. We have SFB. Like who could? I mean, we could just do one on Rob if you want. Honestly, there's a lot. Or anybody. Do one on Bryce. Whatever you want. I just want somebody to cry this year.
Okay, I'll make it happen. It might be me. It might even be me.
It probably will be, especially if you go someone like Tannehill again at 101.
Yeah.
I mean, I cry constantly, if that helps.
No, that's not fair, Russ. You don't help. We need someone who doesn't cry normally. Like we need someone who has been doesn't show their emotions. Like you want to crack somebody who, like Sal would be great to make ball his eyes out on live camera. I've been trying for years and it doesn't work, but.
Yeah, listen, I don't get upset from trash talk. I get emotional from real emotional stuff. I'll cry in front of you. I got no shame in my game, but I mean, my mother has said terrible things to me growing up. You can't hurt me, but you can't hurt my feelings. Like, I listened to David Goggins. I can't hurt me, and I'm like, oh, yes, that's me. You could. I mean, I've told people before. This is a real. I'm going to say this. My mother told me when I was a teenager that she tried to abort me, and I lived. That's a real, legitimate thing, folks. You cannot possibly say anything else in life that would make me feel bad about myself. So come at me, Cooter. Come at me.
I don't think I can beat that.
I'm sitting over here in New Jersey Devils, and those some bitches don't know what they got coming at them.
Now, did she try to abort you in the womb or when you were a teenager? Because I could see the second being completely valid.
Yeah,
like,
no,
honestly, I'm kind of on mom's side, to be honest.
I feel like both, Mike. I feel like both.
Oh, man.
So, yeah. So, anyway, how's things over at Fantasy Life?
They're doing great. I'm as long as they'll have me, I'm gonna keep rocking and rolling. I'm having a good time there. A lot of good people.
Yeah, I see. They expand every year. Things expand. I spent some time with Sam Holt in Las Vegas. Sam is great. Not the first time I've met her in person, but getting to see her again was a good time. And she was at the karaoke bar as well.
Nice.
Circa. So. Yeah, what are the things? What are the things you're doing over? I'm laughing at what Bob Harris wrote. What are some of the things you're doing over at Fantasy Life?
Oh, just writing right now. I was doing a podcast with Kindle for a while this summer, but my IRL job got busy, so we're not doing that right now. But writing, buy, sell, hold, scared money bets, all the fun stuff next season.
Now, Kendall, I did meet for the first time, and
Kendall's great. Sam's great. Yeah.
Yeah, Kendall's been on here a few times, at least 2 times, I believe, and. I'm helping and I'm running around setting things up and she's off to the side. I'm like, how you doing? I'm Sal. If you haven't done this, I'm like, oh God. She's like, she looks at me. She's like, Sal. I'm like, Kendall, I'm sorry. But, and Maddie was there with the newborn who hangs with Sam and Kendall. So I met Maddie's husband as well. He came to the piano bar while she stayed home with the baby. So I bought him a drink and wished him good luck because I told my kids are 20 and you got a lot of years ahead of you. With those children. So good group over there.
Yeah, I got to meet Kendall. I got to meet Sam, Kelly, producer Matt at the Super Bowl Media Week. I got to meet a lot of people, so that was fun. Like real life people, I forget sometimes because I met Mike in real life. That was very nice. Russ, we met in real life. And so it's nice remembering that people are real, Because 20...
I'll leave after a while. You know what I mean? I like this when I can just kind of jump off stage and be like,
yeah, just go.
Yeah. It's not as much fun when you have to actually tell people to leave and you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yep.
It's valid.
Oh,
But
gosh.
this segment is supposed to be about kickers anyway. So how do you feel about not having kickers in the fishbowl?
I mean, I feel sad for Linda and it's I know she's probably upset somewhere right now trying to log on, but she's my guru. I will follow her into the end of days. I always text her privately and I'm like, what'd you write about kickers? I need to go find it and need to read it this week. So yeah, I'm still going to bug her about my home league kickers, just not Scott Fishbowl kickers.
Oh, you must not be that close friends with her. I get access to the live Google sheet. I don't have to text anymore. I just click on it.
Well, See, I care about her, so I check in first. You know,
Cool.
how's life? How you going? How's it all
Oh,
going?
I only text her if it goes poorly.
Yeah.
To give her shit and be like, why did you tell me to play that kicker?
No, she's always like, I'll be like, there's no one left. Here's the only names at the top. And she always nails it every time.
That's true. Yeah, she has not got it wrong yet, but I would give her crap if she did.
Yep.
Valid.
I can't do it. Because every time I talk shit to her, she beats me. It's all, you know the lore.
That was still the best video, though. That video was, I mean, sure, you lost, but the video was amazing.
Yep.
Russ, maybe you can help me. What are these, like, when it comes up red, is that a donation somebody made?
That is a donation,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Okay.
Kevin, Soap Squad, let's go. That's exciting.
I don't know what this question means.
Me either.
Well,
but I'm going to say it says who.
So in the FCE eliminators, we have like a long-standing group that has gone on for years, and it's the same group every year in these eliminators. And yeah, Kevin knows about the soap chat. It's just a good group of friends that, we like soap. I don't know. Anybody else?
I like soap. I use it daily.
Yep. There's just so many kinds. Irish Spring
I'm a big
is a
fan.
favorite.
I use Dove's men's care, which is, it's nice and soothing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't use Irish Spring?
I use Irish Spring.
I use Irish Spring.
How can you not use Irish Spring, Sal?
Well, my bar is green. It's just men's Dove care or Dove men's care.
That's not the same. That's like eating freaking Hydrox instead of Oreos, just because they look the same.
No, that's like homeless stuff, Mike. Don't say stuff like that.
No, I'm just saying Irish Spring is the only soap that people should use. Unless you have some kind of, I don't know, like skin thing that you can't do Irish Spring, but like if it's a viable option,
if it's not,
it's the way to go.
This is horrifying to even think that Mike smells like Old Spice. He's not an old man, and he's aged himself.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole segment now has a different feel to it. Like that's
Even
there you go, Mark.
The Italians are using Irish Spring.
That's the way to go. Irish Spring is literally the only soap that should be used unless your skin condition doesn't allow it. You smell like a fresh Irish Stream every day.
And there's something about it that, like, I don't know if it was just me, but it just unlocks memories. Like, I just feel like it's just the soap. So everybody had a memory of like using it as a kid, right? Like, it's just a good soap. I don't know.
Oh, no,
I don't know, guys.
I'm rebelling. We were a Dial House. We used to have the old orange bar.
Oh, yeah.
The second I got like my own money, like, you get adult money and you're like, what am I going to do with my adult money? I switched to Irish Spring. And like, I just feel better about myself. And it's not that I didn't have a good childhood. It's just that my parents made a poor choice of soaps. Not as poor of a choice as Sal by, continuing him on. But, a poor choice of soaps by giving me Dial, which was terrible.
Who would have had Gary Davenport pegged for a loofah guy?
I would. Gary looks like he would use a loofah.
Yeah, I like a good bar soap,
Okay, hold on. No, so now Joe's saying body wash over bar soap. Joe, unless you are extremely flexible, this is a horrible take because that little extra, like couple inches the bar gives you. Otherwise, my mid back would be filthy because I can't go all the way back, but the bar gives me that little extension. So
you're going bare bar to ass?
What are you crazy? Of course. What do you think? I'm sharing soap bars with people? I have my own soap.
No, but like you don't have like an
Yeah.
applicator, like a loofah or a rag or something,
Absolutely not. I go full stream.
All right.
Right in.
That you said rag, I would say rag. These snooty bastards that say washcloth, screw you. It's a rag.
Hold on, but are you using this like a one time? How much laundry are you doing?
No. I actually have body wash, Irish Spring, but if it's a bar, I still feel like you need some type of applicator to agitate it. Like you need something to make it.
No, because the bar has the natural ergonomic design that really goes across the curves. That's what it's made for.
It's the friction of bar to body that agitates.
Agitates it. Yeah, you hit the liquid first, that activates, then the leg hair agitates, and boom.
Oh, right. I
Yeah,
forget
we're
y'all
hairy.
have hair. That's the agitator. Got it. Okay. We're moving on.
Do you remember that Friends where Joey and Chandler were discussing this, and Joey's like, "No, I just use it directly on my body," and Chandler says, "Think about the last thing I wash and the first thing you wash." And he's like,
You can't be sharing bars.
No.
No, you need your own bar. Zach, I'm sorry I disappointed your wife, but this is my life. This is my truth, and I'm going to speak it. The bar was shaped for the body.
Is that why it's shaped like that?
Hell yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm learning.
I thought that was just so it didn't slip off the soap holder. Look at us.
What kind of soap holder do you have that's shaped that way?
No, it's got the little ripples in it, so it kind of ripples. Does everybody know sign language? Is that the international sign for ripples?
I don't know.
Or so
now.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I will say, if anybody's just tuning in, you're welcome. We're now talking about cleaning. I believe the first time we had Cooter on, we were talking about pooping at work. So this is a far more sanitary.
This is Kevin's fault for donating,
Yep. He
Let's
brought up
blame
the
Kevin.
soap conversation, and then we found out that Sal doesn't use Irish Spring, and here we are.
I know, Lucy, if you use Dove Men's Care, you're gonna change your mind about what you're saying right now.
Oh no, I use it for my deodorant. Like, it's not like I'm against the brand. It's just that Irish Spring soap is literally the 101. There is not a 102. The 101 of soaps is Irish Spring. Like, if we were, I don't care what the scoring is. It's literally the 101 in every soap draft. It has to be.
All right. I differ from you guys. All three of you use Irish Spring on here? All three of you?
Yeah.
Man, maybe I've been living wrong.
You have been, and that's fair. I mean, we knew that. It's just to know that you've disappointed us with soap too is wild.
I'm not saying I never strayed from it. I've tested the waters elsewhere, lavender, things of that sort, but you come on back every time.
I knew when I shook hands with Frank in Chicago, he was a man I can trust. He loves the Dove Men Plus Care. So, I have some shampoo takes. I save hundreds of dollars a year cleaning my scalp with that same Dove soap. Whoop. And I gotta tell you, my daughter bought me a nice, skull shaver for Christmas this year. Before, I was doing it with something different. Before that, my life has changed. It's so wonderful. Every morning, done.
Nice.
Every morning you shave your head.
Every morning, because when the little stubbles come in, I'm like, ooh, what is that?
So you're not like, what would happen? Like, what shape would it make if you grew it in?
Yeah, like say when.
No, like my hair grows like right about here. It's
Right
not
about-
that bad,
So like a half head.
Yeah, and I got so I
Now, do you have a hole in the back, or would it go all
No,
the
it's
way?
good.
Like, would it be
The
half
back-
a helmet all the way? Oh, I think you should grow that out for the
the
extra.
back would grow in. I could grow it out.
You,
guys
you
want me
should
to
grow
it?
half an afro. I
You
think
guys want me to
I
pull
would
up the
Jerry
mullet
curl it.
pictures? I mean, I had a mullet at one point in my life. I could pull those pictures up.
Yeah, but that's not now.
We want to see now. Like, I want you to grow it up before Expo and see if we have like half a helmet or like 3/4.
Like, I'm a single guy trying to date. I mean, this is going to set me back.
Oh, I disagree. I think the bald look makes you one of a million, but a half helmet would make you stick out.
Yeah, it would make me stick out for sure. I don't know that it would be beneficial. Freebird, I believe, is the shaver that I have. Somebody asked what shaver it was. Yeah. Oh, JB was here. Tune in later when JB comes back. He has the giant head cutout of me from my high school yearbook picture in his room, which is weird. Not as weird as me discovering last week that Bob Gilchrist has videos of me on his phone animated with me singing music that he's never shared with me. So those are for his private use.
He's saving them, he's saving them for when he needs them, I'm sure.
There is so much call for there's so much call for you to grow it out, buddy. I think you have to. It's for charity. Can we get one of those little like light up things that, and if we have to do anything they say when they make a donation, like $5 and Sal Groto's hair.
Nobody
Can we
wants
do that, Russ? Is that legal? I don't know what the rules are here. Can we auction off Sal's dignity? I feel like we can.
I mean, is there any left?
Yes, there's no rules.
I mean, yeah, we're past 9 o'clock. Whatever. We're on the Podathon After Dark at this point.
Not in LA.
Oh, who cares about the West Coast? Whatever, man.
They're not even a real time zone. It's a made
All
up place.
this schedule is East Coast time, baby.
My daughter lives in California. She might be watching.
So, Sal Leto, whatever. I don't know your daughter's name.
Madison. I had all my kids' names tattooed on my arm in case I get drunk and forget.
It's my daughter's middle name. Madison, if you're listening right now, get in the chat and say, "Dad, mullet now." Now we wait.
Should we talk, or do you want to just hold our breath?
Come on, Madison, you can do it.
You got this.
We believe in you.
And I hope to use an Irish Spring. I hope you broke out of the chains that your poor raising brought you on soap choices. Sal, text your kids and ask what type of soap they use.
It's a lot of words. A lot of words you said there.
Ask your kids what type of soaps they use.
Okay.
I'll bet they broke out of your chains of Dove and went to Irish Spring.
Run chain. Don't yell at me.
That's literally his thing. Like, that's what Mike does when he talks to you. He yells at you. Like, you can't tell him not to do that.
That's kind of the only thing we do on this show.
Let's see if we could get that. Is me with the mullet. It was a pretty badass killer mullet.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
That's
Never know when Bob's really around or not.
That is disturbing as hell.
School yearbook photo, Sal, right there. Prom King Sal, by the way. Yes. There was a time when I had a future and hope, and none of that came about.
I told you he was just saving it for when he needed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh, there it is. There's JB with the cardboard cutout of my head. And also, one of the two men who started SFB Podathon with me 8 years, Sid Skeet, Steve Marcus himself, is checking in to the chat. This lowlife no longer joins me on the show, but he is tuned in and watching. Thank you, Steve, for leaving the show and allowing me to have other co-hosts who are far better than you ever could have been. Can I say that out loud, guys? I thought this was a private chat.
JB, what type of soap you use?
What kind of soap do I use? I'm a Dove guy.
JB, Dove Men's Care?
Yes.
Yeah! We're making a comeback.
So horrific.
My apologies. I know you wanted a different answer there, Mike, but
I'm honestly not surprised. I'm disappointed as always, but not surprised, buddy.
What is that a New York thing? Like, was Dove like the preferred brand of New Yorkers?
No, it's just the preferred brand of wrong people.
It's the preferred brand of people want to smell like men, JB.
Do you have the men fragrance? Like,
Steve's blaming his children. I'm pretty sure I saw a posted video from Steve of his young child cursing on social media the other day, and I wonder who she gets that from. Probably Uncle Sal, more than likely.
I'll be back in about a half hour. I just wanted to make sure that I got this in there because I heard you calling for it. Plus, I know Cooter would appreciate all the Buck stuff behind me. So,
You know, they're going to have a good season, so I can't say anything.
We'll talk in a couple of years again when you can talk smack.
All right.
See you guys later.
That's what the Raider fans say every year, and every year it's like, oh, yeah, we'll come back in 3 more years. Oh, yeah, we'll come back in 3 more years. Kuda, we are coming up against 10:30, and thank you for joining us and holding strong, doing it solo without Linda, and anything you want to say as you head out tonight?
You know what, Mike?
What?
Whoa! I love it.
Wow.
Baby, I'm from New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
Why?
Wow. That
just happened.
That's me. I bet you guys didn't realize I could sing like that.
We always sort of assumed you could, but never really wanted to know the answer if it was true or not.
Jonathan Hall this is the best comment of the day. There was a comment about vocals and guns. I don't like to bring the guns out to a knife fight,
So I will say I have a picture of Bob Harris with a mullet in my DMs right now, and it is glorious.
It's coarse.
It is glorious. It is just a beautiful, beautiful scene.
That's amazing.
I don't know how to put it on the screen. I don't know how to use StreamYard. But anyway, if I could, you guys would see something amazing.
Just do the dumb stuff I do. It's like just hold my phone up to the thing. Like they love it. Rob Gilchrist is in the background cringing when I do stuff like that. And I'm like, sorry, sucker.
All right, we can do that just to mess with Bob. Let me see here. Does it come through?
Oh my God, yes.
Oh, that is glorious.
That is Dave Mustaine.
Yeah,
you are Dave Mustaine for sure.
I don't know that I will ever again have a different background on my phone. I love my family, but I think now it's just Bob Harris forever.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh my God,
I couldn't look away if I wanted to.
No, I'm gonna stop even paying attention to the guests, and if you see me just looking wistfully, just don't worry, I'm fine.
Hey, I gotta say, Zach, you're in the background. Zach, nod your head if you can hear me. All right, you can hear me. You need to send the next live read to J Mike because the dulcet tones of J Mike. I want to hear him read the Game Blazers. So I'm not bringing either one of you guys on till you could promise me J Mike has the read and he's ready to read it. And when you do, just throw the scissor fingers up like this and let us know. And I'll bring you guys on because, ladies and gentlemen, no one reads a read like J Mike.
But I got to be honest. I'm not going to let you rob the world of J Mike for any longer than to not have him around.
I don't blame you.
So
Oh, sorry.
Kick Zach out.
We both tried to bring him on at the same time. So, what is up, my brethren? What is going on?
Greetings, salutations. Good to be with y'all.
Let me tell you how great it was to get a hug and a handshake from J Mike in Cincinnati last year. If there's ever a doubt of how big this man is, I look like a small child next to him. Just a beautiful human being. Zach, you've been here all day. I don't want to talk about you. Or two. Let me know when J Mike has that read because nobody else is reading it except for him. So
I think I have him. Who's it for? Which one?
Game Blazers, and
all
all 6 of those are there. So you could, if you could see number 4. Read us number 4.
All right, I got you. All right, here we go. Build your squad, choose your lineups, win cash. At Game Blazers, you can enter free weekly contests to win huge prizes with your inventory. Plus, earn more rewards with roster upgrades, challenges, and mini games. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15. Yes, that's SFB15. And Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage. Oh boy. Computer's about to try to restart. Sorry about that. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO. Yes, that's buy one, get one Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free. Every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today. That's the Game Blazers app.
And boom, even with the computer trying to slow him down. I've read those reads, I don't know, maybe a dozen times today. Some others have read them. None have sound as silky smooth as when J Mike did it. And that's it. Well, welcome in. Good to have you both. The dummies going strong. How many years ago, Zach, did the dummies start?
We started doing the 2015 rookie class. So 10 years ago, and we really were in the works 2014. So it's been a minute. We've been around.
Yeah, one of my
our start, but we've been around.
Yeah, you're welcome, by the way. And 2015 is when I got started, which just makes so much sense. But I feel like every step of the way, whatever iteration of the dummies, we were together with both Russ and the Trade Addicts and Falafel / Fantasy Football Fun House and the Dynasty Happy, not the Dynasty Happy Hour, but the Open Bar is what I meant to say, J. Mike. Like this group of guys, we've all hung together for so many years. And the Dynasty Happy Hour too. I mean, shout out to those guys as well who have been there all along the way. It's just so great to have my good old brothers with us here on the Podathon.
It's funny to me listening to everybody come on and talk about how fantasy football has kind of given them community and giving them friends, and just sitting there nodding and thinking about how many people I have that are now family from this silly game about a game that became Fantasy Cares, that became, this beautiful thing that we're doing now.
Well, let's get into it. Let's talk a little rookie, a little dynasty. I mean, if you're in any legitimate dynasty league, you've had your rookie draft. You folks out there that don't draft as soon as the NFL draft ends, can you call yourself dynasty players? I don't even understand that. It's like we're waiting all year for these guys to find a home and a team, and then you wait till like the NFL season to draft them? Hell no. Maybe I'm the only one with that opinion, but that's the only opinion that counts. Because I started Dynasty Fantasy Football, and we all know that. So
we do.
Let's talk about rookies in the Scott Fish Bowl. I think the consensus is that Ashton Genty is obviously the first rookie off the board. But let's move him aside, and let's go with in this year's format, which is play any position you want, and you get 65 points for breathing in a touchdown. Who would be the next rookie off the board in Scott Fish Bowl this year?
That's a good question, Sal. It's a good question. And it's volume. Like that's the problem. And that's the problem with rookies in any format, but the problem with rookies in Fish Bowl. J. Mike, I don't know we can't get out of this without going Quinshon Judkins. We can't.
I was waiting. I'm surprised both of you didn't just spit out his name immediately.
Yeah. Like that, like Quinshon Judkins is the guy that J. Mike and I have been talking about since last November when we started watching film and we're going back and forth in DMs. And so he's got to be that player, I guess. Still, I get him everywhere I can, so I'll probably end up with him in the Fish Bowl if that happens.
No, you mean after Travion Henderson? I mean that's what you meant, right? As a Patriots fan, you mean after Travion Henderson?
No, I said what I said.
That's
Sorry,
fine. You
Mike.
probably had TJ Yeldon up there in 2015 too. So whatever, you guys go on.
But that's the really interesting thing, though. When we look at the landscape, especially in this format, right, where it says in the scoring, hey, volume is king. We're looking at a bunch of guys who at least look somewhat in a committee who we're taking in the draft, right? Trevion's got Ramondre chilling there with him. Omarion's got Najee. And regardless of how gross you may think these players are, right? Like that notwithstanding, right? But we still have people who are in somewhat of a committee type of backfield waiting for somebody to be able to burst forth. And I still maintain, as I'm confident Zach does, and I did so as well, getting Quinshon in my SFB draft this year, that Quinshon's going to be the guy that takes hold of whatever the running game looks like in Cleveland, mainly because when we look at the competition, we're looking at a guy who's drafted a couple rounds after him and Dylan Sampson, and then the incumbent Jerome Ford, who's kind of hanging around and just watched two guys get drafted in the same draft to be able to help fill the backfield with him. So whether it's your Caleb Johnsons, your Omarion Hamptons, I think that they're probably worthwhile stabs, especially in the format, in the event that they do get the actual work in the backfield. Trevion, I'm a little bit lower on than most, but still a very good player. And so I don't hate the nod there if you're leaning into Trevion either.
I wouldn't in this format, but I just like throwing Patriots names out for fun.
You would. What a roast beef sandwich kind of a pick. Oh my God.
The really cool thing though about the format is you can play hero RB and zero RB at the same time because there's no positional restrictions. So you can go, I mean, you can just go running backs, or you can start off and go running backs and then come back later and hit those, the backups or the rookies and sophomores who are in muddled backfields. You can do that. And that's a viable strategy with the way, and it's always fun for me, the way Scott does the scoring and the lineup requirements, because he always puts you just uncomfortable enough to make you think. And there's always just enough that you can build in different directions. And this year it's, dealer's choice, that you can build any direction you want. And it's fun to see that happen, to see people realize it happened, to see people try to figure out halfway through their draft how bad they screwed up and how to fix it. And so this year specifically is going to be a lot of fun, I think. I mean, I know, J-Mike, you've already done your draft, so you've seen it. But tell me how different were the drafts at the Cincinnati Live?
Man, talk about a good time. First of all, sheesh, John Bosch, turd of a guy. I mean, I could ramble on and on about how much I don't appreciate him. But I tell you what, he throws a heck of a party when it comes to that SFB Live draft. But when looking at the actual live portion, I think one of the most interesting pieces, and I was victim of this too, and it probably took me 5 rounds to really calibrate. I don't think everyone in the group fully understood the tight end scoring.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not that it's not clearly laid out. Like, it's clear. Yes, it's clear. But when you think through as you're going through the draft and you're looking at, wait. Trey McBride goes early, and we know Brock Bowers is going to go early. But then your George Kittle, I believe he went at like the top of the 4th, I believe, or the back of the 3rd, one of the two. We're looking at the tight ends, and I think as the draft went on, the tight ends started to go earlier. And so I think one of the most perplexing things that I had to go back to your question, Sal, in terms of the rookies that we'd be looking to take at this point, in the 2nd round, I was picking at 109 in the University of Kentucky Wildcats division, and I had the choice of either Puka Nacua or Travis Hunter. Those were the 2 guys right there in the 2nd round. 2-0, what is that? 4-5, something of that nature. And I ended up going Puka just because, like, the defensive stuff is fun for Travis Hunter, and obviously being a Jaguars fan, I almost leaned all the way into that. But when you think about what Puka Nacua was able to do in the offense for the Rams, it was really difficult for me to go away from that. So I think to a large degree, exactly your point, we're watching a lot of folks not being able to calibrate early. In some drafts, we're watching quarterbacks fall way far down the board because we know that we can supplement with other positions that'll be just as fruitful. So it's really fun to be able to watch people figure it out as they go and build in many different ways. It was a great time, and we actually just finished up our draft today, which was cool to see.
Nice.
Yeah. How quickly after you passed on him did Travis Hunter go? Do you remember?
Yeah, he went pick or 2 afterwards. I was trying to pull up the draft board, but since we just finished the draft literally earlier today, I'm not seeing it. I can probably pull it up, but I think he went 1 or 2 picks after me after I took Puka in the 2nd.
In the 2nd for Travis Hunter feels rich. Like,
can you confirm whose jersey you're wearing? I know it's Kentucky, but who's?
Yeah. So this is an old school Steven Johnson, not to be confused with Stevie Johnson, who was wide receiver for Buffalo once upon a time. This is Steven Johnson, the one that beat Louisville one year, and on the first snap of the game, he rubs his hands and blows into him. He takes a deep breath and says, "Excuse me in advance." He says, "I love this shit," and throws a bomb, a touchdown on like out the gate. Like, it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
That's a good story, and there was a lot of questions as to whose jersey it was. So that's a great story. And by the way, John Laub said shit on the Podathon, so it's open season for that word here. Yeah, I would have went Puka as well. I did one mock. I've done one mock, and it was on the Fantasy and Frames show last Thursday, it was like the day before I left for Chicago, and I love getting Puka there because the points per reception is really big this year. We know there's no more Cooper Kupp there to be the secondary blanket for Stafford, and a lot of passes going Puka's way this year. So excellent decision there.
They have Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I stopped it. The only guy who's like 112 and people still think he's fine. I'm not bitter at all, completely, that he left the Oakland, Los Angeles, Las Vegas Raiders, in the way that he did. And so I say Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams can suck wherever they go as far as I'm concerned.
J. Mike, I think you made the right choice, and I base this on the Dynasty Dummies are the Dynasty Dummies because we fully acknowledge that we don't know everything, and we often stand on the shoulders of giants to see further. And when there are people who know more about something than we do, we listen to them. And I've heard Gary Davenport say this twice on the show and seen him say it twice in the chat. He says it again. That's too early for Hunter. And he is one of the sharpest IDP guys out there. And if he's saying that's too early for Travis Hunter, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna buy that. And I'm gonna say, J. Mike, you made the right choice eschewing Hunter and headed toward Puka, regardless of the rest of that receiving core in LA.
I think the scary part is with Travis Hunter, like if someone does taking him in the second, especially even in SFB, but just generally speaking, if that's the case, then that means that you basically need to have Brian Thomas Jr. also way up, and you probably need to have Trevor Lawrence way up in terms of how all of that works, because everything needs to work in order for Travis Hunter to also be really good, which I think he's going to be really good. But do I think that he's going to command, I don't know, for this format, 160 targets, 180 targets out the gate? Like that's pushing it.
And the other piece too, everybody wants to differentiate because it's a huge tournament. It's 5,000 people. As Sal pointed out, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. You either win or you don't. But you don't necessarily want to differentiate with your first pick or your second pick. Mm-hmm. You want to differentiate when you get into a little further down where there's some pretty big upside shots. It was like last year with Shaheed. If you took Shaheed in the first or second, that was a rough play for you. If you took Shaheed in the 7th or 8th, that was pretty nice for a few weeks. If you took him in the 10th, man, that was beautiful. It was brilliant. And so it really depends on where you're taking those shots, where that risk is, because there's a risk reward. You know, there's an opportunity cost at every pick that you're making. And so you spending that high opportunity cost on a risky pick, even in a format like this where you're trying to differentiate, man, I want to be scary. I want to be risky a little bit later. Give me the risk in the 4th, 5th, 6th. Don't give me the risk in the 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, but I think the point is, Zach, you have to do it at some point.
Oh, sure.
If you're going to come into this style tournament and you're going to say, I'm going to play it safe, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my guy's handcuffs, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quarterback who's going to throw 25 touchdowns, no matter what, you're going to come in the mid-range. You might make the wild card, but you're not going to go any further. So I think J-Mike in a spot like that where you went Nakua, and granted Nakua is a very high upside play anyway, but were you taking swings later? Like when you establish someone who's going to be a target monster like Nakua, do you feel more comfortable then going big in the later rounds? And who were some of the guys maybe you took a swing at that were a little above ADP or have a higher range of outcomes? And J Mike's frozen, I think.
No, he just doesn't care what
you have. He looks like a cowboy there for a second.
The computer, but yeah, no, Zach. I think you and I have drafted together a lot. I think that's really, for me, I'm not going to say anybody's right or wrong, but my first 3 picks will dictate
the rest of the draft. If I start out with the Nakua, cool. But if for some reason I'm landing on a Travis Hunter just because, hey, I'm at the end of the second, there's a whole lot of the same coming up. What I might do in those 4th, 5th, and 6th is take those target monsters, the George Kittles we talked about, right? Even lower, taking like a Najee Harris and hoping he gets enough carries, things like that. But my half of my draft is going to look different than the other half, some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing is you have to bounce. You have to have risk in here. Like you have to. You can't play it like like you would a normal 12-team league because that's not gonna get it done. And with the fishbowl and like everybody here except for Sal has been pretty successful in the fishbowl. So like you guys know. You guys know that
you had the straight face, Zach.
I did. I
could have held it.
I pulled it off. But you have to have that risk somewhere. But again, to me, the earlier you're putting that risk out there, the less room for upside you have, if that makes sense. Because all of the players in the first couple rounds are going to be high scoring players. So if you draft a player who has a lot of risk to be like a high scoring player in a group of players who are going to be high scoring players, you're not maximizing the effect of that risk. Whereas if you can take that risk later, where everybody, like you said, there's a flat, and it say you take Hunter in the 3rd or 4th, and there's a flat tier there, then yeah, all of a sudden that becomes a really nice allocation of that risk.
So I'll give you an example because I love saying this, like to bring it up because not many people can say this. The year that I made the finals, my risk actually came in the 2nd round. It was the first year that Aaron Rodgers went crazy and said he was retiring. And I took Aaron Rodgers in the 2nd. And the way that I paired that was taking the most boring and vanilla person in the 3rd round I could find, which was Kirk Cousins, saying to myself, well, if Rodgers doesn't retire, I make the finals. Factually correct. But if he does, I have Kirk Cousins who's going to score me enough points. That actual format did favor the passing touchdowns at 6 points. It wasn't as crazy on the rushing volume that year. So having a quarterback like Cousins that, has Jefferson, is going to throw 30, that's how we bounce the risk. But now that we have J Mike back, I want to get back to the question we froze on because this is a good one. We were just talking about risk reward. And obviously in the 2nd, what you decided to do was go with someone is going to get a large amount of targets like Puka. Did that allow you to take more risk later in your draft? And who are some of the players that you took a swing at that maybe you wouldn't have if you had higher risk earlier in the draft?
Yeah, I think that's a great call out because it allowed me to stare. I think it was the 4th or 5th round. I was staring Tyreek Hill in the face. And I don't know that I really want anything to do with Tyreek Hill specifically because my brain is so dynasty locked many instances, right? I don't want to deal with it. And if for whatever reason this Miami offense returns to any sort of its former glory, Tyreek Hill is likely to be the catalyst for why it looks that way. And so with having someone like, and again, you talk about a generational wealth opportunity. I got Saquon to follow me at 109. Puka at the 204, I guess that would be. And so then my next few picks, I ended up going Breece Hall. I ended up going Quinshawn, and I think Tyreek Quinshawn, one of the two. But the Tyreek pick was definitely one of those that said, okay, in the event that Tyreek is actually the player that I'm like goes back to any piece of that, I want all parts of that because then that takes what I think is a really strong lineup start and kind of pushes it nuclear because that's not necessarily a player that you're going to be looking at being that productive in the 5th round of any of your drafts, at least in my eyes.
No, and I love that. And I saw in our first guest, it's funny, Lawrence Jackson had tweeted out, Lawrence and I both talk track and field all the time, and he had posted Tyreek running the 100 and having his best time this year at, 31, 32. And like I said, a dynasty
ancient, right? But seeing that, I feel like I'm all back in on Tyreek Hill. So that sounds like a dream start. I mean, but Saquon that late is crazy to me. I figure top 4 in almost every draft. So how you got him to fall that far, whatever sweet nothings you had to whisper at people to make that happen. Well played, sir.
You'd be surprised how cheap sweet nothings go in this economy. Not quite worth as much as they used to be. So it's quite a bargain. Quite a bargain.
I love it. And Zach, you're going to be doing the live draft again this year.
No. So I'm going to be.
Oh, I forgot. Coop went back to the slow draft. You did too. Did we all go back to it?
So yeah. So I went back to a slow draft. And
Turncoats, all of you.
Yeah. Oh no. So I'm going to go to Orlando to the live draft this next weekend. I will be at the Boston live. I was kind of hoping to be able to be at the New York and the Philly live, but that's not going to happen. I've got other commitments up home. But I got in the isotopes division. Like I was the first one in, took my third slot, was like, okay, I'm good. I'm going to get one of the running backs or Chase, and I'm going to be happy. We'll figure out what happens coming back. And about 2 weeks after that, I get a text message from Coop. He says, "What are you doing in my division again?" What do you mean? What am I doing in your division? So he's in my division again, and so I got in the slow draft to get away from the division of death in Boston, and it followed me. So and I've got Hemo Martinez is in there, like P1 Dynasty. Like I've done it again. I've fallen into another machine, but
death waits for no man.
Easy draft with like Ryan McDowell's in mine, Linda, Corey Spalla, and Ariel,
John's in there.
Yeah. So I should legitimately have an easy time with Ryan there. Should be a cakewalk. Still waiting for him to beat me in a league. I think he's waiting for that day too. But yeah, so what I'll do is I'll be texting you the guys that Coop is talking about in the group chat.
Yeah,
so,
if you don't mind.
Get ahead of them. Yeah, no, that's fine. My only goal in the fishbowl is to see him cry every year.
I'll just text him right before I make my pick.
Perfect. Yeah, just give him a heads up ahead of time. Actually, if you can invite him to like a live stream and just pop him on, that'd be great.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to this. I've noticed that if you pick more nondescript divisions, you get to go and lose against people who you don't recognize, which is what I do every year. In the New Jersey Devils division this year.
So when I see an analyst win the fishbowl, I will start worrying about being in leagues with analysts.
Yeah. So what happened, Sal, was I am old and I want to play fantasy football on my computer, which means I want to have MFL. And so I went and found the first division that I could that had MFL, and I signed up for it. And that was it. Done. And then Coop followed me. John Byrne followed me. Hema Martinez. So here we are. We're back in another just spinning blade division.
Am I not wrong in saying that this is the Simpsons division, right? This is
the Springfield Isotopes.
Randomly picked a division from a popular television show and thought there weren't going to be people in it.
I mean, that's all of the MFL divisions, Sal, except for apparently the one that Geoff is in. All of the MFL divisions are scratch that. He's not in an MFL division. All the MFL divisions are fake, are from shows or movies. So I just picked an MFL division. Happens to be that's how the divisions were split. So,
I just you guys had brought up Tyreek Hill. We're coming up to the end of this segment, and I had forgotten that I had this sitting around, and I got to figure out a way to get this to Orlando before this week. It's an autographed Tyreek Hill mini helmet, and I got to get this to Orlando to be part of their auction down there this week, and mainly because he might not play there next year, and this would be a good time to get people to bid on it. So this is also from Coach's Collectibles, as I pointed out earlier. This will be in New York. Kayvon Thibodeau and Dexter Lawrence. Dual signed helmet, and this one right here will stay in my collection, the Scott Fishbowl mini helmet. But these are at most live drafts, and if Scott shows up to that live draft, he may even sign it for you, which kind of devalues it, but still it's cool. Very, very cool. So before we push you guys out the door, Zach, are you back to co-host at any other time?
I don't think I'm on the schedule. I can come back if need be, but I think that I did my 4 hours this afternoon, and so if you need me, I'm around. But I'm also working at 4 tomorrow morning. So
yeah. Oh, then you should get the bed. You've definitely done a great service. We appreciate you. I always appreciate you. And J Mike, just tell people where you're at these days, what you're doing, and I think everybody knows where to find J Mike, but just tell them anyway.
Yeah, on the socials at J Mike Check. But man, I am in the trade addict streets and several other of the dynasty streets with my brothers over here, Zach and Russ. And really, man, I'm just trying to raise these girls well, man. That's where a lot of my energies are going right now, is trying to love my family, love my wife well, love my girls well. So not a ton of podcasting or anything, but obviously I'm around. So it's always a pleasure to be with you all, to be able to rehash good things like leftover turkey sandwiches from Thanksgiving and other things that I know hit the hearts of you guys. But Sal, thank you for the hug last year. I missed it this year. But truly, it's always a beautiful thing when the SFB Podathon gets rolling, because it brings us back to the heart of so much good that can be done when people put their heads and their minds together, lay their egos to the side, and decide that they want to be able to do some good in the world. And I think that that is something that we can most certainly use far more of than not in this season of life. So thank you guys for having me. I'm grateful for it. It's good to be with you guys. Good to share some time.
I just want to say to J Mike before I let you go,
I am never letting Bob touch any of our pictures again.
Really, really nice. And Bob, as he usually does, steps all over that. I'll just say this, J Mike, the people I relate to the best are the ones who are good dads. And of course the great moms out there as well. But for me, being a dad, relating to good dads, and in everything that we do have going on in the world, the best thing you can do is raise your children right? If you raise your children right, you put them out in the world right, then the world will be right, and it will right set itself at some point. So props to all the good dads out there, especially Zach and J Mike, and also Daddy's Home and Russ Fisher. So to everybody here, thank you guys for your time, and we'll see you soon.
Blessings. Be well.
Much love,
Thanks,
fellas.
guys.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed. Also, I was really just hanging around for Zach and J Mike, and to fill that there's one little empty box of a half hour that I figured I needed to fill, and then I'm here an hour later anyway.
I'm heading out after this one, Russ, because I have to stay over for these two. But yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, but that's what this guy's here for, so we'll be good.
JB's going to take us for a few more hours. I'm not sure how many JBs.
And then Jorge
you can call on me if you need to. I'm just hanging back here doing some work.
That is red-faced fish right there. What the TV screen is making it red in the face. Well, JB, you're with us for an hour, and then you're back in the morning, I'm assuming, before you go to work, I'm guessing.
Yeah, exactly. I'll hang for a little bit now, and then I'll take a little siesta, and I'll come back in the morning.
Thank you, Russ. Love you, buddy. Since Russ is skipping out, I will try to do J Mike justice with my read about the Game Blazers, who are sponsoring all 24 hours of the Scott Fishbowl Podathon this year, and it's collecting gaming and DFS all in one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up, so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. And don't forget to check out the special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today. And I got to tell you, we have completed 11 hours, and I crushed that read. I don't give a damn what anybody says. 11 hours of my mouth moving, and I still crushed that read. And let's bring these two fine gentlemen from NFL Network in right now. And that's the real Mike Florio and my newest best friend in the world, Marcus Grant. What is up, gentlemen?
Hey, man, it's good to see you guys. Appreciate you. Look, I come in, I see this cursed image of a bunch of you guys singing "I'll Be There for You." I'm going to tell you, I almost logged off. I'm like, what is this? What is happening right now?
I would not have blamed you. Oh gosh, if you have not been here throughout the show, the discussion of my vasectomy has come up multiple times.
What?
And that shirt, Bob, if you could put that shirt back up so Mike can see.
I didn't put it up this time. I didn't put it up.
That's
deuces,
hilarious.
Those are my deuces fingers with the scissors drawn over them, and it says, "Hello, my name is Sal, and I am snipped." So that must have been Scott. Thank you, Scott.
Bob, is it in the merch shop yet, though?
No, I made a different one. I didn't know Scott made one.
Oh no, my graphic design skills are just top notch, and I had to make that one in about 5 minutes.
I made it, and my daughter started reading it, and I go, "That's not actually for you." She goes, "It looks like a."
That's not going in the shop. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm just listening.
Hey, Scott. Oh man.
Hey, what's up, Scott?
Hey guys.
You're back.
Oh man! By the way, I caught the end of J Mike. I would say as a guy that I've gotten to know at the Expo the last couple of years, he and I had an interesting heart-to-heart conversation about the nuances of the basement party. What's up, Mr. Scampers? So one of the years of I know Chris Allen, a bunch of guys. They rent a house for the Expo. And I went over to hang out with them, and they were having, a basement party. Like I walked down, and maybe I'm giving away too much information, but they're playing poker, and like Ian Harditz is holding court at one end of the table with like a bottle of Crown Royal, and is just like pouring out shots willy-nilly to everybody. But it's like a good old time, right? And I was just like, I sat with J Mike, and I said, you know what? As somebody from California, like I get it now with the basement party because we don't have basements in California. Because generally being underground in earthquake country is probably not a good idea. So to be like at an Ohio basement party, I was like, I always see these like on TV and in movies, and like they seemed kind of cool. But now that I'm actually experiencing one, I'm like, I totally get it. Like this is a vibe for sure.
No basements was a big adjustment when I moved to California. I like moved here and I was like, where's the downstairs? Like no place has them.
No. Where do you put your stuff?
Garage.
Wait, what about the man cave?
Where the cars go?
Garage.
It's all one place. It's one
Well,
home.
it depends. So I'm currently talking to you from my garage, which is like part office, part gym, right? And we just like park the cars outside, So yeah.
I know Flores and East Coast guys gotta know this. Where are the Christmas decorations? Like where do the decorations go? Where
Dude, you know how hard it is to like store stuff without a basement? Like I'm telling you, it's an adjustment. Like, and not only that, like my uncle, when I was like my cousins and stuff, they had like the coolest basement in the world. They had like a video game center in it, and like I miss it. Like, look, I love California, it's awesome, but East Coast has some really great things too, including basements.
Yeah, like a half finished basement is perfect. Like you have one part where you store the alcohol, the beer, you have a table, probably some mismatched furniture that you don't mind getting spilled on. But then the back half is like the decorations or like, lawn furniture you're not using. And it all just kind of works in this one split room. Without it, you can't survive, I didn't think.
Well, see,
and you can have good parties.
Well, and so again, like when I lived in Fresno, California for about 5.5 years, and I shared a house with it was me and like a bunch of Midwesterners, right? So they were used to having basements, so they basically turned the garage into a basement where we had a couch, we had a foosball table. What was really clutch about it though is that the previous owner of the house pretty much just used his garage as a workshop, so he installed kind of just like a loo like in the corner of the garage. Like he had plumbing in there and had like a enclosed toilet. So we would sit in the garage like all day and all night playing foosball, drinking beers, and then we had to get up and go pee. You just go like to the loo in the corner, like the WC back there, and just kind of like, do what you had to do. So like I got the full sort of basement kind of experience, but like, on ground level.
No, you didn't get the full basement experience because the toilet was there. If you don't have to figure out how to open a bulkhead and walk up a creepy set of stairs to piss outside, you haven't been to a real basement party. It has some kind of latch on it that you have to turn.
Throw that door right open.
Out like someone carried you by accident and you finally got out of it. Like, that's the full experience. And then you end up pissing and the neighbor's motion light goes on. And that's how you know you've been to a basement party.
Yes, Gary, the Lou. I am, pinkies out. That is me.
33%. I know.
Who's the other Met fan?
Yeah, I know. I was like, let's LGM.
That's why I had to hop on a little early, man. I know I wasn't scheduled to be back until 11:30, but I know I had a fellow Met fan on. MG I met over at the Expo a couple years ago. Great dudes. I had to hop on a little early and chop it up with you guys.
Well, I'm happy that the day I'm doing the Podathon, the Yankees actually won their one game of the 3-game series.
And then Juan Soto got robbed. He should be an all-star easily. I don't know what's going on.
And Pete should be a starter.
Yeah.
Let me take this time to say wah to both of you. Both teams are terrible.
It's okay. There's also zero chance that Pete was going to start over Freddie Freeman in Atlanta. Like, it just wasn't going to happen.
Check that out.
Yeah. I'm not a big. That's awesome. I'm not a fan of the fan vote though. Like,
well, of course
I kind of.
It's a popularity contest.
Yeah,
that's all.
Dude, even worse than that is every team gets a rep. The Marlins have some dude that 98% of the population has never heard of.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that everybody gets a rep, at least in baseball, because there's enough spots that like everybody, at least give Marlins fans something to care about. Like, right?
Give them that lefty reliever that gets a couple batters.
The Rockies are gonna have one guy who like shows up and pops up and like that's his whole all-star experience. Like, that's fine. Like, give the Rockies fans something to tune in for. Whatever.
So I'm gonna give the Mets fans their due here and let them complain about the All-Star game, because not being able to complain about like World Series and stuff is, they have nothing else to talk about. Not being winners, Marcus. We don't have to sweat these frivolous things as much as Mets fans do. And Sal, amazingly enough, looks great for his age. Was alive when the Yankees won a championship, which is fascinating. Not many people still kicking.
Remember when you thought the Boston Celtics had a dynasty? How'd that end?
Dude, the year I get season tickets, my team falls apart.
By the Knicks!
Mike, I was alive in 1978 when the Yankees won a World Series, so I was 3, but I was alive. It's a good time.
It sounds amazing.
Oh man!
But I do appreciate your mind.
I've seen him in person. He ain't that young. Let me say about that, Marcus. I mentioned it earlier, and last year I was making a trip out to visit my daughter in November, who lives in Studio City, and I kind of made the remark to Laquan about if I happen to be in LA and somebody wants to give me a tour of NFL Network, and Marcus instantly in the DM was like, I think we can make that happen, and I got out there. He was gracious enough to host both me and my daughter's boyfriend, Matt, to take us on a full tour of NFL Network. And I won't say I did anything weird in the locker room, Mike. But no, in all seriousness.
I got to wash my clothes?
Yeah, just be careful. It was November. It's too late. I just got to say, in all seriousness, that was one of the more cool things. And for me to take my daughter's boyfriend, it made me look like, look at this guy. This guy's really cool. It's NFL Network. So, Marcus, thanks for stepping up and doing that. That's something I will not forget.
Very cool. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. One of the things I love doing is I've given a few people, like friends and family and stuff, tours. One of the things I love doing in Florida, this, right? So I always like taking people to the Red Zone studio where Scott Hansen does his thing. So I'm going to peel back the curtain here a little bit, right? Because the whole thing is like 7 hours of commercial-free football, and Hansen makes a big deal about how he never goes to the bathroom like while he's there. I just want to make it a point to show people that like the bathroom is literally like just out the door. It is 10 feet from where he stands. And so like Scott, I know he's become a big thing and Red Zone is like his baby and everything. Like, he's making a choice. Like, he doesn't have to do this. Isn't like some like, oh, I'm locked in and like I can't move lest Red Zone fall apart. Like, like there are times, you guys watch Red Zone, right? There are times when they're just on a game for a good long while. Like, he could easily like run 10 feet across the hall and hit. And by the way, I didn't really expect to have this much bathroom talk when I came on the show. By the way,
I don't know if you've seen the show that often.
I didn't really think this was going to happen
on soap, but yeah,
but
go for it.
yeah, but no, like literally, I mean, Florida, like the bathroom is like right there. It's a
and like
it's a first down away. Like that's it.
Yeah, and if someone was like Scott Hansen needs the bath, if someone's in there, they're getting out. Like
Right.
they're not gonna make the host of Red Zone wait.
Is it a single or is it like a multi?
Well, there's a couple. There's literally like 3 of them. Like like there's
Singles.
Two,
Like, he's got
there's 2
privacy.
singles. Right. There's 2 singles, but then if he walks down another hallway that's not far away, there's like a third. There's a bunch of bathrooms like in short proximity to where he stands.
Probably 6.
So it's
like 30 feet.
A kick return or something highlight. That would probably give him enough time to relieve and get back.
Yeah, I mean, plus they, a lot of these things. I mean, you guys know, it's like, hey, we're gonna run back this highlight of a thing that happened, that everybody tweeted about 5 minutes ago. Like, hey, we're gonna run like we can watch 5 minutes of this Browns drive. It's fine. Just go relieve yourself, man. Like it's fine. Yeah.
Now that I've seen it in person, I could also vouch for how close the bathroom is. Marcus made sure to point that out to me.
Oh yeah,
as well as some other things about the bathrooms there. They go in and
I think
our $10,000 toilets. Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Things.
But Marcus, I think at some point during our taping, like we've all been like, we'll be right back, and like,
oh yeah.
like everyone has, right? Like, yeah, it's
100%. I mean,
our show's an hour.
Yeah.
So
I was our bathrooms there are pretty amazing. Like the toilets there are really, really amazing. And like now because of them, I am team bidet. Like I've become team bidet now.
Can I just point out that when Sal goes to LA, he gets a tour of these nice bathrooms. I'm taking a piss on Venice Beach. You guys leave me in the middle of nowhere, and then I have to fight my way to the back of jeans. How did we get a whole different experience?
That was a fun day.
That was a fun day, first of all. But also, you wanted to experience the beach bathrooms in Santa Monica, Venice. Like, you asked us whether or not they were sketchy, and we were like, it depends which one you go to. And you decided, again, you made a choice that you decided that that's what you wanted to explore.
You were looking for a whole different experience.
It was the closest thing to prison I've had in a while.
Was it the Venice Beach ones are bad?
Were you Venice or Santa Monica? Because that's a different experience.
I was Venice by the White Man Can't Jump cords.
Yeah. Those I literally used them like a couple months ago, and I was like, I need to be disinfected immediately.
I'm sorry.
I went over to. Can we say Egg Slut? I think we can. But anyway, I went over
Egg
to
Slut. That's the name of the restaurant. You're fine.
Delicious, best bacon, egg, and cheese in LA.
Actual name of the restaurant.
And I was literally like, I can't touch your food for about 5 minutes until this second round of hand sanitizer dries. I'm just worried about what just happened.
Yeah, no, Venice is a different vibe than Santa Monica. Like Venice Beach is the people's beach. Like literally every demographic you can imagine you will find at Venice. Santa Monica is more family oriented, right? It's more touristy. It's a little bit more cleaned up. Venice, Venice has the world's greatest wino who will tell you an off-color joke for $1. That's what they have there at Venice Beach.
I had a friend in town like a couple weeks ago, and they were like, "Let's go eat by one of the piers." And I was like, "Which one do you want?" And they were like, "Which one do you like?" I was like, "Well, Venice to me has more like personality and more cool like his like famous places, but Santa Monica's much nicer." And they were like, "All right, we'll go to Santa Monica."
Oh man, bad choice. These two guys, though, my favorite part of LA is when you cross over from Santa Monica to Venice. Like I literally made like half a step, and a guy was handing me his demo CD.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, "I'm back. I'm back at Venice. I'm back where I belong." Yeah. Like I went from a family riding tandem bikes next to each other, talking about how lovely the weather is. Boom, CD in my hand.
Yeah, no, like like in Santa Monica, you've got the families and you got like the people on dates and they're strolling along the beach, right? And then like you get to Venice and it's like the skate park and the drum circle, and like the people who maybe they're actually unhoused or maybe they're just sick of mommy and daddy and they decided to go live on the beach for 6 months. Like you're not really sure, but it's a good time anyway.
Now,
I was in
Venice
not that long ago, and some dude was like, "I know what you are," and he walked away from me, and I have thought about that encounter pretty much every day since.
What are you?
I want to know. He just said it and walked away, and I have thought about it ever since.
I think he was right, honestly.
I'm gonna do that to people now. Just to mess with them.
Last Monday, I had breakfast in Chicago with Bob Gilchrist and Scott Fish, and I'm leaving flying home that day. So we walk up from the Riverwalk, and there was a woman, and she was a younger woman, and probably suffering from some mental illness, but she was yelling at everybody who was passing by, and she took aim at both Scott and I and said, "You think it's funny laughing at me?" We weren't laughing. We were ignoring her completely. Two bald men, I think that's funny. You look terrible, and blah, blah, blah. And she said all these things, and I don't know how many people know that on that Monday I went to the airport. I was put on a plane twice and taken off of a plane twice, and 9 hours at the airport of getting on, getting off, never leaving, and then being put in a murder hotel that night by Delta. And I started to think that this woman actually knew what she was talking about, and I was paying for my sins all day. So I
was waiting for you to say she was waiting for you at the murder hotel.
Somebody has definitely died at that hotel. Bob's laughing in the back. I'm going to bring him on because, Bob, you were there and witnessed this woman yelling in our direction.
Yeah, and she definitely targeted you. you weren't targeted, and she cursed you. Clearly, you sat on. I mean, Scott and I went to the convention all day long, and you were sitting on a plane.
I sat on a plane, got off of a plane. Sat on a plane, got off of a plane. And
So what was the more disconcerting experience? The murder hotel or being yelled at by this woman?
Oh, easily. I had Scott to protect me from the woman. So the murder hotel, as soon as I walked in, I'm like, oh, death has happened here. For sure. But I need sleep. And I got a 7 a.m. flight, which means I'm got to be up by like 4:30. So I'm going to sleep here. I don't care what is
So you'll be up before the ghost, pretty much.
Right, exactly. Meet the ghost.
I don't know what happened with you, Sal, but my flights were all left early, arrived early. I was upgraded to first class on one of them, and I got to hang out in the Delta Lounge just like relaxing and eating.
Nice meals in the Delta Lounge.
I don't know what your sins are, but
that sounds
I think we have very different sins.
Scott, what do you watch? I'm sitting here trying to figure out what Scott is watching on the, and like I'm coming up with like, is it Veep? Are you watching an episode of Veep or something?
I am not. I'm on a Dexter rewatch with the new season coming up in a week.
Like,
or
mind you,
so.
I'm looking at this on a small screen and it's sort of blurry. So like, I just thought I saw like Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
And not only that, you are watching
it's like this big
85-inch reflected in this window into the camera. So,
Yeah.
you got, like,
So it's all sorts of distorted here. So I was just guessing. I have no idea.
I say murder hotel. Scott jumps in with Dexter. Was Julia Louis-Dreyfus ever murdered on Dexter?
I don't believe so.
No,
I don't believe so. Although Florian,
That would be funny.
Florian, I used to work with a guy who played a. Was he a corpse on Dexter?
Who?
He was a cop, actually.
He was a cop on Dexter. I think
Yeah.
he was a corpse on like Law and Order or something like that. Like
Yeah. He did a lot of extra work.
He did a lot of work as an extra, and like he
They
ended up
use
being a
people
corpse
just
on
laying
it.
there? Like they just have. Oh, I thought those were like dummies.
I think it depends on the production.
I remember a friend was like, they pay you extra if you're willing to get wet. And I was just like, this seems like a weird industry.
I was the wrong studio.
That happens in the San Fernando Valley, actually.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a wild thing to say.
Everywhere else.
But yeah, he was a cop.
Yeah, he did
They
play
showed his
cop.
face on a ID or something like that.
Okay.
Did he have like a talking part? Like, did he say anything?
No, extras can't talk, or they actually don't get paid.
Because they have to pay you like union wages, union scale, and stuff like that.
You get paid more to talk than if you get wet. So
what's the difference between wet and talking?
Well,
like, is there a large?
It's probably a couple of zeros, I would think, on the paycheck. You know,
I would just yell out, "Damn it!" That's through water. They y'all owe me $50 more.
their days are like 12 hours too, so like they deserve that extra money. Sitting there in like wet clothes or whatever.
So my man just played dead for 12 hours. and then got upgraded.
I mean,
to
you know,
golf.
like they get to take a break, and he gets to sit up for a little bit and
You
have
get
a,
to
have a
like,
sandwich.
Think
Like
about
a
all the
sandwich,
extras in like Game of Thrones, just like laying on top of each other and stuff.
This
like
is
in
like,
you have to get into costume and makeup just to lay on the ground. Like that's the worst part.
I'd be sitting there
You
saying, "I
know?
hope it rains so I can get the extra stipend." You know what I mean?
Oh.
Sal, you think we should give him a Scott Fishbowl question before time's up?
Oh wait, is that what we're doing here?
We haven't mentioned football once.
Not once.
No, well, listen. By the time you get this far into the Podathon, this is what it becomes, and actually, I love that even more because for me, I'm on 11 and a half hours of being live here, and I need some variety, you know. But yeah, let's do it. We got about 8 minutes left in the segment, so we'll start with Mike. I know I have it somewhere here where you're drafting, but my eyesight's starting to go.
Mike's the 5 spot in the Buffalo Bills division, so I'm really curious.
If everything didn't give that away, I wanted to be on the Knicks division, but there was too many Knicks fans, so that team went quick.
So where are you leaning on that 5 pick, Mike? Are you leaning towards, because everyone seems to be debating, do you go quarterback at that point if you get one of those top guys, or are you leaning heavy into the volume running back? So where are you looking there?
I'm gonna go. Well, maybe, but I'm thinking quarterback because that's why I pick 5 because I think there's a fall off. Like I love Justin Fields a ton, but there's a safe 5 at quarterback, and then like I mean not safe 5, like an elite 5 at quarterback, I would say, and then there's a fall off there. So I was like, if I take the 5th pick, even if the 4 in front of me go all quarterback, I'm guaranteed to get that because. That's what I like to do in Superflex. I like to get that elite quarterback if I can, and then I could wait on QB2 if I want. It just gives you a lot of freedom, I think. Plus, you're going to get good wide receivers and running backs in rounds like 2 and 3 anyway. So I think quarterback is the most important position in Superflex.
Yeah, and people are kind of poo-pooing it this year because it's like, well, you don't have to start a quarterback this year. So it's kind of had me flip-flopping. I'm at the 4 spot, so I'm still debating if I get one of those top quarterbacks, do I go that route? But I'm kind of leaning that way now. Before I get to MG, because I know you got the 1 pick, so I'm curious to see which way you're going. I know you're a Hawkinson guy, Mike, so talk a little bit about Hawkinson because people are talking about the top-tier tight ends, but they're not really talking about Hawkinson. I think this could be a comeback year for him.
Yeah, I know MG likes him as well, but our buddy Laquan, we're trying to make him a Hawkinson fan on the pod. I have him ranked as tight end 3, actually, which is probably higher than most, but he's second year back from that knee surgery. That's always when we see players kind of return to form, and I trust KOC a lot, and I think he is underrated as a play caller. He should be mentioned with like the Shanahans and the McVays of the world, and he's starting to get that recognition, but look what he did with Sam Darnold last year. I think he can still keep that passing offense like competent enough for fantasy purposes. And I think Hawkinson's going to be their number 2 target. I think a first-time QB like J.J. McCarthy is going to look often to his big safety blanket of a tight end across the middle. So I really like getting Hawkinson. If I miss that on him, though, then I wait for the rookies because I've been burned so many times by those middle-tier tight ends, and I'm not willing to get hurt again.
Nice. I love it. MG, what are you thinking about at that 1 spot, man? Are you leaning into the top-tier quarterback? Are you going with one of those top-tier running backs?
Nah, I'm going quarterback. You know, especially at the 1 because it's going to be so long till it comes back to me again. And knowing how this draft usually goes, there are going to be a lot of quarterbacks off the board. So while I have a chance to take a swing, I might as well just do that and get that thing over with because, you know, this thing starts tomorrow. I may not pick again till like Wednesday, so I might as well get it in right now. I will say this though, and Florio's heard this, right? This is my hot take for this offseason is that Saquon Barkley is not going to return first round value. I don't want any parts of Saquon in the first round. Just the track record of guys who have run for 2,000 yards and what they follow up with has generally not been very good. I think when I mapped it out, I think it's something like the 8 guys who've done it previously, on average have run for about 940 fewer yards the following year. Even if you take it, like one of those guys was Terrell Davis, who only played like 2 games. But even if you take that out, I think it's still like 850 fewer yards. I mean, that's a pretty significant chunk of yardage that's missing So I think Saquon can have a good year, but I don't know that I've taken him like even in mocks or best ball drafts. Like I'll never get him because I'm not willing to take him in the first round. I just and I can sit here, I can come back next year and like be the total idiot and be like, yeah, that was stupid. But like that's kind of where I am on this right now.
Well, usually we have to tell people to, let everybody know where they can find you. But you know where you can find these two guys. They're all over NFL Network, and they'll be there throughout the summer and throughout the season. And you will both be back at the Expo this summer, yes?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So
Florian, we should probably figure out our flight, huh? We should probably get that part together.
Yeah, we need. I have everything else booked, and
got everything else booked. I just don't have a plane ticket yet.
We'll find a way there somehow, some way.
We'll figure it out.
I won't help you with that because clearly I don't have a lot of luck with flying.
But you can maybe you can point us in the direction of a good murder hotel in the Canton area.
Is there a murder hotel in Canton?
There's murder basements in.
Oh, there has to be.
Oh, murder basements. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
full circle.
I can see that.
Thank you both again. Let's go Yankees, and I'll
go,
see you guys in about a month. It's about a month away from right now. So
I can't wait, man. It's gonna be a great time.
Should be fun, and we need to get Drew Davenport and Brian Drake make sure they have the wiffle bat again. We need some late night wiffle ball out in front of George's. That's what I want.
That'll take place. Be well, fellas.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hold on, I'll bring it right back.
So what?
Right back.
One other thing, real quick.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Yep, you're right.
One other thing. I said this to Fiella. I'm putting this out here. I want to taste. I don't want a whole bottle of it. I know Malort is a Chicago thing, but Canton's a lot closer to Chicago than Los Angeles is. If someone wants to help me out and just bring a bottle of Malort so I can taste a shot of it, I don't want a whole thing. I just want to taste it. I just want to say that I did it. So if somebody can bring it, I will be all in, and we can do a shot of Malort together.
What is Malort?
It is a foul tasting liquor.
Yeah.
But I've heard so much about it. I'm just curious. This will probably be the death of me, but I feel like that's a good place to go. So
you could easily convince me to do one with you. So
yeah, I just want a shot of Malort.
I already said I'm in, so we'll figure this out.
I might be like, I don't know, but that day I'll be like, yeah, why not?
I don't want the whole bottle. Don't want the whole bottle. I just want to taste it. I just want to say I did it, and then I'll be done.
3 shots figured out. So if we could just get like 25 more people, the whole bottle will be fine.
Right? I see Mauricio Gutierrez in the chat saying mezcal. I'm always down for some mezcal, Mauricio. We can definitely do mezcal together for sure. So yeah,
I'm in for that. I'll take a sip of that Malort as well. So
beautiful.
Let's do it.
Beautiful.
We'll swig around the bottle.
See ya.
See ya.
See you guys.
No, oftentimes when I was trying to bring Marcus back in, and so was somebody else. So you brought him in, I took him out. Then it was going back and forth. So we both heard him at the last second. So I gotta say, we haven't said it all during this 6-hour segment. We're 30 minutes away from switching over to the third stream. We're 30 minutes away from the halfway point, which means I only have to do another entire one of these again. So I'm feeling strong. I'm lying. 30 minutes from now, after our next two guests are done, make sure you switch over to live stream number 3. You should be following Fantasy Cares on YouTube. And if you are, you know immediately where to go. You'll get the notification. Switch right over. If you're not, we have 2,700 live people on the YouTube stream right now. All 2,700 of you should be clicking follow on Fantasy Cares. That way you follow all the stuff we do, trivia nights, Wednesday hangouts, the giveaways, all the fun stuff that we do throughout the entire year to bring attention to Fantasy Cares, all the stuff that Bob Gilchrist, the hand rubber, works so hard on.
Russ went to sleep, so I've got a bunch of stuff to give away overnight.
Okay.
Can't tell anyone.
All right, very cool. So, JB, you have those reads still in front of you?
Yeah, man.
You guys
so
do
get
that.
with it.
I'm
going to take only my.
That's not Mike.
I'll catch you
my
tomorrow morning.
Mike's leaving. Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Thank you, brother.
Dude, I gotta be up in like 4 hours, so I will catch you tomorrow morning for I think for Barron. So I'll see you then.
All right, buddy.
Later, guys.
All right, what number are we on?
Let's go with number 4.
All right, the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Build your squad, choose your lineups, win cash. At Game Blazers, you can enter free weekly contests to win huge prizes with your inventory, plus earn more rewards with roster upgrade challenges and mini games. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today.
There's some questions about if we've given away an SFB spot yet. We haven't given it away. If you actually go to one of Scott's tweets today about us needing people on a wait list, go find that tweet, respond to that tweet. I'd love to be involved in giving it away. I'm getting older, so my focus is on just paying attention to this Podathon. And those guys are working behind the scenes on getting that stuff done. JB is back along for, I guess, this an hour?
Yeah, about an hour. I'll hang for about an hour.
1.5 hour early. So without further ado, the final segment of the first half of the SFB Podathon, and that is our good friend Joshua, who has returned once again. And Susan is joining him this year from Club Fantasy and the Women of Fantasy Football, which I love seeing the ladies everywhere around every event that goes on in the football space and some other spaces. So welcome back. Thanks for joining us, and tell us what's good in the world of Club Fantasy. And I like to say WAF.
That's how we usually call it too. It's kind of our affectionate name for it, just because Women of Fantasy Football can be so wordy. But yeah, so much going on right now. I wanted to bring Susan on, so I know some people have seen me on this before. I always bring somebody different with me because I like to shine a light on other people in this industry. I'm just a guy. That's it. Like, I'm not really anybody that important, but Susan's doing a lot of great work with her site, the Gridiron Goddess. And if anybody's been paying any attention to what we've been working on with WAF, we have a tournament that we're doing right now called the Gods and Goddesses of Fantasy Football. And we're partnering with Susan and her site. So we have a WAF collection of apparel on her page. She's providing trophies and swag and all kinds of stuff for the tournament. And a lot of really fun stuff. And she just put out a book. Like, I'm here to let Susan talk. Like, she's doing a lot of really cool shit. So take it away, Susan.
Yeah. Obviously, if you're playing in Scott Fishbowl, you know how to play fantasy football. Who I'm trying to aim at is women who are new to the game. If their partners play fantasy football and they're like, let's get some bonding time. I'm going to learn how to play this game, or things like that. Like, that's who my content is aimed at. People who need to know what a snake draft is, what a third round reversal is. So I wrote a beginner's guide that's specifically aimed towards women, and it's just been really fun to start getting connected with women all over the fantasy space, new and not new to the game at all.
And where can we find that?
TheGridironGoddess.com is my website, and my Instagram handle is at gridiron_goddess. It's linked there too, but that's kind of what I've been doing, is working on bringing new players into the game who need a place to ask those questions that they may feel uncomfortable asking from experienced players.
And I think that's pretty awesome. And what has the response been like for that? Have you gotten a great response? Do you get to go out and do live events, or is that something you're looking to do in the future?
So I haven't done any of that yet. I launched it like 2 weeks ago. It's still pretty new. So that is something that I would love to do, be able to host drafts for beginners. There's spots that are open for beginners in a league if you buy the book, so that you can learn with me. I also, if people want coaching, like just beginner coaching, like, hey, I want to talk draft strategy with you. Like, great. Let's work out what you're comfortable with, what to do so you don't end up tilting and pick somebody random because you're like, I have a minute and a half left. I'm going to pick this person. So that's available too.
And you mentioned that if you're in the Scott Fishbowl, you know how to play fantasy football. And I got to tell you, I've seen some of these people drafting. They don't know how to play fantasy football. And I don't know if you guys, I might be one of them, by the way. I don't know if you caught the earlier segment when we had on Chris Charles, who's the defending champion. This guy got in last year for the first time and won. His only year,
I love it.
He won. So while he seems like a nice guy, I hate him. I completely hate him. No way I could absolutely like him. But no, I think that's great, Susan. I think as the years have gone on, I've been in the fantasy space. I've played since 1994. I'm old as dirt. But I've been involved in like the community and the industry for about going on 11 years. And there are still little pockets that people haven't uncovered, right, turned over. And so I like when I hear people finding a new angle. And we had the Unwind group on. I'm sure you're familiar with them. And everything that they do. And we need more diversity in all facets of life in general, but fantasy football and what Joshua has done with the WAF and all that stuff, I love to see it continue to grow. So I'm a definite supporter. I'll support. I have 2 daughters, so #GirlDad, and I think it's amazing. I don't know if you've heard me tell the story. I mentioned it twice today. My oldest daughter is 25, and I've played fantasy football since before she was born. And when she was a kid, my ex-wife would never, want to stay in on a Sunday and watch football. And I have 3 children. I have a son right in the middle of the 2 girls. And I would always try to, I'll watch the kids on Sunday while you could go out. And I tried to get the kids into football. And my daughter was never interested. And now she dates a guy who's a big sports fan. And he's from Cleveland. And they're out there in California. They live together. And all she talks to me about is football and college football and Ohio State. I'm like, where were you when you were 10?
Yeah.
I tried.
I grew up watching the Cowboys with my dad. I'm from Texas. I live in the Dallas area now. And so I grew up watching the Cowboys with my dad. And so I've been around. I would go to Friday night football games because both my parents were high school teachers. So, high school football is huge here, right? So I've been around football my whole life. And so the transition into fantasy football was so easy because I knew the game. And so that's the other group of people, of women who watch football, but that don't necessarily play fantasy. They know the ins and outs of the game, but they're not playing the best part of it to me. So that's the other group of women that I'm like, let's get them involved. There was actually a study done where 38% of fantasy football players are actually women. This was from 2023. It was a single study done, so duplication and all that. But there are way more women playing fantasy football than I think people realize, and you just got to go find them,
And it's so easy for us in the industry to just get caught up in like our headspace, right? Like we're a part of this all year long. Like there is no off season for us. And then like you go to put a work league together and like you're having trouble getting 12 people. And like you got to realize like not everybody breathes it like we do. So the fact that you're opening these doors for so many other people, like when I started a work league last year, like one of the women in my office was like, yeah, I'll do it. Like, I don't know much about it, but I'll do it. And it's like,
right, why not?
That person who wants to participate right now, you're creating content for them to learn the game, to be more comfortable in the game, and to be able to compete in the game. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, that's the goal.
It's funny.
That was a big reason why I wanted to work with Susan on this, because like everything that we've wanted to do with WAF and really the whole mission and everything started with Club Fantasy as well. It's like, we don't create content for content creators. We create content for people that just love to play fantasy football, right? And sometimes, you can bring it in at more of an entry and introductory level to the game versus instantly starting with, the strategies of playing Dynasty and Best Ball and all these other things. Like, sometimes it's like the basic 8-team redraft. Like those people still need advice too. Like it's okay to, to talk to those people as well and not make them feel bad or inferior in any way because they're not in these like advanced leagues with massive crazy scoring settings that people that have been playing for 20 years might be more comfortable and familiar with.
Exactly. Yep. Susan, have you been in Scott Fishbowl before?
This is year 2.
Okay, so talk about your first
last year-
experience last year and what you learned from it that you're going to take into this year.
Well, it's hard because the format this year is so different. It's almost like last year doesn't matter when it comes to drafting.
Yes.
It's like, so I was pretty proud of myself. I made it to the semis.
Nice.
And I only missed the one. It was like 2 points that I missed the cutoff. So that was a bummer. But it's with this season, it's just a free for all. You almost you go get your guy. Basically, it's like whoever you have faith in, that's who you got to draft and hope that they perform for you for this year. But I did do a live draft this year in Dallas, and that was really fun. Derek from Fantasy Pros is in my division. And so he and I sat next to each other, talking and drafting together, and that was great. It was a great group to just sit and chat with and get to know people. And there's several of the Unwind ladies were at that division. Steph Miller and Erica Brown were drafting it live in Dallas. And so getting to meet them in person again, like see them in person again, was really great. But the live draft was really fun.
So you got to see
I enjoyed
Derek
that a
in his
lot.
entirely too tight shirts that he wears out in public. When the buttons are fighting for dear life just to hold on. Derek is one of my oldest friends in fantasy. I love him. We've played in a dynasty league together for many years. Him and Waz, and I got to meet Waz in person in Chicago last weekend for the first time. Debro, I met at the expo in the past, and he is a good dude. He is a genuinely good dude. That's why I love to say that about his tight t-shirts. Button-up shirts, the tight button-up shirts. But so that's really cool. I mean, a few minutes ago, I spoke about how I hate Chris for his first year and winning, and you almost made it to the final. So I will not say that I hate you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
At least not until the next stream when you maybe fall asleep. I won't do it to your face, but no, I mean that's amazing. To have that kind of run in your first year is actually amazing. It furthers proof to me that I don't know what I'm doing that you guys do. I don't know.
I was gonna say I've been in Scott Fishbowl now. I think this is year 4 for me, and last year was the first year I even made the playoffs. So like, this is it's a tournament that you think you know everything, and then it turns out you just know nothing. So sometimes it's better just to go in blind and just enjoy it for what it is. Have some fun and see what happens. So
last year was such a crazy year too.
That's awesome.
With the
really
returner
was.
scoring, right? For you guys to have success with the year like that, like kudos to you.
Well, when you're able to grab Blackshear off the waiver wire because nobody expected him to do anything, and then you're getting 25 points a week.
Yeah, that definitely
hurts.
Yeah, I did not have a single good returner on my team. In fact, I don't remember having a single good anything on my team. I think I actually made the playoffs. I think I squeaked into the playoffs based on points and immediately got eliminated because those points did not accumulate to enough to bring a good average per week value to my overall score, which, again, you thought you knew what was going on last year with the returners, and that's gone. Now we got some random IDP scoring. You could start 65 people in the same position. Tight ends get a point if somebody draws up a route for them. It's like insane, the scoring, and I love it. And Scott makes it interesting every year. If it was a basic league, it would not be what it is. Like, people would be able to come in and do ADP drafting. You cannot draft ADP. Here he is. He's here to tell me.
I'm never going basic, man.
Yeah.
Not this thing.
No, I've been
Good, don't.
basic.
I don't want people on autopilot just coming in.
Yeah,
thinking
right.
they
That's
can just-
boring.
Yeah, that's boring. You got to make people try to figure it out every year.
Sweet.
Make
I'm glad that
content
Scott
for it
showed
every
up
year.
because I need a bathroom break, guys. I've been on for 12 hours, so take it away, Scott and JB.
I didn't
I
come
said
in
it
for
before,
that.
Scott. I said it before with your scoring. Like, you make it so that it's an equal playing field for the first timers or for the fantasy experts that are on TV, right? Like, no one can just go to their rankings or print out a sheet off the internet and say, all right, I'm going into my draft ready to go. Like, you don't let that happen.
Yep, absolutely. I love what you're doing, Susan, by the way. I've seen your TikTok feed as well, and Just cheering you on here. At the most recent FSGA, they said the numbers have increased to 32% women players now, which it continues to grow. It's just a huge untapped market. I love that you're hitting that and trying to help them help understand fantasy football more, play more. That's a wonderful thing you're doing.
Yeah, because a lot of for me, I'm listening to content that's like, hey, now that Jonnu Smith is gone, Waddle's target market share is going to go up. To somebody who's never played fantasy football,
yeah,
they have no idea what any of that means, and that doesn't matter to them.
Yep.
I think it was really interesting. Someone commented on a TikTok that was like, none of your pages have player takes. And I'm like, that's because the people who I'm trying to teach how to play football, they don't need a player take. They need to know how this game works. They need to know that you're getting points based on what's happening on the field. They need to know what a snake draft is. I said that earlier, but like, that's just one example. And so, I mean, I like to do a waiver. I'll do a waiver wire thing on Tuesdays or whatever come in season, but the goal is not that. The goal is like, hey, here's the very basics of our game so that you can enjoy playing and learn how to get to that other content. I want them to grow past me.
Yeah.
I guess is the goal.
And there's so many other sites, obviously, that will help with the player take side of things, right? And I think that's what's so great about this community is that, you know, every site is going to have their own little niche that they target, right? Like, you know, Susan covers a lot of the beginning aspects, right? And then when people get to a point where, you know, maybe they, quote, outgrow that or something, like they can find something like, you know, Club Fantasy or even what we're doing with WAF where, you know, we're helping amplify other voices in the community, you know, women that are creating content that, you know, work for some of the bigger sites that are doing things like player takes, right? Like, so it all kind of comes full circle where we can all support each other and get to a point where we're covering every single base.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love that.
I think sometimes a lot of those super in-depth stats also don't end up meaning what you think they do. I think you can do just as well with very basic knowledge of fantasy football and some of those go overblown. And sometimes I think we're just making content for content's sake sometimes out there. But yeah, that's very cool what's being done. It's funny. On my screen, I got you two in like on the bottom, and it almost looks like you could be in the same room.
The walls are the same color. Yeah.
Yep. There's a Gulf of Mexico in between us. I promise you.
Yeah.
So, Josh, we talked about Susan had drafted live already. I know you're slow drafting starting tomorrow.
Yep.
You're in the 8th spot in the Miami Hurricanes division. So getting past the first round, anybody that you're targeting in those middle rounds that could be a difference maker for you?
Man, I can't give away my secrets. I got some sharks in my league, man. I got Adam Azer and Jim McCormick, Steffi Smalls. Like, come on now. No, honestly, in this scoring format where so much it just feels like everything is so balanced. Like, I just want the best players, truthfully. Like, whoever's going to fall in my lap. Like, I go through and I do projections every year. So I do what I can in terms of like trying to project Scott Fishbowl scoring into my projections. But, you know, I think it definitely heavily favors the elite tight ends. Running backs obviously get a huge bump. You know, I think it's okay to wait on quarterback because after those first like 4 or 5 guys, everybody's kind of the same. So, you know, for me, it's just kind of take what the board gives you. The last mock that I did, I ended up with Bowers at the 108. I got Puka Nacua in the 2nd, and then I just went on a run of running backs. And I was like, you know what? I don't hate this. This is great. I'll take it.
Yeah, and you kind of have to play the board. Like, it is going to be like how it lands, right? But you want to look at that volume. Obviously, you know, that's been the topic. Everyone's looking at volume. Quarterback has been a debate that people are kind of like, all right, do I need to take a quarterback? do I wait on a quarterback? Is there a specific type of quarterback that you're looking at? So I guess I'll pose the question to both of you. Susan, you can go first. Like, is there a particular skill set of quarterback or time that you're looking at, or that you looked at quarterback when you did your live draft?
Pulling up my roster. So I was going to say, I was very excited. Jahmyr Gibbs dropped me at 10. That was really nice.
Nice.
So I waited. I got Baker Mayfield, I think, in the 5th or 6th. Because when you're getting points for first downs, those guys who don't necessarily run like Lamar, but like Baker will take off to get the first.
Yep.
So you can there's value, and even if they're not using their legs to get touchdowns, you're still going to get value with the guys who can scramble to extend a play, to get 1 or 2 yards just to make the next thing happen. So I also, this is just a me thing, I also like to draft players who are on my dynasty rosters. So I've got Baker in a couple dynasty leagues, and I just like to be able to root for the same guys on Sunday. When you do 9-10 leagues, I know that people are like, you should diversify. I'm like, I get why, but I don't want to be rooting against myself in all these different leagues. So I generally tend to kind of keep the same. But that was for me something that I was looking at, little places to take advantage in the later rounds where you can still get value without having to lose the value for the higher rounds.
Yeah, that's what you got to do in a draft like this, for sure.
I think there's a lot of value in some of those later quarterbacks that get kind of those sneaky, rushing yards, like what Susan was talking about with Baker. I mean, Bryce Young's got wheels, JJ McCarthy's got wheels, Cam Ward can run if needed. Trevor Lawrence can get some run there, Justin Herbert as well. So like, I think there's plenty of guys even after those, top 4 or so, and you can include like, Kyler and Justin Fields in that conversation as well. But there's guys that still run. Like, they're not going to put up the 6, 7, 8, 900, rushing yards, but there's plenty there that you can get that passing volume and then get just enough rushing that it kind of helps buoy on a week-to-week basis in some of those later rounds.
I just wanted to touch on what Susan had said about playing in all those leagues, right? I mean, when I was really in my fantasy football era, I say it weird because I'm old, but I was in like almost 30 leagues, and like you have legitimately every player in the NFL, and at some point you just sit back and let things happen, and it lost its luster for me. It stopped being fun, actually. So I scaled way back. I am under 10 leagues now, and if you have players that you rank in a certain way, then you want to get those players across your different rosters. If you diversify, it's almost like you don't believe in your process. So if you believe in your process and you build your teams similarly, if you're right, then you're going to hit. If you're not, then it's a lost year. You come back next year and try again. So I like dialing it back and trying to draft the same players. Unfortunately, it's not always going to fall out the way you wanted to in drafts, but that's why sometimes you go get your guys. And so I think it's a good way of looking at it.
Agreed.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes, a little over 4 minutes left in this stream, and usually I will jump out of here to go get the next stream started. So Scott, if you could stick around so you can end the stream properly, and then I will see everybody on the side. Joshua, always great to see you, my friend. Thanks for coming back, supporting every year. Susan, you're doing amazing work. I will be following. I think I already do follow you, but I'll follow what you're putting out there and help support that. And I'll let these guys take you guys home, and we'll see you on the other side.
Real quick, Sal, real quick. I was told by a little birdie to bug you about the fact that you do not follow Woff on Twitter, by the way.
No, I don't.
Just throwing that out there.
I don't believe it. I follow them on Instagram. I definitely follow it on Instagram. So
I was told to bust your balls about that.
That's weird, and it's justified. I will go follow now.
Kay says hi. She'll see you guys at 10 a.m.
Oh, boy. Okay, yeah. Well, that's if anybody breaks my you-know-whats, it's definitely Faith constantly. So I got one of the socials. I apologize. I'm going to go put my head down in shame, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
See you, Sal. Appreciate you, man.
I like this. Don't quit the stream. I came on one of the streams last year, and I quit it. I turned it off. I ended the stream instead of simply leaving.
I remember that.
That was
And it's a bunch of links that have to go to everyone.
rookie mistake. Rookie mistake.
I'm actually surprised Sal's so old that he didn't say like he follows your Facebook or something. So
We actually don't have a Women of Fantasy Football Facebook page.
He's still on
we have
MySpace.
Twitter, we have Instagram, YouTube, and Blue Sky.
You are in his top 8 on MySpace.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Twitter is not on my radar. I'm there, but like I'm mostly on Instagram and TikTok because
I'm lucky.
I'm on Blue Sky and Threads too, but
don't blame me. Don't blame me at all.
Well,
We'll
great
get off,
having you guys on.
Scott, Bob, I'm gonna shoot you guys a DM. Something that we want to do with our Gods and Goddesses tournament this year. We're actually going to be doing our jersey raffles for charity this year, so I want to be able to try to link.
And
up
I
with
actually
Fantasy
just
Players.
emailed you, Josh, too.
Oh, sweet, perfect.
I have something that I think both of you would be interested in.
Awesome.
Wow. It's all the secretive emailing going on.
You're on the email, so you can read it.
I will read it this week, I swear.
You know about it. You forgot about it because it's been.
I'll be up all night. I'll read it sometime tonight, I'm sure.
literally you'll be up all night.
Yes, we will be up all night.
We have 90 seconds. So everybody knows Josh, so he can go second. Susan, you want to tell everybody where they can find you? I mean, you already talked about your ebook and what you're working on and stuff, but give it again just so they have it.
Yes. Instagram at gridiron_goddess. It's the same thing on Blue Sky and TikTok. I do also have a Facebook page. But that's really the main spot to reach me. The website, if you want to get the ebook for your new fantasy playing friends, is at thegridirongoddess.com. It's on there.
Yeah, you can find some cool shirts like this WAF one that we have here.
Ooh, nice.
Over on her site. Yeah. So we have a full WAF collection. We have tournament shirts, the Gods and Goddesses of Fantasy Football. There's 3 different ones that are also on that collection. All the information, womenoffantasyfootball.com for the tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to raise money for our WAF Galvanized Scholarship. I also want to give a shout out to our Mock Girl Summer hosts, Wendy Early and Sam Holt. We're doing a Gods and Goddesses of Fantasy Football mock draft this Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern on both the Women of Fantasy Football and Club Fantasy FFL YouTube channels.
Very nice. Very nice. 12 seconds left. So go to the other stream, go to the Fantasy Cares YouTube, click on the new live, or find one of our social media posts. Mine has all 4 links. It's also in the newsletter. You can hop over there.
Nice hanging with you
Appreciate
guys.
you guys.
Awesome. Thank you for having